Namaskar and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Engineer Shreya Gupta, on behalf of BIS, will be your host for today's event. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries, guests, panelists, and participants to this prestigious national seminar on the revision of the National Building Code of India, organized by the Bureau of Indian Standards. We are honored to host this dialogue at the esteemed Steen Auditorium, India Habitat Center, here in New Delhi. I request all of you to kindly keep your mobile phones on silent mode, please. To commence today's proceedings, I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly take their places on the dais. Director General, BIS, Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari, sir. He is a 1991 batch IAS officer of Assam Meghalaya Career and has been the driving force behind this laborious task of revision of NBC. Followed by Shri Sanjay Pant sir, Deputy Director General, Standardization, BIS. He has more than 36 years of experience as a scientific officer in the Bureau of Indian Standards and has done pioneer work in promoting the field of civil engineering among engineering professionals. Next, I would like to request Shri V. Suresh, Chairperson of NBC Sectional Committee CD 46 and convener of the panel for Administration, Development Control Rules and General Building Requirements, and he is also the chairman of IGBC Policy and Advocacy Committee and former CMD HUDCO. Next, I request D. Bhadra, Head of Civil Engineering BIS, and Shri Arun Kumar S., Head NBC Cell BIS. I once again thank all esteemed dignitaries for gracing the occasion with your presence. Thank you so much. I now request Shri Sanjay Pant sir to welcome Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari sir with a bouquet of flowers. I now request Shri D. Bhadra sir to welcome the Shri V. Suresh with a bouquet of flowers. Now I request all the dignitaries for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, a traditional Indian practice that symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and the onset of knowledge and wisdom.
करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्प्रदाय शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशय दीपज्योति नमोस्तुते।
Now, let us begin this significant event with the Manak Geet, setting a tone of inspiration and commitment for the day ahead. As you all know, the Manak Geet was written by DGBIS himself. It symbolizes the BIS's commitment to excellence, authenticity, trust, and quality.
सारे सूरज सारे सागर
सारा अंबर सारे तारे
उत्सव हो हम सबका जीवन
संकल्प हमारा है
पाके सभी के सपनों का
लेकर हमें आगे बढ़ना है
कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है नई राह बनानी है सोच नई संधान नए कौशल के नए आयाम
हम जहाँ चले जिस और चले हम कदम हमारे हो
आकाश को गाना है
विश्वास जगाना है हर इंद्रधनुष सुंदर जगमग धरती पर लाना है
कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है कुछ रचना है कुछ सचना है नई राह बनानी है
Thank you. With this auspicious beginning, let us now proceed to the welcome address. I invite Shri D. Bhadra to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Respected Sri Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Director General, Bureau of Indian Standards and Chief Guest of the function. Respected Sri Sanjay Pant, Deputy Director General, Standardization, BIS. Sri V. Suresh, former CMD, HUDCO and Chairman, National Building Code Sectional Committee, CD 46, BIS. Other dignitaries on and off the dais, learned speakers of this seminar, senior officials of BIS and delegates who have come from different parts of the country to participate in this national seminar, including those who have joined online. Good morning, a very warm welcome to all. It is my privilege on behalf of Bureau of Indian Standards to welcome you all to this important seminar on revision of the National Building Code of India. As you are aware, Bureau of Indian Standards, the national standards body of India, is engaged in standardization activity through its divisional councils and technical committees. The National Building Code Sectional Committee CD 46 under Civil Engineering Divisional Council of BIS has been looking after standardization work related to the National Building Code. The National Building Code of India Comprehensive Building Code is a comprehensive and dynamic national instrument providing guidance for the building construction activities across the country. It serves as a model code for adoption by all agencies involved in building construction works, be they public works department, other government construction departments, local body or private construction agencies. The code may mainly contain administrative norms, development control rules and general building requirements, fire safety requirements, stipulations regarding materials, structural design and construction including safety and building and plumbing services. This code serves as a cornerstone for building activities across India, enabling municipalities, developers, engineers and planners to work within a unified framework for safe and resilient development. Presently, this is to inform that the NBC is under revision and the various chapters of the documents are under the public consultation stage before its formal finalization. While the above chapters are already in the BIS website inviting comments, it has been decided to hold a day-long seminar towards formal dissemination of the contents under the revision of NBC. Today's seminar focuses on the ongoing revision of the NBC, a vital and timely exercise. The construction landscape in India is rapidly evolving with increasing demand for urban infrastructure, smart cities, disaster resilient structures, energy efficient systems, and sustainable materials. We are truly honored to have with us today distinguished guests, experts from industries and academia, senior officials of BIS and professionals from various domains of the built environment. Your presence here today is a testament to the collective commitment towards shaping a safer, more sustainable and efficient construction ecosystem in our country. It is our hope that today's deliberation will serve not only to familiarize stakeholders with the upcoming changes in the code, but also provide an opportunity to contribute valuable feedback, insights and real-world perspective that can strengthen this vital document. I would like to thank BIS, the National Building Code Section Committee CD46 and all associate panels for their tireless efforts in the massive and critical revision. I also thank all participants for joining us in the journey of nation building through better building standards. Let us use this platform today to learn, to share and to collaborate so that we can build an environment that is safe, inclusive and future ready. Thank you once again, and I wish the seminar a great success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I request Shri Sanjay Pant sir to kindly share the objectives of the program.
Thank you, Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari ji, DG BIS, Shri V. Suresh, former CMD HUDCO and Chairperson of National Building Code Section Committee CED 46 of BIS, Shri D. Bhadra, my colleague, Head of Civil Engineering Department, and Mr. Arun Kumar, Head of the National Building Code Cell, which is engaged in revision of NBC, various delegates, especially the chairpersons of various section committees under the Civil Engineering Division Council, the conveners of 22 expert panels engaged in revision of different 33 chapters of NBC, and all the delegates who are present here. A warm welcome to all of you. As you all know, after independence, when the country started its journey for development, a lot of construction activities were required to be done throughout the country in different states and union territories. These construction activities were being done based on their own knowledge, largely based on thumb rules, that we should have a wall of so many inches and height of so many feet, with complete disregard to the conservation or resource optimization, and therefore huge wastage in the construction activities were happening. And therefore the Planning Commission took note of this aspect and constituted a panel of experts. That in 1967, that panel of experts gave a report in the year 1969 that a unified building code be made in the country to unify and make these construction activities scientific and do resource optimization in utilization of scarce building materials and other resources. By the time the report came, the report also recommended that this job be entrusted to the then Indian Standard Institution, or ISI, now called Bureau of Indian Standards. And by the time the information was already available with the ISI, and the work was initiated preliminary. So based on the 1969 report and based on the preliminary work already initiated, in the year 1970, the first National Building Code of India was brought out, and Mr. V. Suresh was the member secretary from the then Indian Standard Institution, and so we have that basic fundamental understanding. And the Major General Harkirat Singh, was member of Planning Commission, and we have a report in our library. That report is also available, the report of the panel of experts. And after 1970, the BIS officials went around the country to various local bodies, the municipal corporation, municipalities, town area committees, various improvement trusts, and so on and so forth, and rewrote their building bylaws in accordance with the provisions of NBC. And therefore, you will find that right from 1970 onwards, the building bylaws were transformed, giving due references to the NBC and the Indian standards. And subsequently, a lot of implementation conferences were also held by BIS throughout the country. And therefore, NBC was, and the Indian standards, particularly the standards relating to safety of structures, fire safety, structural safety, health safety, and public safety, were deeply ingrained in the regulatory regime of the country. As you know, construction is a state subject under entry 35 of Schedule 7 of the Constitution, and therefore it has to be regulated by them. Subsequently, 74th Constitutional Amendment Act was brought out, and in the urban areas, this job was then vested with the urban local bodies. Through the act, the new element of municipality was added, and the Schedule 12 was added. There were 18 entries. All was the municipal activities of town planning and building construction and water supply, drainage, sanitation, conservancy, fire safety, and all of them. And therefore, the journey started and strengthened. More dependence of NBC then happened. So we revised NBC after 1970 and 1983. To 1983, two amendments were brought out in the year 1987 based on the revision of the IS 1905, that masonry code, and IS 875, the loading codes. And the third amendment was brought out to NBC 1983 in the year 1997, where the entire chapter part 4 on fire protection, at that time it was called fire protection, was rewritten. And after, with NBC 1983, with its 3 amendments, the next revision we brought out NBC 2005, and to which also 2 important amendments, one relating to fire and life safety, and another relating to introduction of a new chapter on approach to sustainability, as its part 11 was introduced. So NBC 2005, with its 2 amendments, was further revised in the year 1916 to 1916 version, which is the current version. There is 1 amendment, largely with regard to fire safety provisions. And incidentally, we also amended the provision relating to fire safety of metro trains and metro stations, which were updated, and all metro work is now based on National Building Code provisions. Nowadays, a lot of metros are coming, as you are all aware. So this is the brief of the journey. The code fundamentally is evolved around 4 pillars of safety, that is structural safety, fire safety, health safety, and public safety. And this revision has been taken now once again to bring out NBC 2025 to strengthen these fundamental safety regimes or safety pillars. And I am very happy to say that today we will discuss as to what are the various changes which are happening to various 33 chapters. These safety, which is structural safety, fire safety, health safety, and public safety, which is inclusive of accessibility also as a part of the public safety. And the lot of developments have already happened, and today the objective is to disseminate to all of you, to generate further heat as to what are the changes which are coming in the revised NBC 2025, and try to get and extract as many inputs from all of you and make this a robust document for use for next 10 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone of the seminar. Now, to give us a glimpse into the journey so far on the revision of the National Building Code, I invite Shri Arun Kumar S.
Respected DGBS, sir, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, importantly conveners, chairpersons and experts in the field and young students who have joined physically, and the 400 plus experts and panelists and professionals who have connected in the online mode. I would quickly take you through the journey of this particular revision after our earlier edition. The veterans here in the hall as well as the online are very much aware of the 4 editions of the building code. The first one had up to 10 parts and 23 chapters in 1970, followed by the 1983 version, which had 10 parts and a total of 23 chapters again. And based on, as Mr. Sanjay Panchi, GDG mentioned, based on the various implementation by the states and authorities, in 2005, a vigorous revision of the building code happened, wherein 12 parts of NBC were there and a total of 26 chapters were introduced. Considering the further updates happening in the technology in the field, and importantly the feedback from the professionals and also the research which is happening in the country, in 2016, the NBC had 13 parts and a total of 33 chapters. And now, as per the theme of the day, the next version of the code is in the making. And what has exactly gone to the making is, as usual in the BIS standards formulation process, we followed every step in the development of the chapters. All the 33 chapters we attempted in starting with the first working draft, and we issued the 31 number of working drafts excluding only the definition and the concrete code, because they are simultaneously being developed in other chapters. And then we went up to the preliminary draft or the committee level document to obtain the views of the committee level people, and we'll just come and see what are the number of people behind it. And more importantly, once the technical committee of NBC and its 22 panels are through with the document, we have uploaded them as wide circulation document, not only the usual BIS website and sending it out to 24,000 plus emails, but we also attempted to send it through various social media platforms, starting from Facebook to our Instagram, as well as through your LinkedIn, the professional group also. And that has churned a lot of interest, and today this particular these 33 documents have started gaining a lot of attention. Importantly, the time period, as you can see, up to 8 months we took only in the preparation of the working drafts of the revisions from the 2016 edition, considering also the 37 other committees within the civil engineering department of BIS, which is managed by 14 officers of BIS. Those developments, as well as the other related departments within BIS, be it electrical, electronics, mechanical, and our chemical department, etc. The preliminary drafts were also prepared in a period of about 5 months, and after the commenting on the preliminary draft committee level documents, we went another 5 months in the preparation of only the wide circulation draft. And in the wide circulation draft, which is currently on for commenting, we have started receiving inputs. As you can see, the exercise has gone way beyond the 2016. In 2016, we had 4,000 pages of drafts, and which has gone to over 5,100. And more importantly, illustrations or figures of more than 850, and similarly tables which depict the requirements for various facets of building planning, design, construction, services, and more importantly, maintenance and also deconstruction of a building which has outlived its life. To that extent, in this particular ongoing revision of NBC, we have ensured not only for new buildings, how safely we can pull down an aged building and also go for new building, as well as the PSH or the probabilistic seismic hazard map of India has also come in this time. And more importantly, people like you who are sitting on the hall, as well as those who are in the online mode, you yourself have sent more than 1,050 plus pages of comments. That itself is a clear sign how this current version of the NBC revision has shown the interest, and more importantly, we are bound to get another 400 pages of more inputs. That's what the trend is showing, and this is the brain behind the development of the code so far. The main committee has 106 experts in various capacities, including young professionals, veterans and stalwarts, and 22 panels having more than 900 plus members. And importantly, there are 46 working groups, and put together more than 2 sectional committee meetings, 75 panel meetings, and 135 working group meetings were organized. And the plus only indicates that you people who are commenting or who are giving suggestions as updates to the document, that is going to drive this particular code ahead. And this drive will be ensuring that our code of India, the National Building Code, is not only at par with all these various world over codes, etc., but it will really surpass every other code in the country, because it needs to be imbibed survived by every professional in each and every state and district in the country, and more importantly, as also mentioned by Mr. Sanjay Pant, it is being referred and it is continuing to be referred in the building bylaws, which is the law of the land in this entire country. I am sure with all your continued cooperation, we can ensure that the next revision of NBC is one among the elite codes of the world. And I thank you all, and on behalf of the team NBC within the Civil Engineering Department of BIS here, we once again welcome everyone present here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for taking us through this important evolutionary path and giving us a quick glance of such an arduous task. Now, to deliver the inaugural address, it is my privilege to invite the DGBIS Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari sir. Please welcome him with a loud round of applause.
Mr. Suresh, Mr. Sanjay Pant, Mr. Bhadra, Arun, all the distinguished guests and domain area experts who have joined offline and online, and colleagues from BIS, central state government departments. At the very outset, let me admit, I feel very humbled to get this opportunity to be talking on an issue like National Building Code, because I feel in this entire assemblage, I may be the only non-technical person who is not an engineer. So I won't dare talk about NBC in the presence of experts. What I would like to, first of all, I would like to thank all the committee members, all the members of the 22 panels, 46 working groups, and others who have been associated with the task of revision of NBC. It's a humongous. I mean, it's really. I'm flabbergasted to see the kind of work which has been done in this span of 2 years. If you are able to write a small book in your whole lifetime, you feel great. And here these people are writing more than 5,000 pages in a short span of 2 years. It's a big achievement. So everybody deserves a clap and a big round of clap for this effort. And I'm quite confident. In fact, we are not sure that we will be able to bring out wide circulation drafts by April, May, because a tentative target was that we should be able to launch it in the month of October. So having said that, it's actually to regulate the construction activity and to ensure discipline in the construction activities. And as Mr. Pant said, around these 4 pillars on which NBC is based is a big challenge in our country. I don't know if there is a study how much of the construction activity in the country is unregulated, but we all know that in rural areas, semi-urban areas, small municipalities, there is hardly any regulatory authority. There is hardly anybody who looks into the to compliance with any kind of regulation. The second challenge comes from the very fact that many of us, or most of us, I would say a very large number of people, hardly go to structural engineers or experts to design their buildings or to oversee the construction of their buildings. It's all the masons who take care of the buildings, even 4-storied, 5-storied buildings. So in a country like ours, it's a huge challenge to popularize NBC, to ensure that appropriate and effective mechanisms are put in place on the ground to ensure implementation or compliance with NBC. I meet two kinds of people. Of course, one who are working very hard to make this dream a reality, and the second group, the small group, who always use something or the other in the code somewhere to criticize it. The latest trend I thought I will share with you is that I was told at the very high level of the government that MSME sector is worried and they are scared of NVC. Because they say that NVC, particularly Part 4, which deals with fire safety, is very prescriptive, is very elaborate, and compliance with it means huge cost burden on them. So there is a need to revise it or something, or do something about it. So all this criticism or all this, some of them may be well-founded also, some may be reasonable also, but most of the time they are unfounded, I believe. So it also becomes a challenge for us that those who take pride in this special publication or document, they also have to counter this kind of misleading propaganda happening at various levels. Because fire safety is something that cannot be compromised. If there is a cost, that cost will have to be borne. I mean, how can you run away from this? Otherwise, there will be loss of lives. So a great effort, and now Mr. V. Suresh is ready with his presentation, which really actually kicks off this real technical discussion on the NBC. So I won't take much of time. I take this opportunity again to thank you very much for sparing time to be with us today, and we will continue to seek your support, guidance, and please feel free. BIS in the midst of reforms, we are trying our level best to make it a world-class organization. We want that in times to come, it is talked about as a premier standard setting body, the way we often talk about Dean, AFNOR or BSI. So whenever you have any suggestions, anything that you feel can make the functioning of BIS better, please feel free to share with it. We will be we will be too happy to act on that. So with these words, I stop. And again, thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and vision. Now I request DG BIS to inaugurate the souvenir of the seminar. These souvenirs are being distributed also, so please make sure to take your copy. Now, without further ado, let's begin the technical sessions that will drive today's seminar. Session 1 focuses on administration, development control rules, and general building requirements. I invite our esteemed speaker, Shri V. Suresh Shar.
You got the pointer? Hello? Yes. It's not here. Please here. You will wait it up. Thank you. आगे? Okay. ये पहले 0 आएगा ना ठीक है First of all, very happy good morning to all of you distinguished delegates who have come from different parts of the country, and more importantly, the conveners of all the 22 expert panels who are already there. 18 of them are physically present, some of them are joining online. What a grateful one, 1,380 odd members participating in this particular work. For me as chairman of the NBC, of course, I am also the convener of one of the panels, P1, which is dealing with two parts, part 2, part 3 and part 0, which I will be making a mention here, and all of the conveners are going to make the mention of all the contents of the parts right from morning till evening. And of course, we are very lucky that towards the end of the day, we will have the chairman of the Division Council, Jose Kurian himself, going to moderate the particular session, because he has got a big job of dealing with all the other committees of the CED, because the mother standards come from those particular one, be it on concrete or earthquake code or loadings or whatever, everything. So he has got equally linked that talmail between the NBC provision and the provision of the Indian standards available. That's a very, very important component of trying to have the linkage on that. That's exactly another reason why it took a little more time for us to deal with this particular work, was simultaneous changes to happen in the basic Indian standard specifications or codes which are there independently available, and when the NBC going to come around September, October, you should find them also harmonized with the same one. So therefore, to have Jose to moderate that one session is going to be extremely an important one. So my job, as has been given as part of the structured one, is to deal with the parts number 2 and 3, which is on administration, general building requirements and development control. And this incidentally is 85% of all the building bylaws, building regulations, development control rules, all cities and towns. I said 85%. When I say that, I am telling with a sense of authority and 100% sure that that's all the contents in every local city bylaws come. Be it a municipal corporation or a municipality or a town municipal council, city municipal council, or a D-class municipality, or even in rural area, the panchayat. The municipal building rules and panchayat building rules are equally there. So the document on panchayat areas are also an important one. Like for example, Kerala has got a municipal building rules and panchayat building rules. For them, all of them, this document is going to be there, because the National Building Code covers the whole country in respect of not only urban area plus also the rural area. It covers the coastal areas, it covers the hill areas, it covers all the requirements that therefore the whole nation requires in its totality over in terms of the requirement, and that has been covered in very minute detail there. So let me start off with the first one. Administrative provision are the one regarding all the information that is required in respect of the applicability of the code, the implementation of the code, because the building code is going to come out over there. The organization of the building department in local bodies, not only with them, but a lot of line departments are there. It is not the building department alone that comes over there. For approval goes the fire department, pollution control department, civil aviation department, height clearances for buildings which are closer to historical and other places, other agencies all come there. So the enforcement of the code will come from not only the people dealing with a municipal corporation or a municipality, with the building department deal with the building plan approvals, and that's the most important one. Layout approval, including the building plan approval, all these are covered in that. The procedure for obtaining a development permit and building, even land development and its one is one area. The building permit is covering the building construction on top of that. So including large land subdivision. So that means a very major requirement you will see in part 3 covers all those requirements in respect of land subdivision. How do you deal with that particular thing in directly up to the plot, and then within the plot the building to come, and the building permit of not only one building but a series of block of buildings coming over there. And the responsibility of the owner, very, very important, who is to be held responsible, and more importantly I put A to Z professionals dealing with the particular one. You get an idea of that, of dealing with the town planner, the architect, the civil engineer, the structural engineer, the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, firefighting engineer, the sustainability specialists in that, the interior designers, people in that area, including the BIM professional, all of them put together. You'll be very surprised to know the number of professionals who are dealing in the building area is so many. It's a multidisciplinary team of people going to work in that. When you're dealing with building services on electrical installation, lift installation, air conditioning and heating, as well as the escalators and also the acoustics and info ICT, you're dealing with so many professionals already. Plumbing service, when I deal with water supply, sanitation, gas supply, I deal with all the people who are environmental engineer in a large way. When I deal with structural design, I'm going to deal with the geotechnical engineer and also the structural engineers and civil engineers who are dealing with the structural stability of the building. As Pans rightly put over there, structural safety is one of the more important components. Therefore, all the professionals involved in the planning, design and construction stage, the people dealing with the construction team becomes important. The BIM has come in as an important area now, include there. So all of them will be part of that, including the approval not only up to the building permit or a development permit, but also going forward. We have simplified the detailed requirements for the permit application. We have made the online how to make that particular thing easily understandable. The wonderful document brought out thanks to Pramod ji's initiative after the NBC 2016 came. We got a good E&Y consultant who got into some of those areas regarding the implementation of the whole thing. We have brought out a good document on how to simplify this particular one in a large way, including the most important reporting and review for high-rise building and special building. Very, very important area is that particular thing. Tall buildings are coming. Maybe at one point of time when I dealt to the NBC in 1970, I do remember the 13th story was the highest building. But today I deal with 60 stories, 80 stories, 100 stories building over there. And it has already become an order of the day. Anything more than 30 is nothing great. So how to deal with those particular buildings, the design of that, the structural design basis report, SDBR, is a very important component, especially of the Gujarat earthquake that took place over the 2001. We have got the techno-legal regime by building the structural engineers to indicate whether the place is going to be a seismic area of zone. Now zone is also undergoing change. You will understand from 5 zones to 6 zones. You will understand the wind load on part for 6,500 kilometers of coastal area to deal with all the building, very high wind loads and cyclonic weather coming, the flooding, landsliding, all that have been brought in over there. And high-rise buildings, you require a special type of issues to deal with that, including possibility of a peer group review in case the local body does not have that. Is done by the best structural engineers country or abroad. How somebody can give a judgment with the best of IITs or Indian Institute of Sciences or engineering colleges or a special groups of outstanding consultant. So all that is brought in over there. The procedures for the building permit, plans and process have been made very, very simple. You can submit the whole thing. You don't require the 70 ammonia prints which are there in the 70 version. You can bring only on a pen drive. You can give all the applications, not only for the architectural drawing, structural drawing, services drawing, fire drawings, all can be in the small little, and now they electronically can do it. I am given to understand from Srinivas from ex-TCPO that as part of the review mechanism, there are 2,700 local bodies are already done online. So very good news. Big development over the last 3-4 years. That means online you can submit your application over there, including all the service drawing, and local bodies are getting geared to deal with that. Out of the 4,114, even though you got 9,300 towns, about 4,400 have got regulated bodies, statutory body available, a municipal corporation, a municipality. So they are gearing with that. And improved oversight for renewal. This is important. Previously, you are happy as long as you got an occupancy certificate. Architect gone, engineer gone, builder gone, everybody gone. What happens to the building maybe 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years later? Now, what is going to happen? Even when you give a fire approval, none of the interiors are coming in the particular building there. So, when the occupancy comes over there after an occupancy certificate there, so how do you renew that particular, the building is safe or not, as rightly told by Sanjay, all those 4 safety factors add on electric safety, environment safety, also we can add in that, and those aspects will, sorry, something has happened. Can you just help me? It's gone forward. Yeah. So they have brought in over there the periodic renewal, possibility of periodic renewal certificate. Is it okay? We do it once in about 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. What is that? That's depend on local body. Now to see that the building continues the same one. You thought you will do it for a residential building. Later on it become commercial building, or later on it become mercantile building. So the type of changes that will happen in the fire and other related issues become important. So the renewal certificate component has been brought out, and including the fire audits after a period of time. Now, large number of buildings, based on the performance of the building, the fire load of the building adds furniture, furnishing, tapestry, all that. That is not there when you gave. It is all a blank floor of building there. So, how is the building performing structurally? Electrical safety and fire audits, and along with the renewal certificate we brought in a large way. And most important is the type of team that you're dealing with this particular one, and the responsibilities for the owners, and this is binding them up. If something happens to the building, who is the one responsible? Because the lives of people are involved. Along with public safety, life safety is also an equally important component there. So we have brought those particulars into absolute clarity in that particular one. And we are very happy that modification period, during sanctions period, how long that sanction can be made available. Not that you can keep their approval for 20 years and not do any work. So there are time limits on that. Clearly, continuous professional development of professionals have been brought in. User-friendly provisions on a flow chart. That flow chart is extremely useful. Again, thanks to after the 2016 version, we have been able to get a good amount of understanding of where all it will come at various stages when at the time of building plan approval, the type of clearances from the various local bodies, and a single window or if not a single door approach, but at least simultaneous departmental clearance can come over there. And I told you the structural design basis report is very important, especially from calamities point of view, natural and other calamities, and it's very importantly they have brought it over there, especially, and we have brought that SDBR report in a very large way, and I'm sure you like it very much. And responses or duties of owners equally, part including suppose a big complex is there, but I had only some portion completed, others for various reasons. So the possibility not only full occupancy permit, but also part occupancy permit component also has been brought in over there. Periodic renewal I told you already, and we have brought in, because now 120 people die on a hoarding falling down. Even though NBC had provision right from 1970 version, the Part 10 on science and outdoor display structures were there right from the 1970 version, but there was no permit required for that. But suddenly you find 100 feet hoarding falls down and so many people dying over there in Mumbai. So therefore we brought the introduction of the approval for the hoardings below, beyond a certain, not all small hoarding, but beyond a certain amount of height, width and height, because it's a structural safety, the wind load will come over there. It will also have electrical safety because the neon sign and all will come. You have a lot of problems in that. So I brought in over there those particular requirements also in large way. Now, more importantly, qualifications and of all the professionals, the architect, the civil engineer, the town planner, urban designer. Urban designers are a very important three-dimensional master planning. They have been brought in over there, including all the MEP professionals. Fire professionals we brought in for the first time. It was a requirement of the fire engineering team over there, including Standing Fire Advisory Committee of the Government of India. They require the qualification for that. That has been added now in a very big way in this particular chapter. And I told you about periodical occupancy renewal. It's also linked with the inspections that we can have over there. Provisions are already brought in for dealing with that particular one, audit one. And also all the engineers are utility services, because building and plumbing services are a very large component there. You have the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, firefighting, communication system, including public health engineers, environmental engineers. All the people are important. And I told you the fire professional discipline one has also been brought in over there in the clause. Effectively, all the professionals who are dealing with the built environment, I use the word built environment is the right word, is the building along with the infrastructure around that, they've all been brought out very clearly, and that's very, very important. It's also an important thing that when you deal with so many professionals, we have a part 0 added. I would like to place on record the great contribution Vijay has done when Vijay Saab has done, ex-DG of CPWD, who helped us. I'm talking about it came in the 2005 version, part 0 getting added on covering guidelines we followed for judiciary, how you can work together, talmel between all the professionals, between architects, civil engineers, structural engineers, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, firefighting, all engineers to work together as a team is part 0. You got to read that wonderful document that is there it shows integration, coordination and a comprehensive holistic approach to the whole process of the building construction at the planning level, design level, construction level, commissioning level, including the post-occupation level by the assets and facility management. Again, end-to-end type of thing. Who are all the people going to be associated that? How do you deal with that? So part 0 brings out that particular component. As I told you, all the professionals have been listed also in that particular, how do they do at various stages. I'm only giving an idea. So we also brought in for the first time the BIM issues on planning related one in a very large way. Part 7 also covers on construction practice, BIM aspects, digitization of construction is going to be a very, very important component. And we also try to really bring in on the roles of all the people. You will see when building material come, testing and reports will be coming in a very large way, and we have identified some of those issues, including some designs, if you want some testing to be done in a laboratory on a wind tunnel test or some other test or any other particular one. So it provides the enabling provision. If for something not specifically brought into the code, if somebody comes with a great solution, a great structural engineer or a great architect, or somebody comes with a product of a nature which is not within the letter and spirit of the code, to permit that also provision have been made, and that's been an important component. Now that brings us to the part 3 component, which covers all that will be happening not only up to the plot, which is all coming in the development control rule, and within the plot is a general building requirement. And this is a very, very important component, and this will be normally around 70% of all the building bylaws. Any building bylaw of any local body of any city you take, this is the mother document that comes. And we have so much of comments received in this particular document because this is where the issues come in terms of using of all the space. So therefore we get on to the accessibility. I'm happy ma'am is there. It's an area where differently abled people of all nature, and buildings to have universal accessibility is an important one. Even in the 2016 version, we had 118 pages of printed one in part 3 on accessibility for different type of disabilities that they have. Differently, I shouldn't use the disability, differently abled, you know. How do you cover that? And that will be covering not only entering into the building, including the accessible for transport hubs, washrooms, various ones, very interestingly brought in over there. Urban design features have been added for guidelines for creches, including old age homes. Coastal area development, I told you, requirements have been specifically added on the particular thing because 6,500 kilometers of coastal area, all the cities and towns which are there have specific problems of 2 areas coming. A, in terms of the wind load and the cyclonic weather, and number 2, in terms of flooding at the estuary area. And this all the towns, if you take over either on the Arabian Sea or the Bay of Bengal area, you see this problem, and you see the excellent provision done by the team on coastal area. And more important, land use requirements have been classified now, keeping into the latest approach, including the mixed use approach to be done in better urban planning, and access standards into roads and widths for different types of ones, from the pedestrian pathway to the small loop road to the big highway. What we require to put is already added in this particular thing in a very large way. And how do you deal with a block of buildings if you have, it's not a one simple building. For this is a good example of the India Habitat Center. It's a series of block of buildings that will be covering in a large plot. How will you deal with that and type of development? And for some of those things, we come into minute details aspect also covered in a large way. Basement is a very major area, and what can be permitted, what cannot be permitted in the basement area up to certain heights is also an important one. How do you deal that, especially below the plot when you do that? Can you go a little into the open space area? It's an important progressive provision we have added in that particular one as well, very importantly. Some of these 2 things which I already have brought in, which is very, very important. And equally important that we have to take in view are the provisions that we have in respect of all the parts of the building. The parking requirements, for example, the automobile industry has come so well with electric vehicle. For the last 6-7 years, already we have a good penetration of 4 to 5% on 2-wheelers and the building team. We have been caught with our pants down. We never had any provisions to deal with how much amount of electric vehicle parking should be there in your total parking. Not at all done. So we have brought into the National Building Code Part 3, what should be the parking requirement generally, how much of them should be for the EV parking. They have all been identified and put in this particular thing in a very detailed manner. And up to which basement you can provide parking, especially for electric vehicle. Charging points is an important point. Even though Part 8, Section 2 electrical installation will give details on the charging points required within the building and public charging point, but these information come into it in a very large way. Now that's an important component which we'll have to deal with that. And especially when you're the multi-story building, different parts of the building, refuge area discussion, part of them I'm sure Dairy Sir will open out, especially to deal with the escape requirements on that, which is also a part requirement, part 3 and part 4 requirements are together. Open space around the building for the firefighting vehicle to move around, accessibility to deal with that. So these are requirements between part 3 and part 4. A good amount of talmeal already happens, and we have been continuously ensuring that that's already done. I'm sure after me, Dairy Sir would be talking now, so he'll build upon where I am going to leave. And large number of requirements on fire provisions also, fire safety provisions are also related to the general building requirements in terms of exits. Now, all the type of width of the staircase, the tread, riser, all related requirements, how many to provide, when to provide, types of building in a very large way. And classification of buildings have been really brought in a very large way in part 3, because later on you will find requirements are being covered, because specifically since DG Saab mentioned about MSME and the Home Ministry's view about a little that we don't cover. So, no sir, we have gone out of the way to ensure in the industries component on that, especially on part 4, I'm sure he'll open out. We specifically brought out the small industries, medium industries, large industries. We have, what was only one table which was there, we are now opened out for each of the occupancies separately. What is for hospital, what is for hotel, that he will open out. But what I wanted to do was to specifically mention that. I also want to ensure that there was also a feeling that building code isn't it more to deal with the rich and the poor. One, it doesn't deal with the poor and the low income. No, the National Building Code Part 3 has got the special clause which is added for low income category and weaker section. Roughly 70% of India are weaker section and the low income category. Houses which are required for the planning required for that. So none of the requirements of the building rules, the first room should be so much, second room should be so much, kitchen should be so much. So when you come to a small with a multi-purpose room with a cooking alcove, so requirements of that has been added in the NBCs to deal with the socio-economic requirements, not only from different categories, we have brought in that particular thing into a very large way. Now, hospitals are an important, schools are an important area. Heights of buildings also an important one. We have, for the first time, brought in a certain number of revision to go from 30 meters to 45 meters. But the critical area where all those people are going to be in the hospital over there, ICU, they should be up to the lower level of 30 meters. But beyond that, you can use the other. Even though many states want to do it even larger, we are not permitting, because keeping in view the type of accidents that's taking place in larger hospitals. School buildings again, Supreme Court himself has come in over there to deal with school building. All these requirements are identified into space requirements, norms requirement, all have come in the development control rules as well as the as the general building requirements. I'll stop at this point of time because the whole day you'll open out one after another the requirement, the cross-linking provisions will also come, and at time I'll stop at this time because I would love to talk a little more, but I think best is to leave it to some. The remaining will be taken over. I'm sure many questions are going, is it not there? Then you'll say it's already there, even though we didn't have time to go in the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity given. I'm sure you'll all enjoy the whole day. Thank you. Where's our young lady? Or should I call there is ma'am? Yeah. Come, take over.
Thank you for those insightful perspectives, sir. I would now like to request Shri D. Bhadra sir to kindly present the memento to Shri V. Suresh ji.
We lose 2 minutes there. Thank you. There. Yeah.
We now move to session 2, Fire and Life Safety. For this session, I have the honor of inviting Shri S.K. Deri sir.
Good morning, distinguished guests, delegates, co-chairmen of the National Building Code, different parts. It becomes very difficult for a person like me, after Suresh has left the stage, Suresh, we normally call him encyclopedia of the building construction industry, And he can jump from one chapter to the other chapter to the other chapter. Almost he can do the justice for all the other chapters, Let me start with regard to Director General Pramod Tiwari ji's observation that people do complain about the fire safety expenses part of it, Let me keep you posted. Japanese spend 35% of the total cost of the project on a fire safety, Because safety doesn't come free, You have to make sure that you spend the money to ensure that you survive in that case. And whatever we have done it seeing the local conditions in our own country and what we can provide and what we cannot provide, When we revised the National Building Code from 2005 onward, I am involved in almost more than 30 years with the National Building Code, When we revised in 2005, we divided the entire fire chapter into three portions, Fire prevention, life safety, and fire protection part of it, When we say the fire prevention, while planning the building, what effort you are making it to ensure that the chances of outbreak of fires are eliminated, Number two, what you have done to ensure the life safety of the people who are occupying different occupancies at the time of crisis part of it, And have you taken care of it that they can be systematically evacuated from there and saved rather in that case, And the third comes the fire protection part of it, What system we have provided in the building and what first aid firefighting appliances we have provided in the complex to ensure that if something goes wrong, everybody has to discharge their own responsibility because fire brigade is not everywhere, If initially you are in a position to handle a small fire with a cup of tea also, later on it may require reverse water to extinguish the fire, Because every second the fire keeps on multiplying by 4 folds, And you cannot keep a pace with the growth of the fire, part of it, So you have to make sure that you spend some money and make sure that the growth is restricted and it is arrested at earlier stages only. When we talk of the National Building Code 2025, we thought we were lacking in some areas, The lacking in area was, number one, that most of the people were getting killed because of the smoke and not because of the fire. What you have seen yesterday in the air crash, 240 something people died because of the burn, It was an accident, What you have seen 3 days ago in a Dwarka multi-story building, 3 people died. And they died because of the smoke, So what we had thought of it, the smoke is killing more people than the actual fire. Now, how to overcome that particular thing of managing the smoke management part of the building part of is concerned, Because you have to make sure that while designing the building, there is a systematic cross ventilation to make sure that smoke doesn't get accumulated, and where it is not possible, you have to provide the mechanical ventilation to make sure that systematically smoke can be driven out of the complex, and not allowed to kill people, The next is the electrical system part of it, Earlier we had a 3-point, now we have 5 points, 3 points were, I explained you, 4th I explained you the smoke part of it, and fifth is electrical. You pick up your paper in the morning, any fire incident, the electricity is accused for it, you know. It's said the short circuit must have happened because of the fire, you know. It is very easy to blame electricity for fire, but it is very, very difficult to scientifically prove that the fire broke out because of the electricity, you know. Because most of the evidences are destroyed in a fire incident, and it becomes very difficult for forensic experts to establish the fire started from the electrical source only. The question comes, how to eliminate the chances of outbreak of fire by building in the electrical safety into it, you know. If you build up the electrical safety part of it, I'm sure you can go a long way to make sure that you can avoid killing of the people because of the electrical short circuit or fire because of the electrical short circuit, you know. In the new National Building Code 25, which is under revision, we had formulated a working group for the draft part of it, you know. They have done a great job in formulating it. And the first thing which I am touching is the refuge area part of it, you know. If you see the International Code of Building Code, there is no provision of the refuge area, you know. If you see the NFPA codes, there is no provision of the refuge area, you know. We were basically giving some areas as a refuge area so that in case of emergency, people can assemble there, and from there they will be systematically evacuated by the fire service. And their area, entire refuge area, is 2-hour, 4-hour rating part of it, you know, so that it will not burn in that case, you know. And it will have direct accessibility to the staircase so that people can be evacuated systematically when the fire brigade arrives there, you know. But this time, the committee has suggested something very interesting, you know. The refuge area which we are providing we were providing on 24 meter, 18 meter, like that, you know, 1 floor upper and 1 floor down below. We were counting it 3 floors at the rate of occupancy load of each one by calculating it 0.3 square meter per person load. And we were making a premises where people can come assemble in case of emergency, you know. But now in this new revision part of it, they have come out with a very smart idea, you know. We have a firefighting shaft, which is pressurized, which is graded 2 hours rating all over, and it is connected to the lobby area. If we provide that 0.3 square meter per person occupancy load of 1 floor where this shaft is there, you provided some additional space and the job is done. These people need not to go to the upper floor or lower floor in case of a crisis management. They can comfortably be assembled there, and systematically they can be taken out from that building. And if there is a systematic evacuation is required for elderly people or handicapped people, then it can be taken by the fire service lift also. There's not a problem on that account. So this is something good which has come up in the new code part of it, you know. At the same time, they have also kept the earlier provisions so that if you want to follow the earlier provision of refuge area at 24 meter, 18 meter, or so on and so forth, that can also be kept. The choice is yours, you know. If you can provide some additional spaces in the lift lobby area, which is a pressurized and protected area, so you will not have any incident of getting people killed by going up and down and things like that, you know. Next thing they have added is one thing which is, I do not know it will be implementable or it is not be implementable. Performance-based fire protection area for heritage buildings, you know. Performance-based, when we say, it's a retrofitting part of it, you know. Tomorrow somebody can challenge us in the court and we will be forced not to accept any recommendation given to them, you know. But they have suggested to be provided performance-based fire protection, because performance-based is what actually bare minimum is required to be provided there to ensure that the fire is taken care of it, Fire exit requirement further classified, Earlier we were having a land mixed land use, or variety of occupancy in one complex only, So the question comes, how to calculate the staircases and travel distance and things like that, So they have now come out with the solution that you calculate if 10% of the area is being used by A occupancy, whatever is permissible to them, based on that you calculate the total travel distance part of it, Similarly, for other occupancy also you have to do the same. Industrial hazard, new provisions of industries have been done up, very well separately, It's based on the detection system and suppression system part of it, And then comes your commercial kitchen, In each complex you are finding huge complexes, restaurant and cafeterias and whatnot, So you have to make sure that at least the commercial kitchen is taken care of it. We have already come out with IS 18271 in 2023, a new code for standard for that, So if you are complying with the guidelines given by them, you will be in a position to contain the fire or handle situation, because everything has been laid on based on what we used to call it NFPA 101, Most of the clauses have been picked up from there to ensure that you are in a position to handle the kitchen fire systematically. We used to have a water curtain for compartmentation in the basement area. There are two questions which were told to me. One was reducing the expenses on the cost of the fire protection part of it. Number two was reducing the storage capacity of the water for firefighting purposes. We had introduced this water curtain in the last revision, and we realized that we are unnecessarily putting up a huge cost to that, Separate pump house, separate storage, and everything was done. So we have withdrawn that particular clause. So you don't need it now for doing the water curtain is no more required in the basement area for compartmentation part of it, So you have saved the water also, number one. Storage of water has been reduced accordingly. At the same time, the cost of the implementation of the fire service recommendations have been reduced drastically in that account. Next is that we have provided information on data center, Data center is going on all over the country, in different cities and all that, So they have provided a separate annexure giving what is required, what is not required for that, And the next is the tall building part of it, Now in a tall building, up to 50 meter, 90 meter or beyond 90 meter, we were already doing wet riser system earlier days, I had tried it in a way back in 90s in a building, in Delhi building, commercial building, known as a Narang house, where we had provided the total quantity of the water on the rooftop, and there were no pumps provided except one small pump of 4 horsepower or something like that, which would take care of the upper 2 floors, and rest of the thing will be by gravity, The same thing has come back now for all the multi-story building in this way. And this is being practiced even by NFPA also, and similarly international codes are also permitting the same thing, So why should we unnecessarily spend more cost on that? The different staging is there for the storage of water, and that storage of water will give the gravity for fighting the fires part of it, Car parking for electrical vehicle, This is the issue which many people say is easy, it's a very difficult job. all over the world have not been in a position to establish what is the root cause for knocking out the fire. What is the reason, how we can do that, I can only tell you one thing. FM Global has tried in one of the burning car with the electrical fire. They dumped the car into the water tank and it kept on still exploding it, So solution to the electrical vehicle have not yet been found all over the world. At the same time, if you have 50 cars or 100 cars parking, you will have to lay down a separate charging points also in the same area, You have to segregate that particular car parking specifically for one reason, because if you are carrying a hydrocarbon also in a car, in a diesel or petrol in the same complex, and the electrical vehicle also in the same complex, one spark and rest of the job is done by the hydrocarbons, So we never wanted to take a risk, and that's why we were suggesting it should be excludingly on one floor only, not on an, and then it should not be very deep rather into it. But there are a number of observations which have come up on that recommendation, that the people want on a fourth basement, third basement. I think this needs to be looked into thoroughly by the people, Table 7, which we had provided, what is the requirement of the firefighting and what is the water quantity required, The committee has re-examined the entire thing based on the ground realities and reduced it to a great extent, and they have compiled the complete requirement part of it, These are some of the highlights of it. I cannot bring 236 pages in 15 minutes, because there are a lot of things which are yet to be finalized, because once the comments comes, they will be discussed by the main committee. The main committee may recommend something or may delete something, or whatever is required is yet to be taking a final shape, With these words, I would like to say thank you very much for your patience here.
We thank you for your valuable input, sir. I would like to request Shri D. Bhadra, sir, to kindly present the memento to Shri S.K. Dheri ji. Shri S.K. Dheri ji is one of the most experienced people who has contributed in the revision of NBC. He has served 18 years in Himachal Pradesh Fire Service Department and 18 plus years as Chief of Delhi Fire Services. He has also served as Managing Director of DLF and is the convener of NBC panel for Fire and Life Safety. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for a short tea break. We'll reconvene the seminar after 15 minutes of break.
Greetings and welcome to this edition of BIS Talks. There's hardly anyone who doesn't think of having a dream home, a place replete with all life facilities, and one that offers peace, comfort, and security has always been a deep-seated human wish. To materialize this very dream, homeowners typically contribute a significant share of their life's earnings and time. Now, let's just expand our discussion on homes to buildings in general. Residential buildings, hospital edifices, offices, and all other kinds of construction, therefore, need a plan. Some kind of a code that puts in place all the processes relating to building construction in a smooth and efficient manner. All facets in this regard, including planning, obtaining permissions, execution of building plans, architectural drawings, structural designs, fire safety, security, earthquake resistance, functionality, public conveniences, gas supply, transport, and every other conceivable feature that are desired in buildings should be in one place, so that the very gamut of constructions becomes easy and much more efficacious than we often find it to be. So, cherish dreams of having a dream home, providing shelters to the poor and downtrodden, highly equipped hospitals, brilliant office spaces, great transport facilities, and consequent rise in national domestic produce and growth of the nation may be realizable if we follow a building code that helps us understand and realize the true potentials of the construction industry. Do we have a code that makes all this possible? Well, the answer is yes. The National Building Code of India, or simply NBC, can help us accomplish optimization of resources and consequent growth of the country by rationalizing the entire range of construction activities. The NBC gives a comprehensive set of guidelines for regulating the building construction activities all across the nation.
As you are aware, buildings are vulnerable to the impact of natural and man-made disasters like earthquakes, cyclones and fire. It is important that the buildings are not only well planned, comfortable and aesthetically pleasing, but also durable, safe and disaster resilient. These should also take care of the requirements of various building and plumbing services. Also, it is important that all the buildings erected promote sustainability by addressing the same in the planning, design, construction and operation and maintenance phases of the buildings. The built facility thereafter needs to be well maintained for ensuring longevity and continued performance. As you may be aware, as per Schedule 7 of the Constitution of India, construction is a state subject. NBC 2016 has therefore been brought out to give comprehensive provisions to serve as a guide for planning, design, construction and operation and maintenance of buildings. The various provisions are covered in 13 parts, which are divided into 33 chapters as different sections and subsections of various parts. In fact, the entire code is evolved around 4 pillars of safety, that is structural safety, fire safety, health safety and public safety. The code is a useful document for adoption and use by various authorities like regulatory bodies such as municipal corporations, municipalities, development authorities in revamping and revising their building bylaws, and government construction departments and private construction agencies in implementing the code in their construction programs. And thirdly, the building professionals like architects, civil and structural engineers, town planners, building services engineers, landscape architects in their professional practice. And finally, the academic institution, very importantly, for imparting technical education in architecture and civil engineering for the future professionals of the country.
Let us know the history of NBC before we delve further.
NBC was first published by BIS in the year 1970 as a result of special tasks taken up by a guiding committee headed by Major General Harkirat Singh in the erstwhile BIS, namely the Indian Standards Institution. This group considered the 1968 report on economies in construction costs recommended by a panel of experts entrusted by the then Planning Commission in the year 1965. The code in the first version contained 10 parts to it, developed through 18 technical panels that supported the guiding committee. The first revision of NBC was brought out as SP7 1983 and was launched in April 1984. Amendments numbered 1 and 2 were respectively issued to NBC 1983 in 1987, and a third amendment was issued in 1997. The second revision of NBC, that is SP7 2005, was released on 15th September 2005. Two amendments were issued to NBC 2005 in September 2015, introducing a new chapter on sustainability apart from clarifying further the aspects on fire safety. The current version of NBC is NBC 2016, which was brought out in 2 volumes, has a total 33 chapters in the form of 13 parts, some of which have been subdivided into sections and subsections.
Efficient administration is the key to the successful accomplishment of land development and construction as per master plan, regional plan and zonal plans. NBC covers the administrative aspects for authorities towards enforcing the provisions of the code, including the procedures for obtaining development and building permits and the responsibility of the owner and all the related professionals. A town or country planning department or a similar body, including the local authorities, can discharge their mandate with greater efficacy if they align their activities in line with the administrative provisions given in Part 2 of NBC. NBC even recommends setting up a Board of Appeal which provides a mechanism to provide a reasonable interpretation of the provisions of NBC in case of any dispute relating to ongoing construction vis-a-vis the sanctioned plan. The code emphasizes the setting up of an urban arts commission for metropolitan areas to assist the civic authorities in reviewing the development plans towards safeguarding aesthetic and natural beauty and also near historic and monumental buildings.
Building construction is regulated by development control rules and other related aspects of construction, keeping in mind factors such as available spaces, land use classifications, accessibility, height limitations, and parking requirements. NBC addresses these facets and comprehensively deals with the development control rules and the general building requirements.
Proper implementation of the development control rules and general building requirements necessitate coordination of developmental and building activities at both organizational and technical levels on the part of the concerned departments such as the Town and Country Planning Department, Urban Development Authority and urban local bodies. FAR or floor area ratio or floor space index is an important planning tool for regulating the extent of built-up area as per master plans and zonal plans linking with the density of development. NBC suggests a comparative floor area ratio to be allotted to various building occupancy uses and types of construction with a degree of fire protection on a road having a specified width. This ensures harmonious and safe development of buildings and the associated facilities such as schools, colleges, offices and hospitals. Given the fact that number of squatter settlements and pavement dwellers are constantly rising in urban areas, it is essential that the urban local bodies and development authorities develop schemes for their rehabilitation at the earliest. Affordability is an essential criterion in the context of space management without compromising the basic minimum needs of the family to be housed, including the mental, physical and the social health of the marginalized groups. For the benefit of economically weaker sections and the low-income groups, NBC rationalizes the requirements on planning, design of layout and shelter and other relevant development factors with no compromise on structural safety or fire safety.
NBC also covers provisions for buildings and built environments, ensuring a barrier-free environment for the elderly and persons with disabilities.
NBC suggests participatory models of public-private partnership in the development process by covering innovative planning and development tools like transferable development rights, TDR, and transit-oriented development, TOD. Using TDR, the developer receives a portion of the development rights in a new location in view of the constraints of the existing land area. Transit-oriented development promotes people-friendly transport by reducing dependence on private modes. TOD also reduces traffic congestion, delays and accidents on roads, helps to fight pollution, and improves the livability, mobility, and convenience of the citizens. TOD includes creation of pedestrian and non-motorized transport friendly environment and efficient public and para-transport system supporting the transit system, multimodal interchange and street connectivity, mixed land uses and appropriate intensity of development, and well-designed and integrated parking.
Fire is a major hazard, and no building can be deemed habitable unless it is equipped with fire safety measures. These measures, quite understandably, must be both in the nature of prevention and control of fire.
The best way to achieve fire safety in a building is to prevent fire at the first place by selecting the right type of building material as well as the electrical layout. More than fire, it is smoke that endangers the building inmates. The correct design of the building and their services can prevent them from turning into death traps. Part 4 of the NBC, which is widely implemented across occupancies also based
for construction activities. Therefore, it is essential categories and formation of new categories such as bricks, blocks, and other masonry units, mortar, supplementary cement-like materials, mesh for prevention of diseases spread by mosquitoes and other carriers and vectors, concrete doors and window frames, composite material doors and windows, and file check doors, as also the requirements for alternate materials and construction technologies.
Structures built should have 5 virtues, namely safety, functionality, sustainability, aesthetics, and economy. Out of these 5, structural safety is very critical. Now, structural safety ensures that people are safe inside the structure. Second, the structure itself does not undergo adverse effects when the loads appear on them that are expected to show up during the lifetime of the structure. Third, that the construction of the structure should not adversely affect nature. Clearly, if the structure is built to be safe, then both people and nature are going to be protected. Structural safety means that the structure is made capable of resisting the 5 elements of nature, which is earth, wind, water, fire, and space. Also, it should resist the effects imposed by man. Structural safety is a continuous process, and it is embedded during planning stage, design stage, construction stage, and maintenance.
हेलो 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 ऑडियो आ रही है आपके पास? हेलो मेरे को ये आवाज पूरा हॉल में सुना। हेलो 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 आवाज आ रही है? बढ़िया आ रही है?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay.
Hello,
Sir,
this is Kalyan Raman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Thank you.
हेलो
Hello.
सर बात हेलो ऑडियो खोल देना वर्मा जी। हेलो डॉक्टर कल्याण रामन।
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
यहाँ पर आवाज आ रही हॉल में? बढ़ाना थोड़ा आवाज बढ़ाओ सर। नाउ प्लीज स्पीक सर।
Can you hear me? This is
Yes,
Kalyan
we can.
Raman. Can you hear me?
Now it is okay. It is okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Why don't you all come down? Earlier we settle down, we start off. 15 minutes to ho gaya. We are getting into the most important part on building materials now. Please come and settle down. Madam Bugla. Ready. You should be available. Make the announcement. Request everyone to come back to the seat.
Yes.
Session is going to start.
I request everyone to please come back on your seats so that we can start upcoming session.
Sab is already there, Agarwal ji.
Okay.
Building Material and Technology Promotion.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Executive Director.
Okay, sir. Welcome back, everyone. We now begin session 3, Building Materials and Construction Practices. We are honored to have our distinguished speaker, Dr. Sailesh Kumar Agrawal, convener of NBC panel for Building Materials and Executive Director, BMTPC, New Delhi.
So, good morning to everyone. And at the outset, I would like to thank Suresh sir. He's our guru also, and he saw to it that I become the technical chairman of this part. And this was my first exercise with the National Building Code. But and this is I think this is the most simple part, but whole lot of effort has been gone into this. But before embarking upon this part, I would like to tell you that what's happening in the country with regard to materials, processes, and technologies. All of you know, I think Suresh sir was talking about digitalization, BIM, and all those things. So we are talking about construction 4.0, where Internet of Things, IoT, we are talking about 3D printing, we are talking about taking construction from on-site to off-site. Being at helm of affairs at Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, I am being approached, every day. I am being approached by a whole lot of innovators, scientists, and technology providers who come to me and say that we don't have how to, get our product or our material, implemented in the field, and what should we do about it? How to create enabling environment so that it gets mainstream and things like that. So so I used to have detailed discussion with Sanjay ji and others also about this. So let me tell you, if you want to use any new material or any alternate material or any innovative practices, it's not that if code is not there, you cannot use it. We have clearly written in part 5 that you can use it, and you can utilize the third-party certification schemes being run by Government of India. Okay, and BMTPC, which is my organization, we are being authorized by government to certify, materials, processes, and products which are innovative, which has some social impact through a scheme called Performance Appraisal Certification Scheme. So in part 5, it's clearly written, any new material if you want to use, you can always resort to third-party certification. So all of you who are innovating in the field and who want to bring those materials into practice, you can always take advantage of that clause and get it certified through a third party. Also, there is, if you have seen part 5, how to evaluate, you require a technical framework. If any new material comes or any new product comes, how to evaluate it, what should be the parameters. So there is exhaustive list containing around 13 or 14 points like structural safety and ease of handling, sustainability parameters, whole durability, life cycle cost, water tightness, whole lot of things. So there is a technical framework comprising of various parameters on which you can get your new material or product evaluated, and then you can always use that material. That is second thing. Third is, as I said in the beginning, that it looks simple, but it's an encyclopedia of all the materials which are available, for which, Indian standards are available. So there are around 30 categories of materials, like suppose aluminum product, steel products, bricks, blocks you want to see cement, concrete, mortar, anything you name, wire meshes. So for all of them, they have been categorized, and what are the Indian standards which are available for that material are given. So you have to just refer those standards. So whole lot of, there are more than, I think, 1500 plus standards are being referred, and it's a very mammoth exercise. You have to see that Indian standard, when it was published, what are the amendments, what is the latest version of it, and also sometimes when we write a code into this, so at the time of implementation, the latest version of that code will be applicable. Okay, or any amendment which is in place at that time when you are implementing a project, that will be applicable. So you can always refer this building material thing and get the list of those codes. Another thing is any building material. So you go to that list. There is another thing, method of tests. So there is a list at the end of this part 5 where all the tests have been given, that any material or any component, if you want to test it for, let's say, for compressive strength or for durability or for corrosion or something. So all methods of tests and their related codes are also being given. Another thing I want to add here is that BIS, although sometimes we all say that it takes a whole lot of time to develop a code, but this is the most transparent and most democratic system which our country has evolved. And I think Arun was telling you that in this, while revising this National Building Code, all the public, they have been put in public domain, and whatever comments we are getting, believe me, we do go through all those comments and try to consider them, all those comments. So this is the most transparent way. So most of the comments, whole lot of comments came for this part as well, and we tried to, accommodate, considered most of them, and try to incorporate some of those things. So another important thing is, while revising this code, we wanted to include a whole lot of new things are coming. So we made a subcommittee comprising of, I think Mr. Ojha is there, concrete specialist from NCCBM. Then there were persons from academic institutions in the industry, and they sat together several times, I think 5 or 6 times, and tried to include the new materials which can be part of this part 5, for which standards are not available. Okay, so you can see this. Clauses on new alternate materials updated with examples. Recycled, we are talking about circularity and all those things. And again, a lot of discussion went on this thing also. And I think Panji told that we have a very exhaustive part 11 approach to sustainability, where we are talking about all these sustainable aspects and those kind of things. But to encourage sustainable construction, recycled materials are being allowed in this part. And as I told you, that updated list, it's a wonderful list. See, I always say NBC is Bible for engineers. So it's like, a religious document which every engineer should go through if he wants to serve his or her profession. So these are the materials which, as I told you, the subcommittee comprising of persons from academic institutions, research organizations, academic institutions, these are the materials which have been included. And as in the beginning, I told you that if some of the materials are not included, for that we have given a technical framework through which you can get that material evaluated, or code allows third-party certification, any third-party certification, recognized or allowed by the Government of India. So all these materials you can see are being allowed this time, have been added. So just to give you recycled materials, all of you can see, refers to any product or material that has been previously utilized in another construction on various natural industrial byproducts. Waste can be utilized in construction activities. So a whole lot of waste byproducts are available which can be gainfully utilized to make building materials and components. So that has been done. Then You can see fly ash. All of you know better than me about all these things. So these are the things which have been put in part 5. You can see this fly ash, red mud, gypsum, phosphogypsum, blast furnace slag, algae slag, textile sludge, marble and granite waste, bagasse ash, and all those things. Then mixed aggregate, I am being told that now we are, revising our 456 also, and we will be allowing, C&D based aggregates, fine and coarse aggregates, percentage would be higher, and 383 also you can see. So recycled mixed aggregate from C&D waste are being, higher water absorption and lower specific gravity than natural aggregate used as coarse aggregate as per 383, and RC obtained from concrete requisite processing can be used. Then reclaimed asphalt pavement aggregates are also included this time. This is the new addition, and you can see here, made from milled, demolished, distressed bituminous pavements, contains natural stones, reusable in bituminous road. And this is the updated, the list, as I told you in the beginning itself. So it's a very exhaustive list, and I told you all the building materials products have been divided into 30 odd categories to make it user friendly. So suppose you want to see aluminum based products, so just there is a section of aluminum, go there and see all the Indian standards which are available for that building material. Okay, and the method of tests are also very important, and we have clearly written, suppose any material you want to use, so it has to comply with the standards which are given in part 5. Okay, I repeat it, complying all these standards which are given for that material which you want to use, it has to comply with those codes or standards which are enumerated in this code. So that is all from my side. If you have any question to ask, you can ask, or otherwise we can have questions later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request Arun sir to kindly come on stage and give the memento to Sailesh Kumar Agrawal ji. We now begin session 4, Structural Design. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome our speaker on the stage, Professor Rupen Goswami, Professor of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, also a member of NBC panel for plain reinforced and pre-stressed concrete. I made a mistake here. Next, I would like to invite Shri Harinder Sarup Dogra ji, convener of NBC panel for construction practices and safety, also former DG CPWD and former advisor NDMC.
Well, good morning, gentlemen. Sorry for a little mix-up, but anyways, all is well that ends well. Well, I'll not take much time. I am dealing with the Committee on the Construction Management Practices and Safety. The key provision that we are making in this one, that I'm showing you the changes that we are making from the last code that we had. First, we have introduced a very important provision, that is for the BIM. That is Building Information Modeling. This is being introduced in construction projects, enhancing the integration of digital design and the construction process. I'm sure you are aware what is BIM and the intricacies that it brings with it. So far, the BIM was being used only for planning, design. Now the objective is to introduce it into the construction process. We have been debating on the process, how to go about it, because there are a number of softwares available. We do not want to patronize any particular software, yet the matter has to come in. After all, this is the need of the hour. The BIM has to be there, but how to bring it into our codes without creating any favoritism on any party, this is being debated and discussed. We are hopefully going to finalize this soon. Then we have introduced under clause 6, permit to work system introduced to ensure strict quality control across high-risk activities at construction sites, especially high-risk activities requiring high heights or cantilever projection, things like that. We are trying to introduce a work permit system so as to ensure strict control. In clause 8.12, we are making provision for transport and erection of precast prefab elements during the construction process. See, the transportation is equally important apart from the erection process in case of prefab buildings, so this is being introduced now. We are updating provisions for barricading of sites, shoring and monitoring of adjacent buildings located along the excavation line, minimizing the risk to surrounding sites. As all of you are aware, while you are excavating an existing site, it is very important to ensure that the adjoining building safety is taken care of. Care has also to be taken that you do not excavate in such areas which can make the entire hill or entire area unstable for future constructions. Therefore, these provisions are very important. Then anchoring of non-structural elements and building services is also introduced. This apparently was not there earlier. This is not being introduced now. Under clause 12, safety and demolition provisions have been updated. We have made detailed provisions that what precautions are to be taken when demolition when the demolition work is in progress, including signages, including various the cordoning of the entire area and things like that. This has been put in very detailed provisions have been added. Then for works in marine and hill and snowbound areas, we have introduced new provisions so that all precautions are taken care of. Then roles and responsibilities of the construction management team and the supervision team have been defined very clearly now in this code. And we have added new annexures regarding C&D waste use, safety signages, BIM digitalizations, etc. Under clause 8.1, we have introduced provisions regarding proficiency requirements of construction and structural engineers. Those who have to do this work with their proficiency requirements have been introduced. Then thermal insulation practices for glass and glazings have been added in this code. Then regarding emergency response and disaster management plan at construction sites has also been introduced in this code. Almost this is the end of this. These are the brief items that we have changed. I'll welcome any questions at this point when we take it up at the question and answer session at the end of the seminar. Thank you very much.
So please wait for 2 minutes.
Not there. Didn't expect me to finish so early.
I request Shri Arun Kumar ST to kindly present the memento to Shri Harinder Sarup Dogra sir. Thank you so much, sir. I made a little mishap there, so please pardon me. Next, we now begin session 4 on structural design. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome our speaker, Shri Pradeep Garg, convener of NBC panel for glass and glazing and chief engineer CPWD and chairman of Indian Concrete Institute, New Delhi Center.
Good afternoon all. It's my pleasure to be here and to share what updations we have done in this particular section. So basically, this particular section deals with the safe handling, safe and efficient use of glass and glazing, which has become a big building material in our buildings, particularly in urban context. So this section, as usual, it has terminologies. Then it has material and applications, energy and light, structure design, fabrication, installations, fire safety aspects, then safety with respect to human impact, because glass being very fragile, this becomes a very important parameter. And then glazing systems. So when we are talking glazing system, it's not only glass, it's the whole system which works. So design of it, supply, installation, testing, and also maintenance, because facade systems, when they are going on the multi-story heights, then it becomes a challenge to maintain them. So we have, so it talks about that. And then this is another very, I will say, a new chapter, security classes, which was not there earlier in 2016. We have added it. I'll take you further on it. It has 3 parts: burglary, bullet, and blast resistant glasses. Terminology, I will say almost 90% is same. Only we have done updation on bites, glazing bites, the minimum bite which you have to give to a glass to hold it. Then on the aspects of heat strengthened cast, lots of updation has been done on laminated glasses and toughened glasses. Then on aspects of mullions and curtain was our glazing system, and the perimeter fire barrier, because it has been felt that even if we are giving all the protections floor wise as per our norm, many a times the fire and the smoke moves through the gap between the glazing and the story outer perimeter. So that becomes a vulnerable area. So that has been touched upon. So when it comes to material, as I said, as far as traditional glasses are concerned, there is not hardly any updation. But on this front, heat strengthened glass, laminated glass, tougher glasses, we have added lots of inputs, both on material aspects and on the application aspects. When it comes to energy and light, earlier we named it as, it was named as energy and thermal properties. Then we had a lot of discussion and we said it should be appropriately named as energy and light. So now it will be called as, this clause 5 will be called energy and light. And here, when it comes to energy part, we have, because now we all know we are going for energy efficient buildings, and when it comes to energy efficient building, the design, the glass becomes one of the very prominent element. So those aspects have been brought in. So we are talking of thermal comfort, solar energy gains, transmittance, absorption, and air filtration. Air filtration is like movement of air, natural air in and out of the building. When it comes to light, we have added regarding UV transmittance and daylight transmissions. And then one very important aspect which was missing in our 2016 was energy efficient, energy design, I will say, of the glass and glazing. The whole, I can say 3 or 4 pages have been added where the theory and how to do the design, those things have been brought out in this particular chapter. Ultimately, this section has been designed in such a way that our buildings are energy efficient and sustainable. When it comes to structural design, when I say structural design, means suppose a facade is there, it is subject to wind loads, seismic loads, dead loads, and so those aspects are there. There is hardly any change, because only thing we have done it, we have avoided a repetition to whatever is already covered in our part, in the section 1 of the part 6. So it has been cross-referenced. And there is another factor which we have done little updation, because now we are going on a very large panel of glasses, going up to maybe something like 5 meter by 6 meter or 3 meter by 6 meter, those kind of large panels. So our code was kind of silent on that design aspect. So we have updated that particular part of it. When it comes to fire safety, because with lots of user of glass, the fire safety becomes a point. So fire safety is predominantly covered in our that fire chapter section. We have cross-reference. But when it comes to glass in particular, we have updated the types of glasses which are recommended for fire resistance purpose, and then the perimeter seal, which I just talked about. And ultimately, the idea is glass should ensure that there should be a across the floor. Inter-floor fire safety has to be ensured. Another very important aspect which we realize was very important when it comes to glazing is safety with respect to human impact, because now we are using glass not only in our windows and facade, we are also using glass heavily in our railings, in our parapets, and so much so we are also using in staircases. So then it becomes a very important parameter. So that aspect we have looked into. And then another factor which we have realized was now we are going very high-rise buildings, and the windows, if they start a glass or a piece of glass or a system falls from, say, a higher story, it can be very fatal. So those mechanism we have put inside to avoid those kinds of falls. So there is something called anti-fallout features for glazing system. If the story is more than if my building is more than 5 story, 15 meter high, then I have to go for this mandatorily. Then there is something called window restrictions, because now in facade we know it, we give some tilt and there's an opening. So we don't have a grating or anything. So a child can crawl in and can fall out. So those kind of aspects we have taken into consideration to ensure that thing is addressed. And then this dynamic wind restraint is again the same thing I was telling about. A high-rise building, the wind load is high, or a panel of a glass falls, or a window panel falls down, it can be fatal. So those kind of restraints we are recommending to be used mandatorily. When it comes to glazing system, earlier we all know we didn't have code on anchors and anchorages. Now BIS has come out a few months back only, code on anchorages. So whatever knowledge has been brought in, it has been cross-referenced, and we have relevant things we have put in. And design aspects also we have updated, and more importantly, the testing part of it. The testing part in the existing 2016 code was not much elaborated. Now it is detailed, not only in terms of procedures and tests, but also in terms of like parameters to look into. Very important point, like personally we have been, like we have our CPLOD bosses sitting. We are doing lots of work where we are required to do glass which has to be bullet resistance or blast resistance. So we have brought in, with the help of DRDO, content with respect to threat levels and the performance parameters which these glasses should meet to different threat levels. So those things we have brought in here. And burglary resistance is also important, because we have so many showrooms and shops and showrooms having glass. So even this becomes a very important parameter. So even these 3 parameters, which is a totally new thing. In fact, we devoted a lot of time on developing this section. So it has been brought in. And when it comes to glass railing, I said now glass is being used heavily in railings and parapets. So we have introduced those safety parameters, both in terms of design and more so in respect of testing part of it. Because what happens, normally we give glass in the railings, but we never think of testing it. And then that becomes a reason for accidents. So that aspect we have brought in. Curtain walls again, as I said, the glazing system, the whole, we have introduced this an extra edge where we give method statement, test statements, parameters and everything. Particularly this is with respect to our lateral horizontal load application, wind load or seismic load application on the glazing. On that aspect it has been added. And finally, with so much of, so many parameters being there for a user, it becomes difficult which glass is right or which is wrong. So we have kind of put a checklist in our Annexure A, and this, like you have to tick, 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 and then you come to know whether I am getting glass of my required, meeting my requirement or not. So this is all we have done it. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request Shri Abhishek Palji to kindly present the memento to Shri Pradeep Garg, sir.
By the way, one structural engineer, Mr. Abhishek Pal, is giving away to another expert structural engineer, Mr. Pradeep Garg. Thank you. And myself, Abhishek Pal, Shubham Chaudhary, and Abhishek Sharma are all part of our NBC revision. Together with, no, we'll be coming, together with all the other 14 officers in civil engineering. We are glad that all the people are enjoying in YouTube also. 1,800 views are doing in online as well as in WebEx. Just for information, thank you. NBC officer, Mr. Shubham Chowdhury. NBC officer, Mr.
Next, I would like to request Professor Rupen Goswami, Professor of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, also a member of NBC panel for plain reinforced and pre-stressed concrete. He'll be joining us in online mode.
I guess I will speak on loads. Let me just share the presentation. Sorry. I believe the presentation is visible to everyone. Good morning once again. So this part, I'll very quickly go and go on talking about the loads, forces and effects, which is part 6, section 1, which is essential, the first step in any structural design. So the standards that are in focus are, of course, IS 875 parts 1 to 5, IS 1893 part 1, and also the standard for blast loading, which is IS 4991. Obviously, loads alone are not enough for structural design and safety. So we will talk about, in brief, IS 456, IS 800, and IS 1905, which are the 3 main standards required for design of reinforced concrete, steel, and masonry structures. Very quickly, currently, these are the design loads we all know that are covered in IS 875, dead load, imposed load, wind, earthquake effects, of course, in IS 1893, snow loads, special loads. And a very interesting thing, multi-hazard prone areas has been identified, which is now part of the NBC, the draft that is under wide circulation. These are important things. In future, the plan is to, categorize all these various other loads, various loads into 2 prominent categories, which is force loads and displacement effects, which will help us design structures in a more systematic way. And so these will all be the loads that will be there. But I'll focus today a little bit on the earthquake ground shaking part. But before I get there, what are the key things that are there in the upcoming NBC thing? Dead load, imposed load, of course, the unit weights, as was mentioned, a lot of new materials are being used. And so a comprehensive list of different materials with their unit weights and other things have been included. Similarly, imposed loads, when you talk about imposed loads, our construction strategies have been evolving. So we have loads for fire trucks, helipad. These are special things that are coming into the picture. As far as wind load is concerned, of course, the K load, K4 factor is there. And then the basic wind speed for different cities, the table has been updated. So those are the things. As far as snow load is concerned, for the first time, this concept of characteristic ground snow load is introduced, and there are maps that have been presented that talks about this. And basically, loading due to melting, sliding, and snow removal and things like that, these special loads are now being addressed for consideration of design. The blast load code, which is IS 4991, has been revised after a long time, and now the NBC will include provisions, advanced, more refined provisions for blast loading, and also talk about mitigation strategies in terms of how to address the or design structures for that. I'll talk about this little later, but there are different types of mitigation strategies which are being talked about in IS 4991. Now coming to the loads in general, we know that there are two basic types of loads or hazards, as we call them, man-made and natural. And when you talk about all the man-made loads like dead load, live load, and all these, we generally consider a certain distribution of these loads called the Gaussian distribution or normal distribution. And we always refer to what is called as the characteristic values. We expect to use 95 percentile values for the purpose in our limit state method of design, which is the current method of design that we structural design that we use. Now here, so the same strategy will be followed, and IS 875 is trying to rationalize these values with in every discussion. This process is on, and it will get reflected in NBC. But when it comes to the natural loads, like earthquake, for instance, or wind, for instance, these loads do not follow the standard Gaussian distribution. They follow Gaussian distribution, a different kind of distribution. And this is where, for the first time, the concept of not for the first time, but the concept of return period will come in the design for earthquake effects. And so what we are seeing here is that we need three items. What is the acceptable probability of accidents? What is the return period of the event that we want to consider for design? And of course, in how many years of the structure that we want to consider. So in this context, this is a new thing that will come up in IS 1893. Also note that we have now categorized structures into different categories, like normal, important, critical, and we'll see special. So depending on the category of structure and the structure will be designed for certain probability of accidents or return period of event. So with this broad concept, the IS 1893 is now being revised also parallelly, and you will see that the part 1 will have only general provisions in the coming days, and buildings, the provision of buildings will move to part 5. That is a harmonization and revision of 1893 that I'll quickly touch upon also. So when you talk about seismic load or effects, the first step is to look at the zone map, and this is the revised zone map, which is likely to be published by BIS very soon. Also 1893, so this will be there in the part 1 of IS 1893, which is going to talk about the general provisions for seismic design, earthquake resistant design of structures. Also 1893 will have 12 different parts, but I'll talk about that in a while. Now this zone map is the product of decade-long work on hazard assessment in India, and particularly for the first time a prognostic hazard analysis based seismic zone map has been created. These are all the revisions of zone map which has been published by BIS over decades, and the last one is the new zone map, as we can see. So there is some difference if we compare it with the previous one. But one of the important point is the so-called perceived Z factor or the zone factor that we use. But kindly remember that now the zone factors that we see are corresponding to 2475-year return period. And this is an important point because we will see in a while that it's not that all structures will have to be designed for the same, for these zone factors, Z factors. These Z factors obviously are higher compared to the existing Z factors, but we will see that it is not a significant change. If we just compare the proposed zone map with regard to the previous one, a major part of the country remains unchanged in terms of the zone that they are going to be in. In fact, there are regions which will go one zone lower. Most part of the country will remain in the same zone. Some parts will go one zone higher up, and we also, since now have a zone 6, obviously there will be some regions which will go 2 zones up. So this is the kind of, this is the scenario that we are looking at. Now coming to the categories of structures, this is equivalent to what we earlier used to look at in terms of the importance factor. So basically, depending on the criticality or importance of a structure, now different structures of different categories will be required to be designed for different return periods. That means a special structure, it can be a building, it can be a bridge, it can be a water retaining structure or any other type of structure, will have to be designed for a higher return period event, essentially saying that they need higher protection levels, whereas a normal building will be designed to be required to be designed for a relatively lower return period or relatively lower level of hazard. So this is an important concept that is going to come. Now, remember I mentioned that the hazard analysis is standardized with respect to 2475-year return period. So what happens, how do we get the lower return period hazard and the higher return period hazard? There is a statistical distribution of that, and based on which the Z factors for different other return periods are scaled with respect to that for 2475-year return period. So finally, this is the Z factor table that we get, and we will see that this will be used for different categories, design of different categories of structures. We have got the loads. Of course, load combinations is important for our design. But before that, if we quickly see that a structure, when it is designed, must satisfy these 6 basic requirements of strength, serviceability, durability, robustness, integrity, and restorability. Now, this is the broad picture. And so therefore, when we talk about strength and serviceability, strength design and serviceability checks, we use generally limit state method of design and working stress method of design. The same thing will continue. But when it comes to the limit state method of design, since that is what we use for most reinforced concrete and steel structures, what will happen is now the load combination will not use a scaled up a further 1.5 times earthquake, but now it will be 1.0 times earthquake, because the earthquake load is now coming out from a very scientific, rational, probabilistic seismic hazard analysis based analysis. So that is another change that is likely to happen. Now, there is another broader harmonization process that is underway at BIS. And just to give a summary of it, if I say that when we design new structures, we need demand and we need capacity. So demand will come for the earthquake part will come from IS 1893. For other loads, it will come from IS 875. But when it comes to providing capacity for all other loads, the capacity will be provided by IS 456, IS 800, and IS 1905. But when it comes to earthquake, then we'll have IS 13920 giving specifications to provide capacity. So this is what is going to be used. Only these 2 standards going to be used for design of new structures. But we also have a huge stock of existing structures. And to assess their capacity and for possible retrofit if required, we will use another standard called IS 13935. So in essence, we'll need for seismic design and assessment, we'll need only 3 standards in future, which will be, of course, referred to in NBC, which is IS 1893, which will talk about the demand part, IS 13920, which will talk about the capacity part, and 13935, which will talk about assessment and retrofit part. And all these standards will have at least 12 parts as the plan stands today, which is part 1, general provisions, 2 will be liquid retaining structures, bridges, industrial structures. Buildings will be in a new part 5, and then base isolated buildings, long distance pipelines, dams, steel towers, coastal structures, tunnels, and earth retaining structures. If we zoom in into the building part, part 5, will have different sections. The first section will be general specification for all buildings, and then section 2, 3, 4 will respectively be for masonry buildings, reinforced concrete buildings, and steel buildings. Later on, we may add sections for composite, timber, and adobe. So this is the overall harmonization process that is underway at BIS. And the tick marks that you see, one tick means these are the, the draft under preparation. Two is internally within the committee, the draft has been circulated and being discussed. And three is where the draft has been through wide circulation or almost ready for wide circulation or has been through wide circulation. So this is the current status of the overall harmonization and revision process. Very quickly, so therefore, as far as earthquake is concerned, normal buildings will be designed for these lower level of Z compared to the hazard assessment based Z values because they're normal, and that is how it will be done. The important another important aspect is that the standard will talk about admissible structural system for lateral load resistance depending on the material of construction material, which is masonry, concrete, or steel. Certain structural systems will be admissible. For instance, for masonry, there are 4 basic types given, and you will find that all types of systems are not suitable for different types of buildings in different zones. So that is the kind of matrix that we'll see. Obviously, this is based on the stiffness, strength, and ductility characteristics of different systems. Similarly, for reinforced concrete buildings, we know that we use ordinary moment frame or special moment frame. Similarly, ordinary structural wall versus special structural wall. And when it comes to steel, we have ordinary moment frame, special concentrically braced frame, and eccentrically braced frame. So these kind of things will be there. The standard will also categorically give the response reduction factor or elastic force reduction factor for the admissible structural systems. Those will be used. Special provision for buildings on slope, very, very important in today's context, are being introduced. So these are the different virtues a structure or a building in particular are going to be designed for. And these are the things. Basically, the collapse mechanism and energy dissipation capacity is something that needs to be considered only for assessment, not for design. So design will be for configuration, stiffness, strength, and detailing along with special design is expected to satisfy or provide suitable deformability and ductility capacity. Different structural specifications will be, design specifications will be available in 13920. The assessment part, 13935, is one important point to remember is that this is for pre-earthquake assessment, because once the structure gets significantly damaged, it becomes extremely challenging to assess the capacity. So the assessment part is pre-earthquake assessment is something that I want to highlight here. The assessment process will be a telescopic one that is starting from step 1 to step 5. Not all buildings will have to go through all the requirements. Up to level 3 is basically code-based assessment, which is similar to what we do in design. Only level 4 and level 5 will go beyond. In fact, only level 5 may require nonlinear analysis to assess the capacity and requirement for retrofit of structures, but not for all structures. Simplified flowchart is made available that will guide a designer and engineer to go through the whole assessment process. Similar strategy is being followed to revise IS 4991, which is blast resistance of above ground structure. This is what is available today. Section 1 is again talks about the demand part. Section 2 will talk about the capacity part, and section 3 will give us provisions to assess and strengthen existing structures for blast resistance. So in summary, in closing, the NBC Part 6, different sections will have provisions that I have just very quickly mentioned. These can be found in the NBC Part 6 provisions. Civil engineering, structures, safety, functionality, sustainability, aesthetics, and economy are important. And that is what NBC particularly is trying to propagate. Here I have mentioned few aspects related to structural safety. And this is where all these various different committees, technical committees of CED, BIS comes together, and then all that is put into the NBC. And that is towards the achieving all those 5 basic aspects of structural safety. I'll stop here, thanking all the stakeholders, all the members who have been part of this revision process. We cannot name them individually, but their contributions are very, very important. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, for continuing this session, I would like to invite Professor V. Kalyanaraman, convener of NBC panel for steel and professor of civil engineering, retired at IIT Madras. He will be joining us via online mode.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to share my file. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, sir. To tell the presentation.
Okay. This is currently the code section 6 deals with steel structures and steel concrete composite structures. We did not have earlier steel concrete composite construction NBC. In this version of NBC, we are including also steel concrete composite construction in the steel building. As a statistics, steel building has got 24 chapters and 9 annexes, running approximately 280 pages. Steel concrete composite section, that is 6B, deals with has 12 chapters, 5 annexes, and are running about 110 pages. This is basically statistics of the. Now, just looking at the steel code, there are 24 chapters. I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm just going to highlight what are the major changes. So you will see the ones which are marked in red, design and detailing, as well as sustainable steel construction, are in the main chapter. In addition, we have 2 new annexes, one design of metal anchor and the design of corrugated web girders. These are the major changes in addition to other minor changes. In the process of developing the NBC standard 6A, we are also updating the IS 800. The IS 800 revision has been ongoing for the last 1 year. We are utilizing that to bring new IS 800 as well as the 6A of the NBC standard. Now, I'm just going to go look at the major changes. General design requirement in sectional classification. We have also introduced a I sections which are welded together to form a cruciform section, which is extensively used in industrial buildings and tall buildings. Next section is the design of compression members. Design of compression members continues to be the same as what it was earlier, except these following changes. One is we have introduced now torsional flexural buckling calculation. Earlier design provisions were only for flexural buckling, because most of the time hot rolled steel members were vulnerable only for flexural buckling. But now with new different type of sections that are coming in, as well as thinner sections that are used, now we find that the torsional flexural buckling could become important. So there are provisions that have been added to evaluate the torsional flexural buckling strength of compression members. There are provisions corresponding to that. In addition, earlier we had 4 compression strength curves, buckling strength curves, A, B, C, D. A new section, new curve, A0 has been introduced, which corresponds to members which have very little effect of residual stresses and imperfections, and as a result, they are able to reach a higher strength. So this is one new change. There is a new curve, and earlier we had buckling classes only for mild steel. Now we find that on the basis of the research over the world, there are high strength steels are also being used more and more in compression members. And the effect, especially in hot rolled steel, high strength steel members, the effect of residual stress is less than in the high strength steel compared to the mild steel. And consequently, the classification of the curve that you use for high strength steel will give a little higher strength compared to the mild steel. That is being reflected by the curve that you use. For example, for a hot rolled steel section which are buckling about the ZZ axis, if you use curve A for the mild steel, curve A naught will be used for high strength steel, and so on. So for hot rolled steel, there will be an advantage now in using higher strength steel with higher strength. As a basically stress reduction factor will be less in the case of high strength steel than the mild steel. And the design of members subject to bending, lateral torsion buckling provisions have been considerably modified. Now, earlier, lateral torsion buckling strength PLT was a function of only alpha LT, but now the function is a little more. Can you see the figure? Can you see the equation fully?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there now we have a modification in the lateral buckling, torsion buckling strength calculation for the flexural members. That is a major change in flexural members. Then design and detailing for earthquake, since as Dr. Rupan was talking about, there is a new code that's coming for designing the detailing of steel structure 13920 part 5, I think. And so now what we have done is we have reduced the details for the for the design of earthquake in chapter 18 of the steel code. So now we have only these 5 sections: connections and joints and fasteners, ordinary moment resisting frame, and ordinarily concentrically braced frame, and industrial structures. The sections deal with this, and special moment resisting frames, special brace frames are all dealt with in the IS 1392, 13920 part 5. So there is a considerable simplification of the section dealing with only this. This is a new chapter that has been added. That is sustainable steel construction. It basically principles of sustainability steel construction, specific requirements with regard to the supply chain, sustainability in design, sustainability in fabrication. This deals with that. There are guidelines to ensure that we build in sustainability into the steel construction methodologies. Then metal anchors is the new section that has been brought in. Metal anchor is resistance under tension, resistance under shear, resistance under combined tension and shear. And these are the design provisions are given both for interior anchors where the edge effects are not there, and then anchors which are closer to the edge where edge effects come into the picture. The design provisions deal with both of them. Then the next one, the another new annexure is with regard to corrugated web plate girders. Corrugated web has the advantage of being able to increase the buckling strength of the web, shear buckling strength of the web, using even thin webs. So there is a more and more move towards this type of construction now to bring more greater material efficiency. So the design provisions deal with the design of corrugated web plate girders, and that deals with flexural resistance of such members, shear resistance of such members, and resistance to concentrated load of corrugated web members. Then, as far as the steel concrete composite, basically the reproduction of 11384, which was brought up in 2022, composite construction steel on structural steel and concrete. This has got very similar to provisions, structural analysis, limit state design, design for limit states, ultimate limit states, serviceability with limit state, fatigue, shear connectance, composite slab, composite column, construction erection, fire resistance. Then there are annexures which give greater details with regard to compression members, composite slab, flexural resistance equation, plastic resistance, testing requirements, strength and elastic modulus of concrete, etc. So that is it. So with that, I've dealt with what are the major changes which are there in steel and steel concrete composite construction in the NBC, new NBC that's coming through. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your expertise with us. Next, I would like to request Shri V.V. Arora ji, convener of panel under NBC and vice chairman, Cement and Concrete Sectional Committee. He will be speaking on concrete design code and revision of IS 456.
Good morning to all. Well, in the title slide, we can read it as section 5 of, that is concrete of NBC. In fact, that concrete part of NBC is same as IS 456. So it will be coming from 456 only, which is currently under revision. Now 456 is under major revision, for which 3 working groups are working on it. And it is near finalization stage. The pre-draft is ready. It is still to go for wide circulation. So I will just talk about the major changes in 456. The same thing will come in NBC. First of all, the title of this document is being changed to Structural Concrete Code of Practice. Now it covers plain, reinforced and pre-stressed concrete. Now this is a unified code with pre-stressed concrete also built into this. And some other codes are also being merged into this document. Ultimately, we are going towards unification. Pre-stressed concrete provisions have been added. Basis of design elaborated. The code is now about 500 pages. So things are elaborated and put in a more systematic fashion. And structures have to be designed for 6 design criteria, namely safety, serviceability, durability, robustness, which includes fire, blast, impact. Blast and impact, as Professor Rupan Goswami was explaining, those codes will be referred into this. Integrity and restorability. Now, design for fire now included in 456. Earlier it was not part of 456, it was referred, but now it is part of the 456. That is also part of unification. With prescriptive and performance-based provisions for the fire are also being added in this. High-strength concrete and reinforcing steel is being considered, it is being added in this. Basic principles of designs are maintained, but methods of estimating capacities are improved based on the improved knowledge in the field. And a new thing coming is concept of design service life. If you have to design a building for a specific period, 75 years, 100 years, existing code, we don't have any specific provision for that. Now this document will have a specific provisions when you can design for the building for durability, considering this design service life in mind. So for the required design service life, we can have a design for durability. Detailed provisions for design for durability are being added, which is a performance-based approach, though some tables are also given for normal buildings. And quality assurance chapter is also being added separately to have a greater thrust on the quality. A separate chapter added with 3 levels of quality assurance. The higher levels will have a role of third party also in this. And documented quality assurance systems are being encouraged, including design verifications, etc. All that also will be covered under the quality assurance chapter. Concreting under special conditions, extreme weather conditions, we had a separate code. Now that will also be merged into IS 456, which covers the extreme weather concreting, underwater concreting, that is concreting under special conditions. Load combinations have been rationalized and divided into 3 sets: basic load combination, accidental load combination, and extreme load combinations. Partial safety factors for various load combinations are given in 4 different tables for different design criteria, namely strength, serviceability. So if you're designing for strength, then what are the load combinations you have to follow for serviceability and things like that. For robustness, we have what combination of loads you have to take and all that. So that will be made very clear to avoid any confusions. Material chapters are also being expanded. Earlier we had a section 2 which was talking about material workmanship, inspection and testing with a single heading. Now it's coming in 5 chapters separately: materials, durability design, construction separate chapter, quality assurance separate chapter, inspection and testing of structures will be separate. Guidance on use of different types of cement we had listed many cements, but now common use cements were different, and some cements were there which are not in common use. People get confused. So now it is putting in two different parts, the normal cements and special purpose cements. And for special purpose cements, some guidance is also being added where these special cements where we can use which cement. Water requirements updated with separate requirements for curing water. Curing water, some requirements have been relaxed. Chemical admixtures, new chemical admixtures are coming. So more types of chemical admixtures being permitted, for which IS 9103 is also being revised, wherein specifications of new admixtures will be added. Work is going on in that direction also parallelly. But the list of which admixtures are permitted, that is being covered in 456, but details will come in 9103. Use of mineral admixtures, there was some data lacking in the existing code, so limits on use of mineral admixtures in concrete are also being clarified here. Pre-stressing materials and grout for pre-stressing have been dealt in with detail with test methods for sheathing, grouts, etc. Concrete up to M70 is included. We had been thinking of higher grades also, but till now the consensus is up to M70 considering the earthquake requirements and ductility requirements. Properties of concrete modified in view of introduction of high strength concrete and new research during the period. So the properties and new properties are being given. Elastic modulus, stress strain curve, flexural tensile strength, split tensile strength, creep and shrinkage. There is a significant modification, and creep and shrinkage chapters are being enlarged. Now these are the cements for general use and specific use, as I had been saying. The types of water, now we are saying clearly that natural surface water, treated water, water recovered from processes of concrete industry, water from underground sources, recycled water, and desalinated water, they can all be used, provided they conform to the specifications. Seawater and brackish water we are not permitting as of now. And even potable water is allowed only if it has got a limited chloride content and some alkalinity issue is there, because that is more is permitted in potable water, but less is permitted in concrete. So it has to meet that specification also. For curing water, some modification, relaxation I have mentioned. Ultrafine groundlet blast furnace slag has been added, and replacement levels are given for individual mixtures and combinations. Chemical admixtures, now these are the additional chemical admixtures which will be permitted. Shrinkage reducing, corrosion inhibitors, permeability reducing admixtures, permeability reducing paratites and paratites. Shrinkage compensated admixtures shall normally not be used. We are discouraging it, but in special cases it is being permitted. Properties of concrete, short-term modulus velocity equation being modified, and this will be because this is dependent upon the type of aggregates you use, so it is being related to the type of aggregate also. For limestone you can have a correction factor, and for sandstone we can have a basalt we can have different correction factor, things like that is coming up. So these are how the equations for the split tensile strength and the flexural tensile strength. Creep of concrete, we have got 3 levels of concrete, level 1, level 2, level 3. For different levels, different equations are given. Similarly, shrinkage also being dealt in detail with total shrinkage, drying shrinkage, as well as autogenous shrinkage being spoken separately. And for both, the details are being given. Stress strain curves of concrete, earlier this was the left side is the earlier one. Now for different grades, we have got different strains, so these will be considered in design. Coming to some more part of durability, how much time I have, I don't know. Okay. Durability of concrete, we talk of, then exposure classes are being revised, and design for durability will be prescriptive tables are also there, and performance-based design procedure is also there. Exposure classes, now they are based upon the type of deterioration mechanism. So if you are having a chloride-induced corrosion issue there in the coastal area and all that, then you have got different exposure classes. For normal environment where carbonation is an issue, so we have got a different exposure classes. This is like Eurocode is also following this kind of approach. Now, concept of design for durability is introduced, concept of service life introduced, provision for durability design for 50 to 100 years. Map of India has been showing climatic zones is being added in this, where we can, because the durability is linked to the type of environment. So in the area in which your building is situated, that you can locate in this map. It will come later. And then based on that, you will choose your factors accordingly. A factor of quality control levels to be considered while designing for durability, because now we are introducing quality assurance levels, level 1, 2, and 3. So if you've got a highest level of quality assurance, then your factor of safeties will be reduced. And if you've got a lower factor of quality assurance levels, your factor of safety will slightly be higher. Not much difference, but at least we are introducing that concept, though we are not making major difference between the three. Detailed procedure for durability design is given for carbonation and chloride ingress, which is main cause of corrosion and which is the main durability issue. That is common. And we have got the lot of research in this area, and models are available. For other durability aspects like sulfate and freeze-thaw, we don't have that service or lifetime time-oriented models. So that will be still a prescriptive thing. Separate DIM to satisfy requirements given for different mechanisms for different types of cement. So now the cements also, type of cement will have different behavior in different environments. So if you are in a coastal environment, your blended cement will be better, and for carbonation, your ordinary Portland cement will be better. So accordingly, these factors are being taken into account in design of durability. Requirement for protection against sulfate attack and alkali silica reactivity is modified, updated. Requirements for resistance against freezing and thawing is also being added. Durability testing is also introduced, and the first point is that in durability design we are introducing a concept of limit state design, because world over now limit state design approach is being followed. So even for durability design we are adopting a limit state design approach. So details are all covered in this. Procedures for using durability tests at mixed design stage and quality control stage, all is being discussed. What test we need to do at mixed design stage and for what test we can do at the quality control purposes. Exposure classes in present draft on concrete durability. Exposure environment classes are defined on the basis of this I had been discussed already. 5 different types of environmental conditions are classified. Now this is the climatic zone map. This is already there in the code, but now this is being used for the durability design. So depending upon your, and coastal line is also marked on this, coastal area. Depending on zone, you can choose your factors. Now, for example, this is the exposure class. Corrosion due to carbonation is serial 1. In carbonation, we have got 4 exposure classes. And in chloride, we have got again 2 exposure classes. And chloride from seawater, we have got different exposure classes. So this is how we are proceeding with this. Sulfate attack, we have got different 5. This is already there, in fact. We have for the normal buildings for 50 years, we are giving a table so that we don't have to go to detailed durability design, because people were objecting that we are making it complicated, so it's not complicated as such. For other values of design service life, you have to go for a limit state design. This is a table which you can use of this. Now in this table, for different types of cements, different requirements of cover and minimum, maximum cement ratio are being given. Definition of limit states have been there. Now similarly, now when you do limit state design, you need actions and effects and the resistance. For actions, levels of carbon dioxide to be designed, for which you have to design, they are given. And for resistance, carbonation resistance coefficients are given for different water cement ratios for different type of structures. And then you can determine it from the durability tests also, depending upon the importance of structure. Verification can be done by using durability tests. Design for chloride induced, this is similar approach is there for the chloride induced corrosion, where we are giving the required initial chloride for which you have to design, and resistance for different water cement ratios for different types of cements, that is being covered. So I'm not going into detail of this. This is for the chloride induced table also, corrosion also. For 50-year design service life, a table is given, so to avoid the calculations. Beyond that, you have to do the calculations. And for important structures, you have to determine it also by tests. Long-term tests and short-term tests both are described. Surface chloride levels are given for which we have to design, I think, threshold chloride. Sulfate attack and silica provisions updated, I've already mentioned. Thank you all. So I've just given a glimpse of it. The details you can see in the wide circulation draft will come soon, so comments from all are solicited. You can go through it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your valuable input, sir. Now I would like to request Engineer Abhishek Sharma, scientist and NBC team in civil engineering, to kindly present the memento to Shri V.V. Arora ji. Next, I would like to request the presence of Shri C. Pushpakaran, convener of NBC panel for soils and foundations and former GM BAIL. He will be joining us via online mode.
Yeah, so good afternoon to everyone. Abhishek? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, sound is clear?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir, you are audible,
Yeah.
sir. You are audible.
Yeah, Abhishek, please show the slides. Huh?
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah.
Now we can see the slide, sir.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's clear. I'll just. Abhishek, now it has gone. It's not.
Can you see the slide?
It's not clear. It is visible but not. Now it is clear.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So I am Pushpakaran, convener of this Part 6, Section 2, Soils and Foundations, and I am the chairperson of Soil and Foundation Sectional Committee, that is CED 43 as well. So as you know that this part is dealing about the geotechnical aspect, design aspects of foundations, and it includes some provision for the safety measures to be considered during excavation and construction of foundation as well. So just I will explain the brief of what has now so far we did from our panel. So we made the draft and it is widely circulated to all the stakeholders on 13th March, and we received 2 comments and both were discussed along with any points there with our committee members, panel members on 6th of June, and we have finalized the things in the meeting itself. So now just I will update what are the major significant changes we did in current revision. You see this part, that section 2, this is the 4th revision being undertaken. Initially it was published in 1970, followed by first revision in 1983, then in 2005, and then 2016. Now current revision is 2025. Basically, we did the need for revision arise because of mainly 4 factors: the technological developments and advances which happened in geotechnical engineering and foundation engineering, and the experience and feedback which we received and gained from the implementation of 2016 version, and lot of the soil mechanics and foundation codes have already undergone revisions. So that features also we got it updated in this version, and then the inclusion of advanced testing and geotechnical instrumentation is also included here. Now I'll just actually the code is generally revised, but the major significant modification we made it in 7 areas. One is in this code, basically code, we got the geotechnical aspects being detailed out. But in this current revision, we made the provision for location and depth of investigation. Because while planning the geotechnical investigation, that is, before going for field testing and laboratory testing, as a civil engineer, one has to make a planning of that. So in this class is being added now. In this one, we have detailed out what are the minimum requirements of location of the testing for lightly loaded structures, that is single and double story, multi-story structures, linear structures, that is railways, embankments, roads, etc. And then some solar power plants also we have included. And then provision of boring techniques is updated. Basically, in this one, what we mainly did was this wash boring technique and mud boring. These two are deleted. Actually, wash boring, everyone know. Actually, this boring is very important aspect in the investigation part. How the boring is adapted without disturbing the in situ soils. Accordingly, the results will be. The accuracy of the results will be. So generally, in lot of projects, people use the wash boring, which is just to make the borehole advancement under high pressure jet of water, which completely disturbs the in situ soil where we are going for field testing. So considering that this thing, we have completely removed wash boring from this current version, as well as mud boring, because it is a mud which is being used. Otherwise, the method of boring is called rotary boring. That is already there. So in this provision, we have removed both of mud boring as well as wash boring. And then one series of in situ tests were included. Basically now currently, if you see this current version, we have made 20 numbers of field tests. So as everyone knows, for investigation, it is basically these tests are used for investigation purpose. Investigation in the sense, no one knows what is the test to be conducted. Before conducting the test, nobody knows what is the exact test required. So in general, lot of field tests are conducted. After then it is soils are being lab tested. From there, the suitable test results are being used for the design of to get the geotechnical design parameters. So basically in this one, we have added 7 more in situ tests. Just I will brief up. The 7 more are, one is static cone penetration test with pore pressure measurement. Earlier without pore pressure measurement was there, now that we added. And then field CBR test to get the in situ CBR value for the design of pavements is also included. And then cross hole seismic shear wave test, which is to get the dynamic shear parameters. They're basically dynamic properties of soil for the design of machine foundations. That is also included. And then GPR, ground penetration survey, that is also included, from which we will get the top of rock or underground buried elements, if anything is there, pipelines are there. So that GPR is included. And then spectral analysis and multi-channel analysis of surface wave test is also included. Then dilatometer test and in situ permeability test. These are all included in this current version. So next is provision of optical and acoustic televiewer. Basically, this is also this acoustic, optical and acoustic televiewer methods is included. This is just basically in while we are going for rock mapping. There, after making the boreholes, to know the 360-degree view of the different layers, joints, discontinuities. So these methods are being adopted. Currently, this is included in our test. And then pressure meter test provisions are also updated. And then in general, our foundation code is dealing about 2 main type of foundation, that is shallow and deep. Currently in this version, we made one special type of foundation system, that is the combined piled wrap foundations, CPRF. This is included in this current version. So just 1 minute, I will just brief. Yeah, in these foundations, the foundation transmits the load to soil by resistance developed by the components of the foundation, that is piles and raft. Pile develop the resistance along the pile shaft by skin friction and at the pile end by end bearing. In addition, raft develops the resistance by generating the contact pressure below the raft. So now, in combining these two concepts, this foundation is developed. Basically, in this one, the design philosophy, we have neatly detailed out where to apply, where not to apply, and the design principles, everything is detailed out there. There is a separate Indian standards also published already through CED 43. So in this one, 3 different kind of design philosophies are mentioned. One is conventional approach, settlement control approach, and creep piling approach. This, once you go through that standard, you can understand that one. So this CPRF, combined pile raft foundation, is included. And then the final one, geotechnical instrumentation chapter was also now added here. Basically, there are 9 different kind of geotechnical instrumentations we included. One is inclinometer, that is to measure the lateral deflections in deep excavations, shoring systems, landslide, where it can be used. Piezometers, measurement of underground water table, underground water pressure, there is pore water pressure. It is mainly to monitor the groundwater conditions. And then vibration monitors, that is seismographs, to monitor the vibrations due to various construction activities. Strain gauges, load cells, pressure pads and pressure cells, extensometer, that is the deformation measurement, and then permanent settlement markers, settlement monitoring, and crack meters to measure the displacement. So these are the things we included in geotechnical instrumentation. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Professor Radhakrishnan G. Pillai was to join us for this session, but couldn't join us because of some urgency in his office. He'll be joining us post-lunch. For the time being, we take a break for the lunch. Please rejoin us by 1:45 p.m. as we resume the seminar with more technical sessions. Lunch will be served in the basement. Please enjoy your lunch.
Greetings and welcome to this edition of BIS Talks. There's hardly anyone who doesn't think of having a dream home. A place replete with all life facilities and one that offers peace, comfort and security has always been a deep-seated human wish. To materialize this very dream, homeowners typically contribute a significant share of their life's earnings and time. Now, let's just expand our discussion on homes to buildings in general. Residential buildings, hospital edifices, offices, and all other kinds of construction, therefore, need a plan. Some kind of a code that puts in place all the processes relating to building construction in a smooth and efficient manner. All facets in this regard, including planning, obtaining permissions, execution of building plans, architectural drawings, structural designs, fire safety, security, earthquake resistance, functionality, public conveniences, gas supply, transport, and every other conceivable feature that are desired in buildings should be in one place, so that the very gamut of constructions becomes easy and much more efficacious than we often find it to be. So, cherish dreams of having a dream home, providing shelters to the poor and downtrodden, highly equipped hospitals, brilliant office spaces, great transport facilities, and consequent rise in national domestic produce and growth of the nation may be realizable if we follow a building code that helps us understand and realize the true potentials of the construction industry. Do we have a code that makes all this possible? Well, the answer is yes. The National Building Code of India, or simply NBC, can help us accomplish optimization of resources and consequent growth of the country by rationalizing the entire range of construction activities. The NBC gives a comprehensive set of guidelines for regulating the building construction activities all across the nation.
As you are aware, buildings are vulnerable to the impact of natural and man-made disasters like earthquakes, cyclones and fire. It is important that the buildings are not only well planned, comfortable and aesthetically pleasing, but also durable, safe and disaster resilient. These should also take care of the requirements of various building and plumbing services. Also, it is important that all the buildings erected promote sustainability by addressing the same in the planning, design, construction and operation and maintenance phases of the buildings. The built facility thereafter needs to be well maintained for ensuring longevity and continued performance. As you may be aware, as per Schedule 7 of the Constitution of India, construction is a state subject. NBC 2016 has therefore been brought out to give comprehensive provisions to serve as a guide for planning, design, construction and operation and maintenance of buildings. The various provisions are covered in 13 parts, which are divided into 33 chapters as different sections and subsections of various parts. In fact, the entire code is evolved around 4 pillars of safety, that is structural safety, fire safety, health safety and public safety. The code is a useful document for adoption and use by various authorities like regulatory bodies such as municipal corporations, municipalities, development authorities in revamping and revising their building bylaws, and government construction departments and private construction agencies in implementing the code in their construction programs. And thirdly, the building professionals like architects, civil and structural engineers, town planners, building services engineers, landscape architects in their professional practice. And finally, the academic institution, very importantly, for imparting technical education in architecture and civil engineering for the future professionals of the country.
Let us know the history of NBC before we delve further.
NBC was first published by BIS in the year 1970 as a result of special tasks taken up by a guiding committee headed by Major General XIII Singh in the erstwhile BIS, namely the Indian Standards Institution. This group considered the 1968 report on economies in construction costs recommended by a panel of experts and trusted by the then Planning Commission in the year 1965. The code in the first version contained 10 parts to it, developed through 18 technical panels that supported the guiding committee. The first revision of NBC was brought out as SP7 1983 and was launched in April 1984. Amendments numbered 1 and 2 were respectively issued to NBC 1983 in 1987 and a third amendment was issued in 1997. The second revision of NBC, that is SP7 2005, was released on 15th September 2005. 2 amendments were issued to NBC 2005 in September 2015, introducing a new chapter on sustainability apart from clarifying further the aspects on fire safety. The current version of NBC is NBC 2016, which was brought out in 2 volumes, has a total 33 chapters in the form of 13 parts, some of which have been subdivided into sections and subsections.
Efficient administration is the key to the successful accomplishment of land development and construction as per master plan, regional plan and zonal plans. NBC covers the administrative aspects for authorities towards enforcing the provisions of the code, including the procedures for obtaining development and building permits and the responsibility of the owner and all the related professionals. A town or country planning department or a similar body, including the local authorities, can discharge their mandate with greater efficacy if they align their activities in line with the administrative provisions given in Part 2 of NBC. NBC even recommends setting up a board of appeal which provides a mechanism to provide a reasonable interpretation of the provisions of NBC in case of any dispute relating to ongoing construction vis-a-vis the sanctioned plan. The code emphasizes the setting up of an urban arts commission for metropolitan areas to assist the civic authorities in reviewing the development plans towards safeguarding aesthetic and natural beauty and also near historic and monumental buildings.
Building construction is regulated by development control rules and other related aspects of construction, keeping in mind factors such as available spaces, land use classifications, accessibility, height limitations, and parking requirements. NBC addresses these facets and comprehensively deals with the development control rules and the general building requirements.
Proper implementation of the development control rules and general building requirements necessitate coordination of developmental and building activities at both organizational and technical levels on the part of the concerned departments such as the Town and Country Planning Department, Urban Development Authority and urban local bodies. FAR or floor area ratio or floor space index is an important planning tool for regulating the extent of built-up area as per master plans and zonal plans linking with the density of development. NBC suggests a comparative floor area ratio to be allotted to various building occupancy uses and types of construction with a degree of fire protection on a road having a specified width. This ensures harmonious and safe development of buildings and the associated facilities such as schools, colleges, offices and hospitals. Given the fact that number of squatter settlements and pavement dwellers are constantly rising in urban areas, it is essential that the urban local bodies and development authorities develop schemes for their rehabilitation at the earliest. Affordability is an essential criterion in the context of space management without compromising the basic minimum needs of the family to be housed, including the mental, physical and the social health of the marginalized groups. For the benefit of economically weaker sections and the low-income groups, NBC rationalizes the requirements on planning, design of layout and shelter and other relevant development factors with no compromise on structural safety or fire safety.
NBC also covers provisions for buildings and built environments, ensuring a barrier-free environment for the elderly and persons with disabilities.
NBC suggests participatory models of public-private partnership in the development process by covering innovative planning of the existing land area. Transit-oriented development promotes people-friendly transport by reducing dependence on private modes. TOD also reduces traffic congestion, delays and accidents on roads, helps to fight pollution and improves the livability, mobility and convenience of the citizens. TOD includes creation of pedestrian and non-motorized transport friendly environment and efficient public and para-transport system supporting the transit system, multimodal interchange and street connectivity, mixed land uses and appropriate intensity of development and well-designed and integrated parking.
Fire is a major hazard and no building can be deemed habitable unless it is equipped with fire safety measures. These measures, quite understandably, must be both in the nature of prevention and control of fire.
The best way to achieve fire safety in a building is to prevent fire at the first place by selecting the right type of building material as well as the electrical layout. More than fire, it is smoke that endangers the building inmates. The correct design of the building and their services can prevent them from turning into death traps. Part 4 of the NBC, which is widely implemented across the country, addresses the aspect of the fire prevention, life safety and fire protection. Passive fire protection will ensure systematic compartmentation and exit routes for evacuation in case of a fire emergency. Based on the type of the construction and the height of the different fire protection arrangements have been proposed in NBC. The master plan of each town differs. However, NBC has suggested zoning of the different occupancies based on the fire load and the risk evaluation. All occupancies have been divided into 9 zones based on the type of the material used and their fire resistance rating. Building height and the size of the compartmentation can ensure life safety of mixed and the other occupancies, also based on the fire protection arrangement as proposed in the NBC. Fire protection requirements are guided in NBC based on the scale of the project and the facilities in terms of their area of height, and apart from providing specific requirement for a high-rise building, car parking facilities, atrium, metro station, etc. Different Indian standards and on active and passive fire protection means have been laid down to meet the specific requirement. Thus, the provision of the NBC aims to achieve overall fire safety, which is global mandate in protecting mankind from avoidable deaths. All the building sanction authorities and the owners occupier will ensure systematic functionality of fire protection system providing of the building complexes. Any failure will lead to stringent legal punishment. Property owners have an equal responsibility in maintaining and upkeep of their assets and facilities, including the firefighting system, fireman's lift, refuge area, etc., as also elaborated in Part 12 of the Assets and Facility Management of the NBC.
We cannot just use random materials for building construction. Only those building materials which are tested and certified as safe and durable are fit for construction activities. Therefore, it is essential to set standard specifications for building materials.
The materials covered in this part is indicative but not exhaustive, keeping in view the gaps between development of new materials and construction techniques whose formulation of standards would require a while until their stabilization. Thus, NBC recognizes the use of new or alternate building materials subject to the condition that such materials are effective and suitable for the purpose intended, as may be proved by appropriate tests such as durability, dimensional stability, fire safety, working characteristics, etc.
NBC provides for alternate materials details of Indian standard specifications for building materials, reorganization of existing categories, and formation of new categories such as bricks, blocks, and other masonry units, mortar, supplementary cement-like materials, mesh for prevention of diseases spread by mosquitoes and other carriers and vectors, concrete doors and window frames, composite material doors and windows, and file check doors, as also the requirements for alternate materials and construction technologies.
Structures built should have 5 virtues, namely safety, functionality, sustainability, aesthetics, and economy. Out of these 5, structural safety is very critical. Now, structural safety ensures that people are safe inside the structure. Second, the structure itself does not undergo adverse effects when the loads appear on them that are expected to show up during the lifetime of the structure. Third, that the construction of the structure should not adversely affect nature. Clearly, if the structure is built to be safe, then both people and nature are going to be protected. Structural safety means that the structure is made capable of resisting the 5 elements of nature, which is earth, wind, water, fire, and space. Also, it should resist the effects imposed by man. Structural safety is a continuous process, and it is embedded during planning stage, design stage, construction stage, and maintenance stage. Structural safety involves first estimating the loads that appear on the structure. Second, designing or composing the members to have the required strength in them. Third, that the structure should be constructed as designed. And fourth, the structure should be maintained as conceived during the design process. There are 18 design loads, and they are grouped into 2 sets, force loads and deformation loads. Force loads, there are 11 of them, and they can be grouped into man-made or natural. On the man-made, machine loads or blast loads could be examples. On the natural side, we can consider snow and wind loads as examples. On the other hand, deformation loads, there are 7 of them. Again, they can also be grouped into man-made and natural. On the man-made side, we can take the temperature rise due to fire in a structure as a basis. On the natural side, we can take earthquake shaking as an example for the deformation load. Providing resistance to the members of a structure is a critical step in structural safety, and this is examined through the following. First, the overall stability of the structure has to be ensured. Second, the structure should have at least a minimum stiffness so that it doesn't swing too much under the design loads. Third, the structure should have sufficient strength in it so that the design loads, the effects of those design loads are resisted without damage. Fourth, the construction must be possible without much difficulty. And fifth, we are looking at the protection of the architectural elements, which means contents, appendages, and utilities that we provide in our structures. Sustainable development is a responsibility of the technical community of engineers, architects, and code writers. In the recent times, owners and governments are requiring that the critical and special structures should be made resilient. Understandably, the cornerstone of both sustainable development and resilient development is structural safety.
Anyone will tell you that if foundations are strong, the structure will be strong. To achieve a strong foundation, we need a solid scientific plan in place.
The second section pertains to structural design aspect of foundations and mainly covers the soil investigation, depth of exploration for pile foundation, site investigation report, assessment of liquefaction potential of a site, permissible differential settlement, and tilt or angular distortion for shallow foundation in various kinds of soil, and methods for calculation of bearing capacity of soil. Use of timber structure in the building is still common in many parts of the country. Thus, the code stresses special attention to structural design aspect of timber structures. The third section deals with structural design aspect of timber in building construction. Here, the various species of Indian timbers have been classified into 3 groups based on the structural properties that affect the design most. The code now includes strength data for more timber species, requirements for structural timber, and preferred cut sizes to meet the needs of modern construction projects. It also covers glued laminated timber construction, finger joints, and laminated veneer lumber, providing useful information for structural engineers. NBC addresses contemporary structural timber elements such as glued laminated beams, lamellar roofing, and even structural use of plywood and truss raft. Bamboo, as a traditional material for construction in hilly terrains, is covered in this section. Common experience suggests that bamboo is a versatile resource with high strength to weight ratio and cost ratio. It offers a lot of ease in working with simpler tools. Also, bamboo has the unique properties of being light and resilient and has emerged as an ideal material for housing in disaster-prone areas. NBC provides a comprehensive understanding of bamboo structures and their designs by covering the general principle involved in the design of structural bamboo in building with regard to mechanical resistance and durability of structures. Use of bamboo is covered as trusses in foundations, as reinforcement in concrete, use of bamboo-based materials and panel products such as walling, flooring, and roofing. With more than 90% of existing building in the country constructed using masonry walls, NBC provides a comprehensive guidance for structural design of both the unreinforced and reinforced masonry elements in the building. Provision on reinforced bricks and reinforced brick concrete floors are also included. The code has incorporated special consideration for masonry construction in earthquake zones as well. Further, comprehensive strength for different grades of mortar that is used to build the masonry unit to mix their proportion, namely types of cement and sand, strength of mortars, proportioning emphasis of mortars by mass instead of by volume to reflect sound engineering practices have all been covered.
It is not infrequent to find a building unsuitable for habitation due to fallacious use of plain and reinforced concrete.
As we are all aware, concrete is the second most used item in the world after water in terms of per capita consumption. India currently is the second largest cement manufacturer, and a significant portion of it is consumed through concrete for various infrastructural projects. With a view to ensuring the quality of cement, the Government of India has mandated ISI marking on cement. Fresh concrete, which can be prepared on a construction site or ordered through ready-mix form, needs to be designed including for the structural behavior in reinforced concrete structures and pre-stressed concrete structures. The provisions of the National Building Code, apart from the mother code, namely the IS 456 on plain and reinforced concrete, have various updates such as self-compacting concrete, high performance concrete and steel fiber reinforced concrete, requirements for fire resistance of concrete, use of industrial waste based aggregates in addition to natural river sand, caution with reference to PSC in concrete that requires additional setting time, and repropping of the structures, to name a few, have also been addressed in this code. Emphasis has been laid on ductile design and detailing of reinforced concrete elements that have to resist the lateral effects of earthquake shaking, thereby maintaining adequate stiffness, strength and ductility to resist severe earthquake shaking without collapse. National Building Code addresses the structural design aspects of general purpose structural use of pre-stressed concrete in buildings, safety and specific issues such as anchorage devices, cables, stress relaxation and tendon sheathing that take center stage in the planning, construction of pre-stressed concrete elements are also covered. The building professional is expected to prepare and submit subsurface investigation report and structural design and drawings, in particular to the authority as enshrined in Part 2 of the National Building Code. I am glad to share that as a practicing civil and structural engineer, numerous buildings and civil engineering structures such as the Signature Bridge, Lajpat Nagar flyover and several other flyovers, the Vigyan Bhavan, Parliament Library buildings and several other buildings were designed, proof checked, constructed and maintained till date in consonance with the provisions of the Building Code and related Indian standards.
The section on materials, workmanship inspection and testing have been updated in the code, which includes precautions required to be made while using Portland slag cement and Portland pozzolana cement or mineral admixture to account for modified de-shuttering time, curing period and the time of pre-stressing, provisions concerning maximum water cement ratio, concrete exposed to sulfate attack, and use of uncoated stress-relieved low relaxation 7-ply strand as pre-stressing steel. No talk about constructions can be complete unless we discuss the recent trends in use of steel sections as primary elements in residential and commercial buildings.
This section addresses the structural design aspect of steel structure in building, covering the use of hot rolled structural steel sections and steel tubes. The code covers design by limit state method, plastic analysis, including working stress method. The code provides updated design provisions for earthquake effects related various load combinations, ductile designing for earthquake forces and related column base connection, and much more.
NBC lays emphasis on individualization of building construction and factory-made building components. This section covers prefab structures, their sizes, systems for prefabrication, design consideration, joints, manufacture, storage, transport and erection in building construction. In this chapter of NBC, modular dimension of the components that provide greater flexibility in planning, necessary tolerance for different types of prefabricated components, design requirements for safety, and the clause on sampling procedure for testing of components have all been addressed. The other section on system building and mixed composite building construction of the code covers recommendations regarding modular planning, component sizes, joints, manufacture, storage, transport of and erection for use in buildings. The field of systems buildings and mixed composite building construction, commonly called pre-engineered building construction, is a new field.
Nowadays, usage of glass has become an integral part of buildings.
NBC addresses the need for essential facets relating to use of glass in buildings. Understandably, NBC emphasizes fixing of This chapter provides useful insights to architects and engineers about judicious use of glass in buildings.
Part 7 of NBC addresses construction project management, construction planning, site management, building construction practices, storage stacking and handling of building materials, and safety of personnel during construction of buildings, and even the habitat and welfare requirements for workers.
Each construction project is unique and has to be architecturally conceived, structurally designed, and services diligently planned. Part 7 of the National Building Code addresses construction project management, construction planning, site management, building construction practices, storage, stacking, and handling of building materials, and safety of personnel during the construction of buildings. It also covers habitat and welfare requirements for workers. The art of planning entails listing out construction operations and making adequate arrangements for procurement and storage of materials, and the methodology for having a competent agency for construction. The typical life cycle of the project from start to finish involves project formulation and appraisal, project development, planning for construction, tender action, construction, and commissioning and handing over. The technical soundness of a proposal can never be discounted, as also giving due diligence to management aspects dealing with resources and manpower. Construction practices would include all the activities at the project site. These require careful planning of the methodology of construction. Temporary works such as scaffolding and formwork need attention to prevent accidents. Construction involves many types of building materials, and the storage criteria for each could be different, requiring proper assessment. In our country, a large part of the construction is labor-oriented, and safety practices have to be streamlined to minimize accidents. Large works will require labor camps at the site, and the habitat and welfare requirements of workers are important. It is essential that construction projects are completed within the scheduled time, within the authorized cost, to the required quality standards, and also meets the planned functional objectives. Another aspect of a typical construction project is that it comprises activities from various disciplines like architectural, civil, structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, etc. And the coordination between these components is an important part of project management. This would require efficient project management, which entails the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques. The Bureau of Indian Standards has brought out a series of standards for this purpose, covering all aspects of project management like time, cost, quality, safety, etc. The use of these guidelines would help the project manager to achieve the desired objectives.
A building is only half ready as its associated services. Part 8 of NBC provides a holistic treatment of the related building services.
Part 8, Section 1 of NBC ensures good lighting and ventilation, making a building livable. The requirements and methods for lighting and natural ventilation of buildings are detailed in the code. Illumination levels required for different tasks have been recommended in the code, along with the ways to achieve them, such as by daylighting or using artificial lighting or a combination of both. The ventilation requirement for building occupancies suggested in the code helps maintain air quality, control body odors through air changes per unit frame, provide thermal comfort, and maintain heat balance of the body. Various aspects have been elaborated in the code, and some of them are: NBC in the chapter on electrical and allied installation addresses both electricity usage in buildings and protection from lightning. Correct design of the installation by the building professionals and effective installations including electrical wiring prevent short circuiting and related hazards. Some of the key aspects of electrical installation and safety features include: moreover, the electrical installation aspect for construction sites, demolition sites, protection of human beings from electrical hazards, and protection against fire in the buildings due to leakage current are all addressed in NBC. Air conditioning, heating, and mechanical ventilation is the third important building service dealt in NBC, covering the essential aspects including goals and objectives, basis of design of the HVAC system, input parameters for design, design guidelines, performance parameters, pre-planning considerations, range of equipment and system components, and a host of other facets. NBC contemplates the selection of air and conditioning and mechanical ventilation systems that are optimally suited to the specific type of building application and the climatic zones concerned. Some of the key new and innovative approaches on HVAC covered in NBC include:
a critical component of building services addressed in National Building Code is acoustics in building, which if not managed would lead to an unbearable cacophony, thereby making a building uninhabitable. National Building Code thus addresses the acoustical aspects, sound insulation and noise control requirements in building by stressing on planning of buildings as against their surrounding to reduce noise, by recommending sound insulation aspects of different occupancies for achieving acceptable noise levels. National Building Code recommends use of sound insulating materials for prevention of transmission of airborne noise, as also reduce structure-borne noise by using sound insulating materials that block the passage of noise by virtue of their mass and physical properties. The Section 5 of Part 8 provide a comprehensive treatment of vertical transportation with respect to lifts in building. The planning, design, installation, operation, maintenance, and inspection aspects of the code are with a view to ensure safe movement of people with satisfactory performance. National Building Code specially suggests provision for high-speed lifts for tall buildings, lifts for firefighting and emergency evacuation, machine roomless lifts, destination control system, seismic resistant aspects in lifts. National Building Code covers the essential requirement for interflow and intraflow communication, particularly in large buildings by proper planning, installation, operation and maintenance of escalators and moving walks. Part 8, Section 6 of National Building Code contains the essential requirements for information and communication enabled installations and technology systems and cabling installation in a building. The code also covers National Building Code facilitates effective communication option to choose from using any of the technologies, be it through cable wire, optical fiber, fixed wireless and mobile wireless technologies. National Building Code also provide for building management systems and creation of smart buildings. The high-end technologies such as distributed antenna system, Wi-Fi and other facets in building solution must be taken into reckoning at the planning stage itself.
Another way to achieve the third pillar of safety, namely health safety in buildings, is by ensuring supply of adequate water, drainage of liquid waste and disposal of solid waste. The same is achieved through Part 9 of the Code. The water supply requirements in buildings cover a plethora of useful aspects such as plumbing activities, water supply systems, conveyance and distribution of water within the premises, hot water supply system, inspection and maintenance of water supply system, etc. Designs of water supply systems at high altitude areas
The next section addresses the issues such as sanitation, drainage, and related plumbing activities.
Everything related to ensuring health and hygiene by draining wastewater and maintaining the sanitary requirements of buildings are addressed in NBC, such as design, construction and maintenance of drains inside buildings and outside by connecting with public sewers, septic tanks, cesspools, use of corrugated pipes, low noise pipes, underslung pipes, bio toilets, mounting arrangements for plumbing fixtures, layout of drainage and sanitation system, air venting system for high-rise buildings, gradients of drainage pipes, estimation of stormwater runoff, etc. Another building ancillary covered in NBC is solid waste management systems, which is based on assessment of per capita solid waste quantities, treatment of solid waste within buildings and building complexes. The provisions are in line with the relevant statutes and regulations and also cover accessible operation of chutes by persons with disabilities, electrically operated dumbwaiters, to name a few. The fourth section of this part of NBC covers gas supply for purposes like fuel, lighting and medical uses. The key aspects covered in NBC include In a nutshell, this section of NBC ensures safe use of gases in buildings.
A building is as alive as its surroundings. Landscape planning of the building premise ensures this liveliness. NBC, through its Part 10, provides the design and development guidelines with the objective of improving quality of outdoor built environment and protection of the land and its resources. The code covers the related aspects such as the subsequent section of the code provides the aspects of building construction, namely signs and outdoor display structures with regard to public safety, structural safety, and fire safety. Rapid development across the country has necessitated the framing of related requirements for the display of advertisement signs and holdings in NBC.
Perhaps you all are aware that to have a sustainable world, a meeting of 193 countries was held sometime in the year 2015 at the United Nations headquarters, New York, when it was decided to have 17 Global Sustainable Development Goals. These were targeted to be achieved by the year 2030. India is one of the signatories to this document. To monitor the progress of these goals, 117 targets were set and 247 indicators were decided. We in the BIS are pursuing these goals relentlessly through various code formulations. Goal number 11 is regarding sustainable cities and communities. This goal has 10 targets. The National Building Code of India contains provisions to meet most of the targets laid down under this goal, which include affordable housing, reduction of adverse effects of natural disasters, reduction of environmental impacts on cities, providing access to safe and inclusive green and public spaces. Our view is that this goal can be substantially achieved by adopting the provisions enshrined in the NBC. Various provisions of NBC can be adopted by municipal corporations, municipalities, housing boards, development agencies, town and village panchayats, etc., by referring to the chapters of NBC in their rules, regulations, and bylaws. This will result in the development of an orderly, safe, accessible, and sustainable ecosystem.
In the light of the growing requirements for maintenance of the built-up stock, the NBC has incorporated a new chapter which gives a comprehensive treatment to asset and facility management for adoption by all concerned. The Part 12 addresses issues such as management of building assets and associated services, maintenance of all types of facilities and fixed assets. The code also covers critical activities and critical assets that need to be focused upon by facility managers and the responsibilities of occupants for maintenance of facilities such as structures, equipment, and exterior property. Some of such areas include we hope the contents of the National Building Code of India mentioned in this film will help all of us understand the gamut of building construction in the light of the latest practices and principles.
A lot of mind and effort have gone into the writing of the code. If the code is practiced in letter and spirit, we shall certainly achieve a solid infrastructure that in turn will fuel the growth of the nation. As we have seen, the code is a comprehensive account of what ought to be done by the construction industry. Given the fact that the code is revised from time to time, its relevance and usability will never get compromised.
With a view to assisting the local bodies, recently a special publication, SP 73, was released by the BIS titled Standardized Development and Building Regulations, that serves as a model document intending to bring uniformity in structuring, detailing, as well as key approval processes throughout the country without sacrificing any unique or area-specific needs of respective states and union territories. This document emerges as a beacon of uniformity designed to streamline the structuring and detailing of the development and building regulations of the states and union territories in the country. I may, however, add that considering the size of our country, there are a large number of municipalities, municipal corporations, and village panchayats which need assistance and guidance in their day-to-day workings wherever they are controlling the building regulations. This document will be of great assistance to all of them.
Buildings, as we have said before, are primal parts of a country's infrastructure. The code is a sure way to economical and safe building construction that caters to all needs of modern day life. The use of the code could also...
I request everyone to just take your seats. We will be starting our session shortly. बोलो शुभम जो भी है ना इन लोगों को भी लेके कॉल एवरीवन इनसाइड विल बी स्टार्टिंग
Everyone, please take your seats. We'll be starting the session shortly.
Call everyone. शरण जाओ बाहर जाओ. Call everyone. सबको आने के लिए बोलो.
बोल दिया सर. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please take your seats so that we can begin the upcoming session. Welcome back, everyone. We now begin session 5 on building services. We are honored to have our esteemed speaker, Professor Rajan Rawal, convener of NBC panel for lighting and natural ventilation, also Professor of Building Energy Performance at CEPT University and Senior Advisor at the Center of Advanced Research in Building Science and Energy, Ahmedabad.
Namaskar. Good afternoon. Thanks BIS and National Building Code for organizing this. I think it's a very, very important event. We should have this more and more, and I'm very glad that it's also happening at a virtual space where a lot of other people can attend. My job is very simple. One part of section 1 of part 8, which is dealing with the lighting and natural ventilation. There are 4 or 5 slides and a summary. Fantastic job always done by the BIS team, that as a convener, we don't need to look for information. It's always there in one portal, always ready to help. So just to begin that, there are 2 sections on in this part 8. One is dealing with the lighting and natural ventilation, and one which is very similar is dealing with the heating, ventilating, and air conditioning. And very early on, both conveners sat together and figured out that in the advanced stage now, where building is heavily reliant on services, how are we going to make these 2 things separate in 2 separate sections? So what we decided is that anything which is dealing with the building envelope, when we say building envelope, which is windows, doors, walls, roofs, and any kind of ventilation taking place where building is as a focus, will come in this section. anything which is related with the mechanical ventilation, anything which is related with air conditioning, anything related with the pumps and motors where electricity is getting used will get into HVAC. And hence there are some kind of realignment has taken place this time. So this section focuses on lighting, which is lighting and daylighting, so artificial lighting, electric lighting and daylighting, and natural ventilation. In a manner, we are trying to focus on thermal comfort, visual comfort, along with the health. It basically deals with the indoor air quality, including odors and various kind of temperatures. It covers natural light and air effectively, and also gives equal importance to all kind of building archetypes, which schools, offices, office buildings. Trying to reduce the reliance on artificial lighting, although the technology is progressing extremely well in both lighting and HVAC. More and more efficient lighting, LED is sort of close to 0, 1 watt per meter square kind of connected load, but still, it's not just about energy efficiency, but what we are looking at is also health. And that is where many of the health related, mental well-being related, natural daylight related points has been raised here. And it also supports the passive cooling strategies and airflows. Sorry. It probably covers very basics of design and technology both. When you say design, is how to design building in shape, in form, in windows areas, in shading, and kind of technologies which we can use for air change and other thing. Skylight calculation, ventilation is based on air leakages and air exchanges, also been part of that. Although we are not specifying a technology such as LED, but energy efficient lighting is been prescribed heavily, including if you go into the technicality, the color temperature of the light, which helps us to retain our sleep cycle during the day, during the night, and so on and so forth. So the revision is primarily based on two parts. One is a spatial consideration, as I say, that how to design building, not just about how to design building, but also how to operate building. So it's not just about how much window area do you need, but when you have that window area and when to open window, when to close window, when to put a drapes on top of that, also is part of the revision. Focus is also on ultraviolet exposures and operable windows, as I said. Ultraviolet exposures are primarily dealing with skin and any other skin-related health problems. And as I mentioned earlier, circadian cycle is also been very much focused. It's not just about daylighting bringing in, but when to bring the daylight in. And at the time of daylight, if we have a supplemental artificial light, what should be the color temperature of the artificial light? And a lot of these things has been brought into this particular section. Also drawing a lot from other IS codes. And luminance level and illumination levels also been specified for energy performance. How to calculate, so some couple of examples also been given in a revision that if you have a climate like Chennai or if you have climate like Jaisalmer, what should be the window size and how do you really calculate that? How should you operate the window is also very much part of it, as I said, and examples and very simple to understand charts has been given. What is very unique in this revision also is that India's specific thermal comfort equations also been added. Not relying on any other non-Indian standard, but how Indian feels about temperature and relative humidity through the natural ventilation is been added. So this is a very good advancement in the in this particular section. And as I mentioned, that a long list of terminology and other new definition is also been added as a part of it. So in summary, only I would say that so far we were focusing a little bit on design part in earlier version. This version we have taken a step forward, design and operation as well. So basically we're looking at a little bit one more step of life cycle, and then in other sections, sustainability part, we were talking about life cycle assessment as well. But this one step design and operation is part of it, and not just efficiency, but also health has been part of the section. So these are two main highlights of the new revision. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
So wait for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for providing such an elaborate insight on the revision of provisions regarding lighting and natural ventilation. Now I would like to invite Engineer Shubham Chaudhary, scientist in NBC team in civil engineering, for presenting the memento to to Professor Rajan Rawalji. Now, to continue this session, I would like to invite Shri A.K. Mittal, convener of NBC panel for Information and Communication Enabled Installations and advisor of Networks TSD-SI, retired as Senior DDG and Head of Telecom Engineering Center. He will be joining us via online mode.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. In NBC 2016, we had introduced a new section which is called Part 8, Section 6 on ICT-enabled installations. That was the first time it was included. And since then, there have been some learnings, and based on that, we are carrying out the revision. So why this chapter was introduced was that it was felt, and every one of us knows, that like electricity and water, extension of ICTs or telecommunication facilities inside the buildings is essential for modern buildings. And one important scenario is that there are multiple service providers for telecom services. You have a large number of internet service providers. You have people coming through cables, people coming through optical fiber, people coming, extending boosters inside the buildings and giving you signal at appropriate strength, and satellite-based systems like satellite TV, and in future maybe the telecommunication may also come. The broadband systems may also be delivered via satellite in very near future. So the buildings now should be ready to optimally utilize the telecom systems and services delivered from them, and the users in the building should be able to avail any type of service which they want anytime, and then it should also support the IT systems if their buildings are large enough, which require the IT system to control or monitor. All those things should be there by design in the buildings themselves, or at the time of operation of buildings, some spaces can be created. So all that part has been covered in this section. This section is important because again that telecom has become such a inseparable part of our life. We use phone all the time, internet, TV. Now TV also we see on our phones now, Wi-Fi everywhere. Wherever we go, we always look for a Wi-Fi facility. So it's so important for our lifeline. And for this, the buildings must support high-speed data and multiple service providers. As we said in the previous slide, there are multiple service providers for mobile, for optical cable systems, for internet systems, for broadcasting, TV. So there's multiple service providers. So we need to enable our buildings for ICT so that in future we can avoid digging or rewiring. So once for all, we create a path for cables and spaces for telecommunication. So that will save future time, cost, and disruption in existing services. And this makes us the infrastructure of the building ready for for future and improves safety, comfort, and connectivity. Connectivity is the most important part. Safety, yes, there are some safety protocols which have been mentioned in the chapter, and other safety protocols as are there in the other chapters of the NBC. They in any case apply for the buildings. And you need, when we say services, just to remind, we need smart services like Wi-Fi, CCTV, building management system. Large buildings have building management systems, and they're every part of the building is through CCTV and sensors, so that you can monitor various activities. That makes the building smart homes or smart offices. So what we are covering in this section is planning for spaces, that keeping in view the size of the building, how much space we should leave for entrance facility where the telecom cables will enter, where the equipment will be installed, and then it will be taken to different floors of the building or different parts of the building if the building has not multiple floors. So all that planning part with some thumb rule calculations has been mentioned here, and how different types of cables like copper cables, optical fiber cables, coaxial cables, you know that the local cable service providers, now gradually they are going to optical fiber, but many cases they still provide service on coaxial. So for that also there should be inside. So all these cables, they should be able to support wireless systems for Wi-Fi. To strengthen the signal, we have inside antenna systems, distributed antenna systems, boosters for 4G, 5G. All that it should be, we should be able to accommodate in the building. And then when you say of cable, so cable normally, in a normal home, we will say, okay, you hang it here, put a nail here and wind it. No, but this chapter provides a proper and professional way of running cables while keeping in mind the safety of the occupants from electric shocks and other things, and protection the EMI, electromagnetic interference, so that the telecom signals are not interfered by electromagnetic interference from electricity or from nearby other transmissions. So key revisions what we have taken up, current version is the version which is being worked out, is that since we published the earlier NBC, we have now cables which can support higher data rates. They can go longer in length inside the building and can support higher data rates. So there are tables inside the NBC which provide different types of cable names, their types, and the data speed they can support. Then the earthing method, which was prescribed in the NBC, we have now added mesh bonded networks for earthing, which provides a better EMI protection. Then in-building solution is something which everybody talks about. This is applicable more for larger buildings for improving signal strength inside, because when you have multiple walls, the signal doesn't, signal gets stopped or gets attenuated. So inside the building, a distributed antenna system and support and the required equipment, telecom equipment or mobile equipment is installed in a way. All that has been explained, and how the signal can be strengthened by leaky cables. Sometimes cables have punctures through which the signal leaks and increases the strength. Then small cells. Now, as the technology is improving, you are going to higher and higher frequencies. The reason is, higher the frequency, you can support higher bandwidth, more broadband bandwidth. So, but then higher frequency means the coverage is smaller. So there is a concept of a small cell. Those small cells can be inside the building, or they can be in the outside market areas and other places, so that public on the move can have connectivity with high speed connection through that coverage. Everybody need not go directly to the tower. connect to a tower, but to connect to the small cells which are in vicinity. And we have given some greater focus on aesthetics, coverage, and indoor signal strength. This we have explained, coverage and indoor signal strength. Then we are now going slightly outside the building because this is something which affects a building, a resident. When he goes out on the street, the person needs a signal. And as I mentioned, that as the technology is moving to higher frequencies and demand for services and the bandwidth is growing, so we need smaller cells. And for that, now there is a worldwide, practice now to the mobile BTSs or small cells on the electricity poles, on say bus stand side, or any other street furniture which municipal authorities own or other local authorities own. So their furniture can be used for setting up those. But the specification, so we are only giving an indicative thing that what it means, how does it, what requirements it will place on that street infrastructure. But then it requires a lot more study because the equipment which we will put have some weight. So what should be the pole size? What should be the, when we create a specific shed for bus stand or other infrastructure, what kind of poles we should put, because the local authorities have to keep in mind while developing a city or a local area that, okay, let us make this infrastructure ready for supporting small cells. And so planning for both wireline and wireless access, it was there in the earlier NBC also, but here we have slightly added more value to for planning of wireline and wireless services extension inside the buildings. Then cable paths, cables have to run through buildings. There can be multiple cables because of multiple service providers. Somebody is bringing a Wi-Fi connection to you through, if there are multiple residents or multiple tenants, somebody is taking from operator A, somebody from operator B, and somebody taking from a cable service provider. So same structure should be able to support coaxial cables, optical fiber cables, and of multiple service providers, and have scope for future expansion also. And that is why we also have modular space flexibilities as you want to grow with additional facilities in future. So there should be a modular equipment and how we expand the facility, how to have flexibility to modularly expand those spaces that has been mentioned. And why it is so important, of course, part of this we have covered in our explanation in the earlier slides. But again, reiterating that buildings have to be, there is no other go than to make the buildings ready for future technologies. So whatever is in our vision now, we have included, try to cover that inside in the revised version. And future buildings will be smart, they will be connected and efficient buildings. Even in the homes now, people have remote in hand to open the doors or to do various activities, to monitor their activities inside the home on their phone. So all that connectivity and smartness, will require buildings to have support ICT installations, have minimized the interference, have the equipment installed, and all those things. So it's important to take note by all the builders and the local authorities that buildings should have ICT enablement. And because if you are ready for in the beginning itself by creating spaces in advance, then our maintenance cost goes down. You need not dig and break walls and create trenches every time, and improve safety, and upgrades are easily possible. And final objective is that we are in the middle of digital economy, which is growing and expanding, which is creating user convenience. So more buildings are ICT enabled, more user convenience, more contribution to digital economy. So this chapter is very important. And in future, TRAI, the regulator, has brought out some, a tentative set of, consultations saying that we will be rating the buildings, that how good they are for ICT or telecom services. so that their market value also depends on that rating. So all that will happen in future. So, but that is not firmed up yet. So that is why it may not go. Once it is firmed up, probably in the future amendments we can take that also, or it may act as a separate regulation. But then I am just trying to say that the future is focus is on smartness and connectivity of buildings always. So all the people who are involved, all stakeholders have to keep this in mind, and that is where this chapter is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for informing us about the provisions of ICT and how it is important in present scenario. Next, I would like to invite Shri P.M. Tipnis, founder consultant at Tipnis Consultancy, Mumbai, with over 4 decades of experience in the lift and escalator industry and also a member of NBC panel for sustainability. He will also be joining us via online mode.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir, you are audible to
Am I
us.
audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible to us.
Okay. Okay. Whether Abhishek is sharing my PPT or should I try it?
Yes, sir, it's already on the screen.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. But it has gone to last slide. Probably he has to start from beginning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So good afternoon again, and this is my privilege to brief you about Part 8, Section 5, which talks about lifts, escalators, and parking systems. This part ensures safe movement of people and vehicles in the building. So that's very important that the buildings are basically meant for people. So the safe movement of people as well as their vehicles should be ensured. This topic covers planning, installation, operation, and maintenance of all the 3 types, lifts, escalators, and automated parking. So thus this, back to this section includes 3 subsections. First is 5A, lifts, 5B, escalators and moving walks, which were there present up to NBC 2016. So in 2025 edition, we are adding this 5C, which is power driven parking systems. You know, in today's buildings, parking space is a problem, and the number of cars are increasing. So we want more and more space to be utilized for efficient parking. That is how this Part C has become very essential. So it has been decided to add it, and I'm glad to state that a lot of information will be given, is being given in this section, which is power driven parking system. Next. So this part supports vertical and horizontal movements in the buildings. It ensures passenger safety and comfort. Also helps plan for emergency use. Nowadays we know that as the buildings are becoming complex, their floor plates are increasing, their heights are increasing, so they become very complex, and hence the emergency use and the plans for emergency evacuation also have become very, very important. And thus we already have fireman's lift, and also in 2016 edition we had given the concept of evacuation lifts, which is now being expanded in this 2025 edition. And lastly, as I said, it meets urban needs with space-saving parking technologies. Next. So let's see what are the key updates in subsection 5A, which is lifts. Probably we all are aware that there are double-deck lifts, and in fact a new technology has come, which is 2 lifts running in the same shaft. So twin cabin lift system is another name for that. So double decker and twin cabin. Double decker means they are joined together, they move as one unit, 2 cars, one on the above the other one, that is double decker. And twin means the 2 cars, they move independently of each other but in the same shaft. So these are the 2 new concepts they are introduced to handle high population in the buildings. We can see that when the building becomes very complex, the number of lifts increases, and hence the shaft requirement and the space requirement due to the lift shafts also goes on increasing. So in such a situation, double-decker lifts or twin cabin, they offer lots of advantages that you can utilize that space even better. Now it naturally brings us to requirement, and then it also specifies how to comply with fireman's lift requirement in such a system. So that is also elaborated, how we can comply the requirements of fireman's lift in the new double deck or twin cabin lift systems. Another very important topic which was introduced in 2016 is the occupant evacuation lifts. Occupant evacuation lifts, the basic principle I will explain in a minute. In case of, let's say, any emergency, we can take it as a fire in a very tall or complex building. In metros, due to traffic and other congestions, it takes for the fire brigade to reach the site anything between, let's say, 15 minutes to 45 minutes, even at times it could be more than 45 minutes also. The idea is that before the arrival of the fire brigade, how we can take the people out of the building, so that ultimately, in case of such a tragedy, the casualties are reduced. Actually, this concept actually came from 9/11 when Twin Towers in US were attacked. One tower got demolished and there were heavy casualties, but the second tower people came to know that something terrible is happening. So on their own, they evacuated building and went out. That is why when the second plane attacked the second tower, the number of casualties were very small as compared to the first tower. So from this, the concept came that what they call it now as the golden hour, before the fireman reaches or the fire brigade reaches the affected site, we use the time to evacuate the people in a safe way so that eventually the casualties are reduced. So with this concept, now we have elaborated further it. Another Indian standard is also being published in detail. It will be out maybe in a month or so. So the new strategies have been defined. First possibility is that it can be a fully automatic evacuation operation. It's totally automatic. Other is remote assisted evacuation operation. The evacuation operation here is controlled remotely by the remote evacuation assistant. That is, somebody is sitting either in a fire room or a BMS room, and they operate the lifts such that people are taken out. And third one is, of course, the manually assisted evacuation operation, wherein the evacuation operation is directly controlled by an assistant in the car in what we call as next one. I think we got the same one again. And the slide has gone away. Yeah. And the regeneration feature is recommended. We all know that in elevator, the motor could be operating either on a motoring load or a generating load. The new motors, especially the permanent magnet synchronous motors, they can very well operate in generating mode, and they reproduce the electricity when operating in a general generating mode. Motoring load is when we are taking the load up against the gravity, and when the load is coming down in the direction of gravity, we get generating load. So these drive features, a regeneration of electricity feature is there, which can be used to give electricity to other services, maybe staircase light or pumps or whatever. So that can be usefully implemented. This new edition also gives more guidelines for DCS control to be more effective. What has happened is, sometimes in a building where there are DCS controls, if the DCS control input station, input keypads, they are placed at the conventional landing push button box positions, that is in between lifts, very near to the lift, there is a tendency for people to give multiple calls, and the software gets haywire. It will not operate properly. So it is recommended that location of the keypad at the main floor, at least, it should be at the lobby entrance. So normally people, when they come, it could be integrated with turnstile, or when they come, they give the call and they come to the lift shaft. So giving multiple calls is avoided. Of course, there can be one keypad just in case somebody wants to change his destination, etc. But not all of them should be there near the lifts. And also it is recommended that lift identification should be alphabetic. That is, we identify the lifts with A, B, C, and floors to be numeric. That is, floors we can have 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. If we mix it, people are likely to get confused. For example, for ground, if we say ground G, and if there are nomenclature for lift identification also A, B, C, D, then it's possible that people will get confused. So these are some of the few simple things which have been added, but they will make the distress control very more effective. Another addition to the planning section in the lifts is for the goods lift, vertical sliding doors. Currently, only horizontal sliding doors have been included. Now, for the goods lift, vertical sliding doors are also very popular. So that gap has been reduced. Now it has been filled in, and vertical sliding doors also have been incorporated in the planning section. Next slide. In the escalator and moving walk section, that is 5B, there are some, of course, terminologies which have been updated, giving proper terminology for the maintenance and electrical safety, which have been used in the section. Then basically the protection for outdoor and semi-outdoor installations, they have been added. So this was a gap which has been now filled in. So clear technical specs have been recommended for the components. Of course, they are basically based on 2 or 3 main things, principles. First is, once it is outdoor, that means it must have corrosion resistance, and then it should have dust and water protection. So accordingly, suggestions have been given for use of stainless steel or galvanized iron, etc., and IP grade. So all those have been added for outdoor and semi-outdoor installations. And then the checklist and inspection guidelines for escalators and moving walks, they have been revised. And fire safety and power supply systems, there have been some suggestions and given some improvements into that. Next slide, please. And lastly, the newly added automated parking system 5C. This has been introduced to address urban parking needs using technology. It covers fully automated and semi-automated parking systems. It also gives some guideline as to vehicle wait time should not be more than 3 minutes, etc. And here the focus is on user safety, queue management for the vehicles, and emergency access for various locations. Next slide. Various types of parking systems have been developed and they are being used, and they have been successfully captured in this 5C. For example, we must have heard of stack parking, which is commonly, we also see it very, very common. One car above the other, or maybe even one car above the other and one more car above the two. So that is called as stack parking. It could be dependent or independent. Dependent means you have to remove the lower car to take the upper car out. Independent means there is a provision so that you can remove any car without moving the other car. Then it is got another is called as puzzle parking. It's like a puzzle wherein one slot is empty and then you try to adjust the puzzle, etc. So operating on the same principle. Then tower parking, we have heard that there are now parking towers available for maybe 60, 70, 80, 90 cars as well in one tower. It could be RCC tower, it could be fabricated tower. All these are now prevalent, they are being used. There could be longitudinal parking when parking space is very limited along the length. If you do parking at multiple level, it becomes longitudinal parking. Then it could be chase parking, like very mechanical, the whole loop moves at a time. And finally, it is the robotic parking, which moves the car in X, Y, and Z, all three directions. So all these informations are now gathered and they are available for people to use it in this new addition of automated parking system 5C. Next slide, please. So what these revisions basically, modern buildings require smart, space efficient transport systems. These revisions have been done with international practices, keeping Indian needs in mind. The information is such that it helps building users, designers, and regulators ensure better safety, and finally contribute to better urban infrastructure and smarter buildings. Next. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of the section of lifts and escalators as well as sustainability in line with the present construction scenario. It has given us an elaborate idea about the revision in this section of NBC. Next, I would like to invite Shri N. Nagarajan on the stage. He is the convener of NBC panel for electrical installations and former Chief Engineer Electrical in CPWD. Please, sir, join us on the stage.
Good afternoon to all of you. I am Nagarajan. I am a retired chief engineer from CPWD. See, it's a very great privilege for me to be among you to present the revisions that has been proposed over the 2016 version of the NBC Part 8, Section 2, Electrical and Allied Installation. See, during the last 20 years, there have been changes. When we got independence, we had Indian Electricity Act 1923, and all electrical works have to abide by the Indian Electricity Act 1923. Then when it was found people are not able to use it effectively, then Indian electricity rules were formed in 1956. So thereafter almost all works, all electrical works have been mandated to be in compliance with Indian Electricity Act 1923 and Indian Electricity Rules 1956. Then it was found that in India, the transmission losses have been going very high, and we have to find some way to control it. With this, Government of India adopted Electricity Act 2003, with which we were able to control the wastage of electricity. Since then, in the Electricity Act 2003, it was found necessary to nominate CEA to form regulations. So CEA regulations were introduced in 2010 for the first time, measures relating to safety and electric supply. So now I start with this general requirements. All electrical works shall comply with the provisions of the Electricity Act and electricity regulations which are in work. See, now during 2017 and 2018, CEA as well as Indian standards introduced norms for electrical voltage. According to this, medium voltage became from up to 33 kV was called medium voltage. Earlier, in the rule, both Indian Electricity Act 1923 as well as IE rules 1956, nomenclature norms gave low voltage as up to 240 volts or single phase or 433 volts in three phase, medium voltage from 240 volts single phase or 433 volts three phase into 650 volts single phase or 1100 volts three phase. This medium voltage at that time was used only in hospitals where there have been use of 380 volt single phase, as well as in industries which are more concerned on welding with auto transformers. Then those days heavy voltage or high tension is called for all voltages above 1100 volts or 1.1 kV, but with the increase of high voltage both and introduction of CEA regulations 2010, it was decided in 2017-18 to norm voltages up to 33 kV as medium voltage. Actually, CEA primarily caters or considers electric supply distribution, generation distribution only. Hence, they are calling up to 33 kV as medium voltage meets the requirement. But it was on the same lines, and also as it was found even IEC, which standards were in many of the electrical cases have been made IEC standards, have made voltage from 1 kV to 100 kV as medium voltage. So, Indian standards also made high voltage as up to 33 kV. But see, in all buildings, we have been using for the last 75 years up to 33 kV only. That too 11 kV and 33 kV. Earlier it was 6.6 kV. Thereafter it became 11 kV and 33 kV, which are used to step down the voltage for use for the public, which are only at 240/433 volts. Accordingly, we have been calling high tension or high voltage for all voltages up to 33 kV in buildings. This standard is for National Building Code. That is, it is primarily for buildings and not for electrical supply distribution other than within the buildings. Also, almost all state electricity boards in India, after the introduction of this as medium voltage up to 33 kV by CEA, they have decided to make their own norms where they have clearly specified all 11 kV and 33 kV distribution will be called as high voltage, and beyond 33 kV they have called it as extra high voltage. This being the case, I have decided that the voltage which was applied in 1956 IE rules and which has been in vogue for the last 75 years in all buildings shall be treated as the voltage categorization for buildings. Accordingly, up to 50 volts AC or 110 volts, 120 volts DC, we will call it as low voltage, extra low voltage. In up to 50 volts, we will call it as extra low voltage. 50 to 240 volts single phase, we call it as medium voltage, low voltage. Then 240 to 650 or 433 to 1100 as medium voltage. 1100 and above as high voltage, and up to 33 kV, and beyond 33 kV we have decided to call it as extra high voltage. I hope the audience will agree with this decision, because we don't want to confuse the public at large who are using electricity for day-to-day needs to think what is medium, confuse what is medium voltage, high voltage, etc. So I wanted to preserve the same thing. Accordingly, the clarification has been decided, and we did not give this explanation in the wide circulation, probably due to oversight. Though it was decided when we were preparing it, we could not include it. We only included the voltage, and there have been quite a good amount of commotion in this respect, that why are you varying it from BIS, when BIS and NEC 2023 have adopted up to 33 kV as medium voltage. You should not have gone back to this. But I feel this is a must, not to confuse the public at large. It is not our individual prestige, but it's the individuals who should not get into any electrical accidents, and it should be safe. And that is the reason why this has been finalized, and this will be discussed in the meeting after the wide circulation comments, etc. are finalized. But I felt it will be a forum to announce it. That is how I have come forward with this. I hope the public at large and also this August gathering will accept this as the forms. Then in this, see, the norms, the general requirements of the electrical works have been reviewed in the light of the latest Electricity Act, rules and CEA regulations, and also the introduction of project management approach towards electrical work involving planning, design, construction, verification, testing and maintenance. Voltage norms have been fixed considering the CE regulations, which I have already explained. Lower limit of power factor has been updated in this under class 3.81. Actually, now almost all state governments have introduced low power factor as a must for the supply of electricity. In some of the states, for three-phase meter supply load in low voltage also, they have started giving meter reading only for kVA and not for kilowatt hour, which is the unit earlier considered. So we have clearly mentioned 0.95 as the lower limit of power factor lag, 0.95 lag for this. Then planning of electrical installations now emphasizes integration of different types of energy sources. See, earlier this we have not envisaged at all, but now with the introduction of grid, solar power and other renewable sources, it has been decided that we give special attention to this and this has been considered in this planning of electrical installations in para 4.1 in under class 4.1. Location and other requirements of substation switch rooms have been reviewed and revised. See, in this, if you have seen, one of the primary points that we have considered is we can see in this we have considered is that how much, not only how much area is required, but where to locate, how to locate, we have very specifically considered this. Then revised substation and switch room requirements have been considered and have been updated. Updated installation guidelines for emergency backup, requirements of emergency power backup system added. See, in this, actually, see, we have to, because we are having now different set of voltages, we have to bring all those voltages in the same format, in the same platform, and then which is to be utilized is one, and all have to be voltage as well as frequency have have to be phased correctly for it to work properly, otherwise system will entirely collapse. So then use of multiple sources and substations have been substation safety have been reviewed. Then new option for combining power and distribution transformers. Actually in this, see, nowadays we have observed that there are many residential complexes even and building complexes where the total power requirement even exceeds 20 MVA. This being the case, in many of the cases, people are willing to give only even 11 kV. So to make the benefit of both 11 kV, 33 kV, as well as distribution transformers, we have decided to divide it as power transformers and distribution transformers. This we have considered and we have provided for it. Then coming to electric voltage charger locations. See, there have been much more considerations, much more this. One is localize them. Second, whether you allow in all the basements or only one basement or not only. My experience shows we should not locate the electrical vehicles, whether it is two-wheeler or four-wheeler, in the basements. You might have come across very recently number of electrical accidents, electrical fires, where mostly you would have found the scooters getting burnt after parking. That is, at the time of parking when they are charging, it becomes, because there is lot of different frequencies involved, different voltages are involved, heating involved, ventilations, what is available is not sufficient, with the result it burns. Now a car parking arrangement where every other car has got petrol or diesel in it, it becomes a spark is sufficient for the entire thing to burn. And if a basement starts fire, it may go to the entire building. So my personal opinion will always be to say not to allow electrical vehicles in the basement parking, but if at all to be allowed, restrict it to only first basement parking and not below, which also should have a direct access easily, so that in the event of a fire, as far as possible it should be taken out. And then even segregate the electrical vehicle parking in such a manner, put a firewall type arrangement where total wet considerations are there, so that the fire does not extend to other parts. And so we have proposed for this, for the fire people to consider this, and also we have considered for residential parking with electrical meters with each parking charge, whether it is DC or AC, so that metering, it can be either postpaid meter or prepaid meter. It should be the relationship between the owner, car vehicle owner, and also the residential complex authorities. In respect of commercial vehicles, we prefer that agency should be provided. They should have, where it is more than 100 kVA is involved, we will recommend to have an individual transformer for this. Otherwise, provide electrical charging along with metering arrangement so that it can be paid off accordingly. This is what is our recommendations. We have come in this with the Indian standards which are available, etc. Reception and distribution of main supply, LV connections, reviewed and updated in the chapter. Earthing system selection and design updated. See this NEC recently 3043 IS have been revised, and accordingly earthing systems have been updated. All earthing systems have to be integrated now in a building at the earth stage. See, this is very much, and then revised provisions for building integrated PV systems have been proposed, and we have given the updations in respect of the same. Lightning protection class have also been reviewed in detail. Annexures are updated as per CEA safety and electrical supply regulations. MV and LV bus bar chamber requirements reviewed. All Indian standards references revised to the latest editions. I very thank you for giving me the time. Thank you.
So 2 minutes. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us a quick glance on the story of evolutionary developments in the electrical installations in the history of India. He has also touched on the new innovations in the field and the need for safe and standardized provision in these as well. Now, I would like to invite Scientist C, Shri Rajesh Chaudhary, Deputy Director, Civil Engineering, BIS, to present the memento. Thank you again, sir. Next in line, I would like to request Shri Ashish Rakheja, convener of NBC panel for air conditioning, heating and mechanical ventilation, and also managing partner at AEON and a renowned expert in high performance building systems with over 28 years of experience in thermal engineering. Please, sir, join us on the stage.
Namaskar. So, hearing about air conditioning in a non-air conditioned conference room, अभी I think air conditioning बंद की हुई है, वो इसीलिए की है कि आपको इसकी अहमियत का पता लग सके. So you know the importance about the subject. But having said that, thank you very much, first of all, to the BIS team, and the NBC has been a very involving task under the leadership of Suresh Saab, who's sitting right here. So thank you, Suresh Sahab, and Pant Sahab, thank you for guiding us through this. When we started writing the air conditioning system, so the challenge was we had a draft, we had a chapter which was already available, the section was already available in the 2015 version. But we felt that the air conditioning itself as a subject has been under a lot of pressure with respect to the power consumption that we consume. Secondly, the damage to the environment we have a potential of doing through the refrigerants. Third, the growing concern that we have on the air quality, thanks to the deteriorating air quality outside, the consequential air quality inside has been a big concern, especially if you come from the larger cities. Most of the Indian cities today are polluted, and that's why the air conditioning has a big role, not only to bring down the energy consumption, but to also provide a good air quality. And also, any specialized industry that is coming nowadays, whether it's a data center or it's a manufacturing, we are all moving towards the air-conditioned environment. And that's why we decided as a team to rewrite the entire section of air conditioning. That's the reason, since I have limited 10 minutes, I have put the entire index here for you to see that how the whole section has changed, the structure of it. We had about 150 plus professionals who sat down together and we created this draft. So this is created by the industry players itself. We have to tell you, so if I'll go to the 2025 version and I'll try to cover most of the things here. In the basis of design, earlier NBC had the recommended outdoor air temperatures for some of the cities. It is all based on from where we are able to compile the data and put together. But however, as the construction is taking place across the country at this point of time, so we require for our air conditioning system design, we require the weather data design conditions, as we say, for a lot of Indian cities. So more than 200 Indian cities are being added at this point of time in this. The second is on the cooling system typologies. There are lots of cooling systems which keep coming. The VRF especially is a lot being used, and there are many types of VRFs also there. So we decided to expand the subject of VRF, and that's been covered in detail in the NBC, the new NBC. On the refrigerant is the biggest change that has taken place, and you would have seen from the CFC going out to currently as a so from the CFCs going out, today the whole talk is about HCFCs going out. The HCFC has a phase out of 2030. From there, the alternate refrigerants were always considered HCFC, which too are now under a phase down mode. And thereafter, the HFO, which is supposed to be more environment friendly refrigerants, are being talked about. The entire world is talking on the refrigerant management, especially from a perspective, because every time the refrigerant leaks out when your technician is repairing the air conditioners, we are doing harm to the environment. There is a global warming taking place. So the refrigerant section has undergone a complete change for that reason. Though low energy systems is all about the alternate energy systems. You would have seen the evaporative cooling. Those of us are now, if you look at the new railway stations coming up, there also we are talking of evaporative cooling. We are talking about two-stage evaporative cooling, multi-stage evaporative cooling. How we can reduce the amount of energy that we are using for thermal comfort. There is also another concept of a mixed mode ventilation where we try to use the ambient to our advantage. Like whenever the ambient is nice, we try to take the ambient air inside to cool down building without using the compressor based systems. That's also been brought in. Those are some new additions taking place. A brand new chapter is on the district cooling systems. You would have seen the India Cooling Action Plan a few years back talked about district cooling as one of the most important areas for decarbonization. And that's why, and today this cooling as a service, that's how the whole industry is called, cooling as a service, is rapidly coming up with a lot of big industrial houses, the big companies of our Indian industry are working in that area. So there is a new chapter on the district cooling system, and we hope that this will propagate the idea of using third-party cooling systems rather than burdening each and every building for installing their own cooling systems. That's the intent. And that's, by the way, this is how the world has grown. Entire Dubai, entire North America, or entire Europe work that way. The next one is on the ducts, both supply and return air ducts. So ducts itself has been given a full section just to give importance to it, and whatever the new concepts are, the way the ducts are made today is more factory fabricated rather than site fabricated. That's been covered there. As I said earlier, the air filtration is an important aspect. After COVID, it has become even more important because filtration has been recognized as one of the key areas for preventing the spread of infectious aerosols. Filtration and the fresh air. So both are well covered out here. The filters are gone to the new technologies also. In fact, the electrostatic precipitators or the fabric filters, the media filters, all of them have been covered in detail. And as we move towards manufacturing, today we are talking of ultra clean environments. Again, the filtration becomes an important aspect. There are other components, I leave that out. Heating, even though in our country we don't talk too much about heating, but now the development has started taking place in the cities in Himalayas also. So heating is an aspect that has been retained but more evolved from the previous version. Building typology, I'll cover that a little later. Special places, I'll cover that. Ventilation systems. In fact, ventilation systems has the highest CAGR growth in our HVAC industry. Ventilation has become important from a fire safety perspective, from a ventilation perspective, from a basement ventilation or the pressurization perspective, fresh air systems. Everywhere the fans are being used plenty. So we brought in the efficiency, how it will be done. In fact, there is a new way of calculating the efficiency. We call it FEI index, which has now been brought into it, that how will the fan efficiency be classified. It is all aligned with how the world is doing it. In fact, we were using the older versions in a previous NBC. That's all gone now. There are new versions now. Automation is an area which is, you all know, IoT, AI is what we all talk about. And HVAC systems and the building automation systems have traditionally worked hand in hand. It's been described far more. In fact, we had an automation experts, full team of automation experts, which worked to design this section, this part of it. Then we have put a lot of pressure on the installation and commissioning of the systems. In fact, we have given a full chapter on how the commissioning would be done and how the post-occupancy operation and maintenance would be done too. Even though there is another chapter in the NBC in that area, but in HVAC section also we have emphasized why the post-occupancy operation maintenance is important, because as we are moving towards the net zero era, as I loved saying that net zero buildings as they are coming up, net zero buildings are all about performance. They're not only about design. And the performance can only be assured if we have a right operation and maintenance techniques which are there. The last part is we brought the smoke mitigation. We have included it here because it was earlier in the part 4. It was part of it, but I think as we have written it here, I would rather say it this way. Our expert is sitting right here in midst of us. Sandeep Goyalji is going to talk about plumbing also after that. But having said that, we have brought it because the entire smoke management ultimately is part of the HVAC system alone. So we have done that so that the engineers or the users or the installers who are using this code are well aware of the requirement of smoke management. So these are the important aspects that have been covered. I'll just read them out again for you. Energy conservation is a key area. Decarbonization, because HVAC is the most important with respect to the operational energy or the operational carbon. From a thermal comfort perspective, in fact, you would have seen the Government of India guidelines we have talked about, where the minimum temperature is being now raised to 20 degrees. I know we would like to be even raised further. We would like it to be 24 degrees, but then from a practical purpose, it's brought to 20 degrees. The whole thing is now moving not towards cooling and heating. We started calling it, we call it now thermal comfort. The whole concept of cooling heating is wrong, because moment you say cooling or heating, you associate yourself with a temperature. Moment you say thermal comfort, the perspective changes. So we are bringing in fans and concepts like those. Global warming, through the refrigerant management, we are trying to address that. Filtration, we've spoken about. Indoor environmental quality, I've spoken about, the good air quality that we're giving. Refrigeration has been given a big boost in this, in the whole writing that we have done here, because refrigeration is an area which is growing very rapidly. Ventilation I spoke about, district cooling I spoke about, fire safety, installation, automation I have spoken about. Some of the special buildings that have been given us a full description out here is residential applications. Residential is the largest building numbers that we have in the country. It's not the commercial, it's the residential which is rapidly rising. And that's why we had to address those specially. Office buildings continue to be there, campuses continue to be there, hotels, hospitals continue to be there, underground metro stations, we have just evolved those further, airports we have evolved further. We have brought in some aspects of the tall buildings and added some industrial buildings also, the different typologies, and the data centers too. So in the end, I'll just say that the whole HVAC section should be able to help you to get a cleaner, safer, and more comfortable environment indoors, including enjoying the lower power bills, because that's what we are trying to aim for, and using nature to our advantage, not just pushing towards the mechanical system. That is not the case. We've tried, that's what we have tried to do. In fact, the whole section is much more fatter. We would have preferred a full book by itself, but I know we have our limitations, but there's a lot which has been added there. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir, please. I would like to request Scientist C and Deputy Director Prashant Yadav ji from Civil Engineering BIS to present the memento. Thank you so much, sir, for explaining how the whole section of NBC on air conditioning, heating and mechanical ventilation has been revised, and the various provisions considered for the same, and also giving us brief info on the aspects of the HVAC system considered in the code. We now move to the session 6, plumbing services. For this session, I have the honor to invite Sri Sandeep Goyal, Director Pro and Consultants, who is also member of multiple panels in NBC, especially panel on fire protection and plumbing services. Please, sir, join us on the stage.
So the National Building Code of India, as we all know, has got India in it. And you know how much of love, affection and the passion we have for India. Ashish has been a leader of ours in sustainability. I've got many colleagues over here who are sitting, who are the leaders in sustainability in the way they practice their own design philosophies, in the way the buildings have been designed. So it's an immense leadership which we see coming at the Bureau of Indian Standards. I've been there for 23 years now at the Bureau of Indian Standards, and we have a huge amount of, I would say, respect, affection, as well as opportunities which are being provided to. 23 years ago and today, things have really changed a lot. Technology is today at much ease for us to be accessed. And I talked to you over here about plumbing services, which is another important chapter within the National Building Code of India. This, of course, touches another important aspect, as I said, of water in our lives. And energy and water, as all of us know, are the ones which are being very, very clearly mandated under various policies, also under ESG policies and under various other categories. And I think India, as I always maintained, we are more moral-driven society than regulation-driven society. So that's how I think it always goes about, that we try to adopt technologies which will save energy and water before they become mandate from the government. As society, we are very highly adaptive of those kind of technologies to come up. The National Building Code of India endeavors to bring those technologies to the known peoples in designing systems. And despite that the National Building Code is a recommendatory document, it becomes one of the most, I would say, respected document and adhered to be document by our developers, by our architects, by our designers, and so on and so forth. So I'll just give a very snapshot of what all has happened in the plumbing services chapter of the National Building Code of India. We realize that there is much clarity already available in the plumbing chapter. We have dealt with high-rise buildings earlier very clearly in 2016 version of the National Building Code, which got released on 15th of March 2017. A lot of inputs in terms of pipe size, zoning, pressures, vent arrangements were already become part of the National Building Code 2016. And as we designed buildings over last 10 years, the code was quite comprehensively and complete in terms of providing various information. So the challenges predominantly in the part 9 were not very significant in comparison to many other chapters which we have been seeing and listening to. So we introduced some new terminologies. We included circulating hot water. As we know, lifestyles are improving. Hot water is becoming more and more part and parcel of our daily activities. We like to have more hot water availability as lifestyles go better. We are having the demand recirculation water system in terms of the water distribution systems where, the hot water system again is being more clearly circulated to eliminate the cold water draw from the taps, and you are able to have more efficient system. Flood elevation, we have provided some information on the flood elevation. Drinking fountains, now as we see airports coming up, the various kind of public facilities coming up, again, potable drinking water has become a very important aspect in our day-to-days. And of course, there is a lot of cautiousness of limiting the use of bottled water because of the plastic involved in it. So obviously the drinking water fountain kind of technologies are being more and more adopted. Flow pressure, grid water system, vacuum breaker, a little bit more to add in terms of terminology. In other codes, we have realized, the terminology part is very, very important because it has to be very modern to incorporate the language which we speak in engineering. So whether it is the EPI or it is the various kind of LPD or LPCD or whatever other kind of acronyms we use, the terminology becomes a very important part of our conversation. So therefore, the terminology has got slightly upgraded. We realized that the kind of a pressure which we need, this has been a big subject. In fact, I would like to share that somewhere we are paying a little bit, we are gone a little bit wrong, I would say. The global standards requires the maximum pressures to be 80 psi, which is 5.6 bar. National Building Code of India 2016, we kept the pressure to be 4.2 bar. We have always learned from our families, be a little bit behind the line which has been drawn. We never cross the line, we don't even go near to the line. We like to be a little bit behind the line to be more in conservative and safer space. So the 5.6 on the global standard became 4.2 in the National Building Code of India. And as I have practiced over the last 10 years, many of our developers, friends, are now trying to make that pressure at 3.5 bar. So if you try limiting the maximum pressure limitation zones to be lesser, we have a problems of introducing more and more pressure reducing valves. And pressure reducing valves are not very much beneficial because they have maintenance requirements, they have issues of higher number of appearances which you have to be required. So we are debating and deliberating if the 4.2 could be moved ahead. That is one of the other talks. But also, flush valves are becoming a little more popular because the storage of water, unlike in a cistern, a flush valve doesn't have storage of water. So healthcare buildings which are infrequently used, we use something what is known as a flush valve. And the flush valve, because of the type of construction it has, requires a higher pressure to operate. So that clarity has come in that a flush valve may require a higher pressure. Therefore, the minimum pressure requirement in the flush valve has gone up under the code, so that the designer is careful. If he is providing a flush valve, the pressure has to be increased slightly over and above. There has been a discussion regarding the population. Now, unfortunately, a lot of data still is not available with us. We would like to see how do we change the data of LPCDs in schools, in offices, in malls, but we are making a very significant attempt to reach out to the end customer. You know, hotels prepare something what we call as HLP, heat, light and power data. A lot of corporates do maintain a lot of data about their water consumption patterns. The problem is that we are in our own silos. So a lot of data has to be obtained from the corporates under their various kind of sustainability practices for us to redefine our water consumption patterns. Similarly, we have seen as far as the accommodations in the residential buildings are concerned, it required a little tweaking. Now this tweaking, what you see on the screen, helps us to look at, in a way, to optimize the storage of water, because having higher water storage also means more contamination and lesser user over a period of time. A little bit change over there. We realize that the warehouses and the industrial occupancies, and specifically let's talk about places like data centers. You know, we have got different kind of occupancies there. The National Building Code Part 4 also is making a lot of significant change in terms of the occupancy being calculated for. So everything has to be correctly sized. An oversized system is also not very beneficial. It leads you infrastructure wastages. Undersized system also is not favorable because it will give you the utilization is also being deprived for. So some inputs have been provided for as far as the storage capacities are concerned, assembly is concerned, wherein you have got concentrated fix, less concentrated, dining, and so on and so forth. We are trying to harmonize to extent Part 4 and Part 9 so that we do not have different numbers on the same project for the same type of buildings. We should try to harmonize that, and that's the attempt we are trying to make over here in Part 9, wherein some of the occupancies are being aligned as per actual derived occupancies, and then the water capacities, and then the next move would be to provide the breakup of the water over there. So when you have got different types of residential occupancies, what is the kind of a breakup which you have for the various types of water usages? So we have provided an attempt of doing the breakup of the water requirements. One important thing to tell is that water, by virtue of conservation, is a little bad word. I will say water efficiency is a better word to look at. Conservation means deploying the people of the resources what they require. Efficiency is using it more smartly. So a water efficient fixture will typically save you water without having your sanitation requirements being compromised for. You need certain water for your hand wash, for your bath, for your daily needs. If we try to cut down that water, it will lead to unsanitation conditions. So therefore, a right kind of a water system design not only saves water predominantly, but it also saves energy to it, transportation of water, and so on and so forth. So in the similar pattern, water requirements for building other than residences, as we are discovering and we are meeting more and more people, they say that there is a requirement to enhance the parameters of the water usages under more and more categories. We wish that we can do this table much more detailed, but before we make more smart guess, I think a little data from the industry will help us to give more relevant information over here, so that we can say banquet halls, hotels with bathtubs, hotels without bathtub, shower clubs, hospitals, secondary care, tertiary care, super speciality. You know, there is so much of information which we could obtain from our specialist and provide the real-time data over here rather than doing this. So I think the appeal goes, I think, to the society at large is that if people are there in corporates who have data, if it is being shared year-on-year basis, we know the trend and we are able to improvise. Similarly, for the kind of, this is another topic of debate which has come up, is that hydropneumatic system, if you have got UGT, typically in buildings like hotels, or you are talking like buildings like hospitals or even malls, then the water capacities have been defined as 2-day storage as such. Now this all parameters will become more realistic if our occupancy and our LPCD calculations are more correctly calculated. Otherwise it will add more and more burden to the infrastructure systems. So while on one side we are very much aligned to look at the occupancy parameters and to look at the water efficient system to save water in LPCD factors. I think storage after that, if is enhanced, makes a lot of holistic sense in the overall planning. One of the other thing is solar hot water, which I feel I am trying to work around, is that solar hot water, typically the amount of energy it saves. If we have a similar offset of solar photovoltaics to save that much of energy, which you would have actually saved by the virtue of heating the water from solar, a solar PV is a perpetual and a more beneficial, I would say, energy saver in comparison to a hot water. If you are not in your, if your premises is using less hot water, it may not give you that much benefit, but your electrical demand over a period of time remains to be used despite that you may have variation in your occupancies. So hot water demand is quite proportionate to the number of people within the complex, but the electrical demand is not proportionate to the number of people in the complex. So that is one thing which one could make a parallel draw and look at a PV system, because many geographical reasons may not have hot water usage as much as the electrical usage in a building will remain more or less constant, whether it is in Chennai or Hyderabad or Bangalore or Delhi, whereas the hot water demand patterns will vary in different geographical reasons because of the ambient temperature conditions. Makeup water, some caution points over here. We have got 150 mm air gap to not the water to be submerged so that the contaminants don't go back again. As I said, these were finer points which we have picked up. Bigger points of the system are quite aligned. From the perspective of the audience who are present here, if there are issues which you would like to be included, as said earlier, it could be very well considered into it. After the water supply, we have got the drainage aspects, and if I show you there, again, some terminologies have been updated in the drainage part of it. Emergency flow drain, masquerading toilet systems, relief vent, yoke vent. The kind of emphasis we did in National Building Code in 2016 on the vent piping was phenomenal. Buildings are going tall in this country. The 3-inch vent which my draftsman used to draw 10 years ago is not now more valid. You have to look at the height of the building, the number of appliances which you are connecting to it, and do a smart calculation of the vent, because if your vent size is not proper, you can have a methane accumulation and therefore a bigger accident which you could not even imagine. What you will talk about fire safety, I have seen washrooms wherein because of somebody lighting a cigarette, there has been a methane outblast. So I think a vent piping system in a tall buildings and a public buildings is a very, very significant requirement. And as an engineers, it is our duty that calculation should be performed rather than Mr. Draftsman doing a standard 3-inch vent pipe inconsequential of how many fixtures are connecting to it. So therefore, a venting system becomes very relevant. We have done a lot of work on table, the various tables which provides you the fixture counts. So again, my dear friends, if your gender count of the fixture of the occupants within the building, male and female population you have done, then you calculate how many washroom facilities you need to provide based on the gender selections. So as coming back to it again, if my occupancies have been calculated, my toilet sizes, my toilet fixtures will become more efficient. So everything is very well, I would say, oiled and aligned, but fundamentally, we have to make sure that our basics of our calculations and populations are correctly established. We have taken some caution. In any sanitary fixture system, connections, sweep bend are very, very important. We cannot have 90-degree bends. There are very specific bends which are done to ensure the flow of the liquids correctly happening, whether it is in the core or whether it is at the hydraulic jump requirements. So therefore, connections, sizes, and their distances plays a very important role. And this is what National Building Code has done extreme good efforts in including many, many diagrams where these dimensions have been correctly drawn, but the architects and the designers have to be vigilant about picking that up in their design philosophy. Vacuum system, something which is very, very modern. We can see that has been considered now because we have got systems which are like islands, rocky terrains, environmentally sensitive areas. So we don't want to be left behind. We want to touch the technologies, and then of course we can go higher as we feel. Rainwater again has got a very much challenging requirements, and of course the National Building Code 2016, we did some very I would say, courageous steps in introducing some of the more rainwater technologies which have been successful. Package STP, my dear friends, as we see progress happening, we see a lot of so-called temporary buildings. And in National Building Code, Part 4, we are very worried. Temporary building, a building which remains for 1 year, is how could it be temporary? So that is another topic of concern for us, because people make small little, offices. They make some kind of so-called experience centers today, which are there for 18 months, and they call them temporary. Temporary is temporary. 1.5 years is not temporary. So the problem again lies is that we compromise a lot of fire safety, saying, "Bhai, ये तो temporary है, इसको रहने देते हैं." But वो temporary कब permanent है बन जाता है, आपको पता नहीं चलेगा, and how much fire safety can it actually compromise is something of concern. So we are addressing that problem of temporary being defined, how much is temporary. So you have a driving license which is temporary, it is of a given duration. It is not just written temporary and left without the duration. So the package STP becomes very important for such temporary structures, wherein we do not want to do the conventional septic tank system, but a good STP which doesn't degrade my environment. Roof drains, I should also compliment our vendors and manufacturers who have gone one step ahead in giving us products, and that has helped us to bring this in the code. I think it's both ways complementing each other. We demand, they produce, we include. So I think that's a very good way of working together with the industry. These items which we see here, I'd seen them in UK some 20 years ago. Indian manufacturers have started manufacturing them. They give us the catalogs. We go to BIS and say, why not this be part of our code? So I think it's a combination with which we are doing for the country together. Waste management, of course, this is a topic which does not catch much of interest in our country. But yes, W2E, waste to energy, you can see it. I don't need to read the changes which have happened there. But waste to energy is something which is a serious thought to look at. But I think as far as we are concerned, a little bit more challenges lies on sustainability, water, fire. Waste has not been looked into that significant ways. But as you know, we cross the East Delhi to ITO side. We know what we are talking about when we talk about waste. And that's the mountain of waste looking at us. So caution of waste, the kind of recycling requirements, the various types of refuge chutes, that's all there in the waste. Refuge chutes are a big fire safety issue as well. They can be a flame and a smoke carrier from the various floors upward. So that is also to be looked into. Gas supply, of course, India is really shining. Most of us have today PNG connections at our home. We have forgotten LPG cylinders. The movement has become very well, but we have to be very careful about gas and its piping, its positioning, its safety, its jointing, its detection system. So I think that all becomes very, very responsible working for us. As I said over here, many things have been provided for safety maintenance, but I compliment also companies like GAIL who have been very, very precautionary about the various systems. They have helped us in refining the codes. So plumbing, I would say, as a system has been very, very carefully dealt in the country. It's that we need a little bit more civic sense, little bit more consciousness in selecting the fixtures, and not just by the look of it. But I think the time has come, the way you and I buy the BEE labeled star rating, appliances, fixture star rating appliances, how we select a tap for our home, how do we select a tap for our shower, is something which we should be taking further and further interest. And BIS is there already with the water saving standards, water efficient standards have been prepared by BIS, which are in circulation. The manufacturers are targeting to comply to those standards. Pansab just cautioned me saying that those standards are available for last 2 years. So I think more than a code, the code society is also a lot driven by the commitment levels, at least on the water side of it. And we will do all best to further enhance this code in the mission of sustainability from the energy as well as the water perspective. Thank you, please.
Thank you, sir, for throwing light on the revision of the provisions regarding plumbing services in NBC and how they have been revised considering the various factors. Now, I would like to invite Scientist D. Nishikant Singh, Joint Director, Civil Engineering BIS, to kindly present the memento to Shri Sandeep Goyal, sir. Now, continuing the next session, let's begin the presentation on approach to sustainability. For this, I am delighted to invite Professor Montomani on the stage. He is a convener of NBC panel for sustainability and professor in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Please join us on the stage, sir.
Yeah, a very good afternoon. And in fact, even I was longing for tea, so I'll make sure that we keep to time. Yeah, so this is, I work in the area of sustainability, and there are two things that I deal with. One is on the theory of sustainability. Here is trying to operationalize it, right? And I think every feature or every function expected from a building or its component connects with sustainability in some way. So there's also some clarity required in terms of, okay, what we are talking of sustainability and what is talked of sustainability in the specific codes, is there an overlap, is there a distinction, and then what are we really talking about, right? So I will set the context. Buildings have thus far, exploited natural resources. This we are aware. We contributed to toxicity, emissions, greenhouse gases. This we are aware. Disrupted ecosystem services. And me coming from a science background, I rely a lot on scientific literature. And those of you who are aware, we'll know that there are 7 or 8 or 9 planetary boundaries, and we've already vitiated 5 or 6 of them, right? There is ill health, social morbidity, inequitable access to opportunities, say, from climate change resilience point of view, vulnerability point of view. There are inequity issues. And to be sustainable, building needs to restore ecosystem services. This has already been talked about in terms of restorative approaches. Climate change is a threat, adaptation, mitigation. Okay, can we reverse it? We don't know. And we also look at inclusivity. And India is actually gifted with amazing amount of diversity which we can actually leverage, right? And there's a distinction between effectiveness and efficiency, right? Many of us have been talking of efficiency, and I will tell you, as we move forward, the distinction will come forth. When, in fact, I started looking at fire safety and sustainability, in fact, the DDG actually had a query as to why am I dealing with fire safety, right? And the concerns are that, yes, fire safety equipments are supposed to perform, right? And the codal requirements are to ensure that they perform. The sustainability aspects come here, right? What happens after you use them, right? Do we design for that? What about the microplastics, the forever chemicals that are used in fire safety equipments and the fire extinguishers themselves, right? So these are emerging concerns. Then we have issues with endocrine disruptors. We have issues with microplastics now, right? And these are all very recent, 2024, 2025 research papers, right? Even the largest contributor of microplastics in water comes from tires, right? Is our infrastructures, the drainage system designed to actually filter out these before they get into the lakes and rivers, right? We have to still think about them. And they're also being exposed, or humans are also being exposed to these. And it's already in the news that our blood vessels are clogged with microplastics. They are found in the lungs. They're found in the placenta. And a lot of these are sourced to buildings, right? And how do these disintegrate, and how are these going into our respiratory tract, right? So I'm just going to run through this and then come to, okay, how are we approaching sustainability, right? So there are 3 crises that we're facing at the planetary scale. One is disruption of planetary systems, toxicity, and inequity. And if you look at the definition that we proposed, we are looking at how buildings can contribute to occupant wellness and planetary wellness, right? And ours probably is the only definition on sustainability which looks at wellness-based approach, right? And we are looking at living environment that restores, maintains, and sustains planetary and societal wellness, right? This might be very far-reaching, right? But it isn't really, right? We also look at indicators-based approach, and we're looking at effectiveness versus efficiency. And I'll give you the difference here. if you look at our own energy consumption per capita, right, it has only been going up, right? And the efficiency of the appliances we are really relying on has also been increasing. So has efficiency really reduced per capita energy consumption? It hasn't, right? And moving forward, if you're looking at 60-65% of India's population still being rural, having very low footprint in terms of energy consumptions and resource requirements, and if you're going to give them even a middle income sort of a lifestyle, the planet does not, just for India, the planet does not have the resources or the energy, even if we rely on renewables. And we also need to distinguish between benchmarking values and target values, right? IGBC and many of these, they rely on benchmarking values. And what they do is that they're looking at high performance buildings. They look at buildings that perform well, that are designed well, adopt good practices, take values from those in terms of energy consumption, water consumption, and set those as benchmark values, right? Which other buildings can aspire for. Target values are different. Target values are, yes, if India has to play its role in reducing climate change and reduce, say, or prevent 2 degrees rise, planetary scale, then if you look at a grandfathering approach, then yes, look at India's emissions, look at emissions from the transportation sector, look at emissions from buildings, look at emissions from energy consumption, industry, then look at buildings, and then we know that a large share of the buildings are residential, then you look at residential, and then you come down that way and say, okay, what should my target consumption be if I have to limit myself to 2 degrees Celsius? Those are target values. So the first one is efficiency based, the second one is effectiveness based, right? Polluting less and not polluting at all are two different things, right? And I'll give you an example where this goes. Delhi also, fortunately, the traffic is not as bad as Bangalore. Bangalore, the average travel speed today is about 6-7 kilometers per hour, right? Does it really matter the vehicle and its fuel efficiency when your travel speed itself is 7 kilometers per hour? It really doesn't matter, right? Whether you're using a 30-year-old car or you're using a brand new car, when you're doing bumper to bumper, your fuel efficiency is still the same, right? Then, as of now, we are having so-called the O status, observer status, and we are relying on this 15392. And if you read the code, it actually builds or brings a lot with buildings as a product. They have not examined building as a building, right? And a lot of the context needs to be changed in terms of what are buildings, what is the role of the building, what are the ecosystem services it relies on. And like I said, the code refers to building as a product, right? And this is the figure that they have drawn and said, okay, this is how we have to look at sustainability. And they finally come down to products and services. But what we are trying to do is, from a sustainability point of view, how can we restore occupant wellness and planetary wellness, right? And this is the figure that we have been developing, and this is the new update that we brought to the approach to sustainability, that buildings have multiple roles. Acoustics is one, thermal comfort is another, illumination is another. How can we also ensure that occupants of the building have a connect with the natural environment, which is increasingly rare, and thereby promote health, right? So these are three scales that we've looked at. You have the occupant, you have the building, you have the microclimate, and you have different levels of impacts that you have at the building cluster level and at the planetary scale, right? And if you look at this figure, we are looking at, again, 3 cycles here. We are looking at circularity. And the figure at the bottom actually looks at the kind of resources that we are consuming for our buildings, right? A lot of the resources that we consume actually comes from much larger distance. We are looking at very high scope 3 emissions or scope 2 emissions, right? But when we're looking at circularity, if we start relying on resources that come from near, then circularity is possible. This is just an illustration of the quantum of resources. And if you actually try to consume local and recycle local, then the chances of circularity is higher. This can be in the context of water, it can be in the context of building materials, it can be in the context of energy, it can be in the context of urban food, right? This is also a figure that we developed with the contribution of microplastics from the built environment itself, right? And there are a lot of these studies that are coming up in terms of synthetics that are used inside, how they break down aggressively with exposure to UV, and a lot of the VOCs that are there. and how they end up contaminating soil, how they end up contaminating the water, and eventually that ends up in our own bodies. And then how does that affect our health, right? So what we did is that we also said that there is opportunity to leverage the diversity that we have, and if we start leveraging, say, building skills, and there was a lot of discussion about a very informal approach to buildings that masons have in local areas, right? They are not scientifically validated. And that is something that we've been doing at the Institute, looking at vernacular typology and see if some of these can be brought into the code and how are they resilient to climate change. And we find that traditional dwellings are far more resilient to climate change than modern dwellings, right? And this is something that we've been working on for nearly a decade. And we find that if we have to provide employment to everybody, and if we have to have the rural areas also part of the mainstream economy, then we can look at distributed, decentralized economies where there are specialized skills available for certain buildings, certain building typologies, and then you have a local sort of a circularity associated with those buildings, right, in terms of resources. Now, this is the table that I wanted to share as to how does sustainability stand distinct from the other functional expectations from a building. So if you take, say, building materials or finishes, codes will specifically look at service life, strength, and durability, right? Codes are there for that. From a sustainability point of view, I'll be interested in, okay, what are the microplastics coming out of it? What are the VOCs? Are there endocrine disruptors coming there? How does it contaminate the soil and water? What happens at end of life, right? And this is something that I usually pose to the students with plastics being used to or recycled for building materials, right? And this is a big concern because back in the institute, we got a company that came, a startup, which had different blocks with some cement and plastics and all of that. And we were asked to do some tests, right? We put it into the oven to look at its weight as to dry weight, and it started fuming, right? And every block is different because you have plastics coming from chocolate wrappers, some other plastics coming from paper clips or, then pen caps, bottle caps, and all of these, right? And if you're looking at these buildings actually operating at elevated temperatures of 45, 50, 60 degrees, and you're having rain actually falling on it and then flowing off it and going into the water, how do we know that they are not really contaminating the groundwater or releasing microplastics, right? We don't have a clue. And one block differs from the other because we don't know what all plastics have really gone in. There's no consistency in the building material one to the other. And in fact, I was discussing with my colleague that we have to be very careful certifying a product like this because we cannot ensure that these products are safe for occupants to live in, right? We don't know. So even if you look at lighting, we're looking at illumination levels, efficiency, and all those are what codes talk about. But what about disturbance to eye stress, disturbance to nocturnal wildlife? And now with all these LED panels that are put up across highways and all of these, some amount of light pollution that is there, those are the aspects that we look at when you're looking at sustainability. So even at fire safety, like I told you, the contribution to PFAS and forever chemicals is not considered as part of the mainstream code, right? Those are the concerns of sustainability that we are looking at. Then again, from an energy consumption point of view, there's been a big debate as to what should be the values be, whether they should be 700 kgs of carbon emissions per square meter or should it be 200. So we're trying to arrive at some benchmark values. Sorry? Yes. Yeah. And these are some values that we have been collecting over for various building typologies and also the ecological footprint. So ecological footprint of low energy buildings, typically rural buildings, is about 0.5 global hectares per capita, and for really exotic buildings it will be well above 6 global hectares per capita, right? There are some values connected with embodied energy and operational energy, and you'll find that they are almost 4 times in terms of embodied energy and nearly 40 times in terms of operational energy. Now, this is coming from the course that I teach in terms of various scales that we can look at when you're looking at sustainability, right? So, on the human settlement side, we're looking at the planet, we're looking at continent, nation, then right down to the product level. Then the other side are things that are really operational in terms of the planetary systems. You have the natural processes that operate at the planet level, and then you have human activities that can impact at the planetary level, right? Like nuclear bombs, right? Like biological warfare. So if you actually see earlier, about 10 years back, most of the impact was top-down, right? But now if you see, products are actually having an impact way up on the top, right? Today ISRO is talking of space junk. That is, all the satellites that we are launching is creating junk at the planetary scale, and they are looking at, okay, how do we collect that junk? All the microplastics, forever chemicals are products that have contaminated at the planetary scale. How are we going to arrest this? Right? So I will start with this. This is just one or two more slides and I'm done. So you have the building which impacts climate, it's responsive to climate. You have ecosystem services that it relies on. The air that you breathe is an ecosystem service. You depend on local resources, draw building materials for which you design for, and there are energy and appliances that you consume. You pollute, the wastewater generated, and there is end of life. These appliances are discarded, and if you go across any highway now, you will see thrown refrigerators, thrown washing machines, thrown insulations, and all of that, right? And then you're looking at social inclusivity. So that is everyone vulnerable to the same extent, or there's only a certain section of people who are more vulnerable than the others? So what we try to do is, okay, from a local point of view, can we look at integrity, ecological restoration? Then we're looking at building performance, where we look at whole building performance. You can look at active buildings, high performance buildings, passive buildings. Can we arrive at target numbers for these buildings? And if you're looking at building materials, can we ensure that they are actually safe for the occupant and the environment, right? Including, so we are trying to bring this term saying low carbon and no toxicity, right? Because low toxicity is actually a big problem. And in fact, if you go by literature, cancer rates are so common today. And most of it is dealing with the exposure to various endocrine disruptors in our own living environment, right? Then looking at local energy generation, local resource consumption, local recycling. This is where circularity comes in. And then we also look at safe handling of, say critical minerals or LEDs or things like that, which require a lot of rare earth for consumption. And then we are increasingly using them. So this is a broad framework that we brought in. And we also brought in, okay, how do we respond to climate change, right? Where you're looking at building level, occupant level, because occupant resilience to climate change is also important. And this is one work that is work in progress as to reclassify the climate classification itself, because so far we only looked at hot, humid, right? Because you might even end up with hot, extreme hot now, right? Because even just today morning, there was a news which said that Delhi is going to have a heat wave, this week, right? So there will be a new classification that comes up, and this is again, we don't know how climate is going to unfold. The last part I'm really proud of is that when we typically do a life cycle assessment, we sort of have one big value at the end for any product or building or whatever, right? But this does not give you an idea as to what is the impact in the various geographies that are involved with a particular product. Right? Your mobile phone probably has 16 countries that are involved in its manufacture. Have you looked at sustainability at each of these? And in fact, we had a paper which we published based on looking at sustainability as a distributed network. And in fact, that was cited by the European Environment Agency's technical report on circularity and biodiversity. So this is something really, I was really proud when the DG was also mentioning today that these codes should also reach international visibility, and I think in one sense it is good that you have Europeans citing our work. I'll stop with this. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I have mentioned actually. That. Right. Yeah, so I will tell you what we brought in. Yes, yeah. See, we've looked at 4 aspects in terms of specifics in the built environment, looking at democratize, looking at decarbonize, democratize, digitalize, and detox, right? And we've looked at 3 scales, at the building scale, at the building cluster scale, and at the regional scale. So we have brought specifics into that. We've also brought specifics into energy performance levels and resource consumption levels at the building level, right? And we've also brought in definition in terms of how does one examine various functionalities out of a building and look at its impact on the occupant and on the immediate environment. So these are the, how do I put it? I'll give you this example. We also, like, for example, termite treatment, right? You can look at a lot of toxic chemicals that are used to ensure that termites don't infest. You can look at building design features where you can have a barrier which termites really can't get through, or you look at nature-based solutions, right? So the approach that we are trying to propose is that you give alternatives, right? And let the person be aware of the intervention or the choice the person is getting into. If you're using chemicals, then try to understand what impact does the chemical have on the occupant, what impact does the chemical have on the groundwater, on the soil fertility, and then make a choice decision as to how much do I really administer in terms of getting my termite treatment done. So these are the various approaches that we brought in so that people can examine for themselves the kind of choices they are making with respect to various interventions in the building. So, is that? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So, can I announce tea? No.
Sir, 2 minutes. Thank you, sir, for providing us an insight on the safety of the present safety measures in use. Indeed, development and industrialization are unavoidable, but so is the need of safety and sustainability. Next, I would like to request Scientist T, Ms. Divya S., Joint Director, Civil Engineering, BIS, to kindly present the memento to Professor Monto Mani. Now let's take a short break for tea. We'll resume shortly with the remaining technical sessions of the day. During this, you can go through our monthly newsletter, Manak Samachar. Thank you so much. 15 minutes, sir. This break is only for 15 minutes, so please be kind and come back by that time.
Hello and welcome.
I request all of you to please be back by 4:10 so that we can begin the upcoming technical sessions.
Two distinguished experts with us. To begin with, could you throw some light on the standards that provide insights about the fire resistance of the building materials?
Abhishek ji, fire resistance of building materials is very important to be established for purpose of smoke control, surface flame spread, structural stability of the materials. The National Building Code of India prescribes such fire resistance rating for both structural and non-structural elements. Structural elements fire rating is being prescribed based upon the building typology, the FAR of the building, whereas the non-structural elements are prescribed based upon the application of such materials on walls or ceilings or floors. These structural and non-structural elements, when correctly used with its fire resistance rating, provides a holistic safety to the building and the building occupants and eliminates the possibility of spread of fire largely and also ensures structural stability of the building.
As you know that the crucial element of early intervention, that is fire alarms and detection systems. So can you please explain how these systems support life safety during emergencies?
Well, as the name suggests, early detection. It predominantly ensures that the detection system provides an alarm signaling to the occupants and specifically to the fire control command rooms before the onset of the real fire. Fire, before it is onsetting, would have certain elements of smoke which gets generated, which we call it as smoldering fire. The detection system helps to detect the fire in its nascent stage, is able to provide the alarms so that the control of fire can be more humanly handled instead of automatic operations of the sprinkler systems.
Mr. Sharma sir, what are your perspective on fire alarm and detection system?
Whatever is the product of combustion likely to be there, like we select a fire alarm system accordingly, just like smoke detector, heat detector, or infrared or ultraviolet rays that is generated by a fire detector, carbon monoxide detector, or you have got different types of other things where they can detect the fire in an early stage. Along with the alarm system, the segregation of the building or compartmentation of the building and keeping the means of escape safe from fire and smoke, that is more important.
Mr. Goyal, can you please briefly tell us about standards that govern audible emergency evacuation signals and emergency lighting luminaries?
If the fire occurs in the building, the spread of the fire should not go beyond a governed compartmentation. And we, by virtue of evacuation, as you said very rightly, the fire systems do not require the entire building to be evacuated. It has to be done phased-wise evacuation, so that the area in which the incident has occurred is having the people being evacuated.
So, Mr. Sharma, coming back to you, from an operational enforcement point of view, how important is clarity and reliability of these systems?
Well, I think everything has to be well known to everybody, what is being provided in the building, what is our strategy in case of fire. For that matter, our codes, they specify things how they are to be done. Our Annexure D in the NBC Part 4, that gives a standard evacuation plan that is to be created for every building, high-rise building especially. And people should know, we should allocate the people who are going to act in this manner, who is going to be responsible for evacuation, for firefighting, for everything in that matter, for that matter. So that's how things are laid down in our codes.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights.
Lifts, escalators and moving walkways are integral to modern infrastructure. BIS standards ensure their safety, performance and reliability, supporting smooth and secure mobility for all.
Bureau of Indian Standards (BIS) has published various standards to make lifts, escalators and moving walks to ensure appropriate design, installation, testing and maintenance. BIS standardization for this sector mainly consists of safety codes, that is, lifts for the transport of persons and goods, is a comprehensive standard covering lift planning, safety, installation and maintenance. That includes design, calculation and testing of lift components, lift specification and planning, installation and maintenance. It also talks about norms for replacement of lifts and lastly, guidelines for risk assessment and risk reduction. Lifts for special uses that include installation and maintenance of home lifts, requirements of lifts for persons with disabilities, lifts for the transport of persons and goods, specification and safety rules for planning, installation, operation and maintenance. These standards also talk about components and fittings inside a lift, which includes standards for guide rails for lift cars and counterweights, minimum requirements for steel wire ropes for lifts, fire resistance tests, lift landing door assemblies, specifications for control devices, signals and additional fitting, standards for escalators and moving walks, which is defined in IS 4591. It is interesting to note that certain standards are common across all three categories and cover important aspects like energy performance, ride quality, electromagnetic compatibility and programmable electronic systems. That includes energy performance of lifts, escalators and moving walk, measurement of ride quality, programmable electronic systems in safety-related applications and electrical requirements for lifts, escalators and moving walks. These standards aren't just for engineer or builders. These standards affect everyone, from children to senior citizens and people with disabilities. So next time you use a lift, escalator or travelator, you know that there is a system of standards that is at work to keep you safe, save energy, and enable smooth movement. Standards in place, safety in motion.
Last but not the least, it's time now for the standards quiz. And today's question is, which Indian standard has been formulated for portable fire extinguisher? Option A, IS 15683, option B, IS 16018, option C, IS 1881, option D, IS 3614. I'm sure you might have guessed the answer. Type it in the comment section. Remember, the clue was hidden somewhere in the bulletin. To know more or to share your feedback, download the BIS Care app or write to us at standardswatch@bis.gov.in. Thank you for joining us on this edition of Standards Watch. We will be back next week with more updates, insights and conversations with experts. Until then, stay safe and stay informed. Jai Hind.
Hello and welcome to Standards Talk on Fire Safety Standards inside Built Environment. Today we have two distinguished experts with us. To begin with, could you throw some light on the standards that provide insights about the fire resistance of the building materials?
Abhishek ji, fire resistance of building materials is very important to be established for purpose of smoke control, surface flame spread, structural stability of the materials. The National Building Code of India prescribes such fire resistance rating for both structural and non-structural elements. Structural elements fire rating is being prescribed based upon the building typology, the FAR of the building, whereas the non-structural elements are prescribed based upon the application of such materials on walls or ceilings or floors. These structural and non-structural elements, when correctly used with its fire resistance rating, provides a holistic safety to the building and the building occupants and eliminates the possibility of spread of fire largely, and also ensures structural stability of the building.
As you know that the crucial element of early intervention, that is fire alarms and detection systems. So can you please explain how these systems support life safety during emergencies?
Well, as the name suggests, early detection, it predominantly ensures that the detection system provides an alarm signaling to the occupants and specifically to the fire control command rooms before the onset of the real fire. Fire, before it is onsetting, would have certain elements of smoke which gets generated, which we call it as smoldering fire. The detection system helps to detect the fire in its nascent stage, is able to provide the alarms so that the control of fire can be more humanly handled instead of automatic operations of the sprinkler systems.
Mr. Sharma sir, what are your perspective on fire alarm and detection system?
Whatever is the product of combustion likely to be there, like we select a fire alarm system accordingly, just like smoke detector, heat detector, or infrared or ultraviolet rays that is generated by a fire detector, carbon monoxide detector, or you have got different types of other things where they can detect the fire in an early stage. Along with the alarm system, the segregation of the building or compartmentation of the building and keeping the means of escape safe from fire and smoke, that is more important.
Mr. Goyal, can you please briefly tell us about standards that govern audible emergency evacuation signals and emergency lighting luminaries?
If the fire occurs in the building, the spread of the fire should not go beyond a governed compartmentation. And we, by virtue of evacuation, as you said very rightly, the fire systems do not require the entire building to be evacuated. It has to be done phased-wise evacuation, so that the area in which the incident has occurred is having the people being evacuated.
So, Mr. Sharma, coming back to you, from an operational enforcement point of view, how important is clarity and reliability of these systems?
Well, I think everything has to be well known to everybody, what is being provided in the building, what is our strategy in case of fire. For that matter, our codes, they specify things how they are to be done. Our Annexure D in the NBC Part 4, that gives a standard evacuation plan that is to be created for every building, high-rise building especially. And people should know, we should allocate the people who are going to act in this manner, who is going to be responsible for evacuation, for firefighting, for everything in that matter, for that matter. So that's how things are laid down in our codes.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights.
Lifts, escalators and moving walkways are integral to modern infrastructure. BIS standards ensure their safety, performance and reliability, supporting smooth and secure mobility for all.
Bureau of Indian Standards (BIS) has published various standards to make lifts, escalators and moving walks to ensure appropriate design, installation, testing and maintenance. BIS standardization for this sector mainly consists of safety codes, that is, lifts for the transport of persons and goods, is a comprehensive standard covering lift planning, safety, installation and maintenance. That includes design, calculation and testing of lift components, lift specification and planning, installation and maintenance. It also talks about norms for replacement of lifts and lastly, guidelines for risk assessment and risk reduction. Lifts for special uses that include installation and maintenance of home lifts, requirements of lifts for persons with disabilities, lifts for the transport of persons and goods, specification and safety rules for planning, installation, operation and maintenance. These standards also talk about components and fittings inside a lift, which includes standards for guide rails for lift cars and counterweights, minimum requirements for steel wire ropes for lifts, fire resistance tests, lift landing door assemblies, specifications for control devices, signals and additional fitting, standards for escalators and moving walks, which is defined in IS 4591. It is interesting to note
Ladies
that
and
certain
gentlemen,
standards are common
I request
across
you to
all
please
three
be back at your
categories
seats
and cover
so that
important
we can begin another technical session.
Yes, sir. Landscaping and signage, sir. And then it will be session asset and facility management, sir.
Now, let's move on to the next session. Let's begin the presentation on landscaping and signage, part 10 of NBC. For this, I am delighted to invite architect Sameer Mathur, Director and Principal Landscape Architect at Mathur Associates, widely recognized for his leadership in landscape architecture and urban design, and also convener of NBC panel for landscaping, sign and outdoor display structures.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, DG Sahab, Suresh Sahab, Sanjay ji in absentia, and the whole BIS team. Perfect. And thank you everyone for being here. So today we are looking at landscape development, signs and outdoor display structures. Now this particular topic is actually in two parts. The section 1 is landscape planning and design. This is something that is of key importance because we've taken help of about 24 organizations and individuals. There are 11 people in the working group, the core working group, who are helping us for the landscape development. And in the signage part, there are 6 organizations that are been invited to contribute to us. Now, the first and key issue is that what is landscape? What is landscaping? Is it landscaping? Is it landscape development? The definition itself was something that we had looked at in 2016, and now we are reassessing that now in 2025. Landscape or landscaping is not about beautification. It is not only about planting. It is not about softscape. It is a holistic, integrative approach to development. Most of what we've heard today are about
individual buildings and how they perform. Landscape development talks about the larger picture of planning cities, planning areas within cities, planning heritage zones, and so on. And landscape consists of 5 clear parts: civil works, services and its coordination, ecology and sustainability, the aspects related to that, including where rainwater harvesting should be placed, and so on and so forth. It talks about artwork, special features, fountains, signages, and lastly, 5th is horticulture or softscape. So softscape is one part of it, but it's not all that landscape is about. So we also looked at what the infrastructure of open spaces would be in urban areas, in public spaces, and also natural landscapes undergoing change. And we're looking not only at quantity, that okay, so many square meters per tree or per and so on and so forth, but we're looking at also qualitative, that what is good and what is not so good. So we have, in this particular version, now 2025 version, the chapter count has increased from 13 to 15. What was previously called roof landscape is now become a little more impactful. There is, it's called engineered landscapes, because now it's not just roofs, it is also vertical, it is over podiums and so on. And in chapter 12, soil and water conservation, we have added a lot of other parameters, including noise reduction, and chapter 13, street furniture, has been reinterpreted, because that was a very limited area. And when we walk out, I mean, if I would request you to take a look again from a fresh perspective, that open spaces on a street includes signboards, it includes benches, it includes lights, it includes dustbins, bus stops, taxi stands. I mean, so everything and anything is part of that. So we are now increasing that scope of street furniture to include all the elements that are there. And there are 2 newly added chapters, which are to do with chapter 14, which is cultural and heritage landscapes, and chapter 15, which is natural landscapes undergoing change. And natural landscapes undergoing change are like, we hear that, okay, this riverfront was done really well. So rivers are natural phenomena, but landscape development around the rivers is natural landscapes undergoing change. So those water elements are just one part of it. So the key updates are that there is, with the enhanced knowledge that we have from in the last 15 years or so about sustainability, the focus has changed. We are talking with the sustainability team also, and looking at the new ideas of sustainability within this. One of the other key aspects and very important point is of inclusivity and safety, especially for children, for elderly, for differently abled people. Also landscapes, especially with disaster, their resilience and adaptability, that they should come back to their design form or what was planned as soon as possible. So that's something that has been added. Security in landscape design. And one of the newest things that we have looked at is cultural and heritage landscapes. We've seen that culture and heritage was often neglected from our code. Now we are trying to say that, okay, this is part of the Government of India's initiative, these are the applicable laws, and this is what needs to be done. For example, a simple thing like how rainwater harvesting, how lighting for heritage buildings or large heritage areas are concerned, all those are now part of the cultural and heritage landscapes. The conservation strategies for soil, for water, for vegetation, forests, and so on within cities and outside of cities are also being added to. Street and outdoor landscape, which includes, like I said,
signages and seating areas, benches, anything that you see outside of the building is added here. Now, we've also added some requirements of documentation, especially on site planning, that there is what Suresh Saab was saying earlier, that there is a lot of information on site planning that needs to be collated. So that's part of the general practices that we're adding to grading, which is to do with land and its management and water and its management. That comes through planting plans and their details, and irrigation plans which deal with water management have been added, and new terminology and updates have been done. So we have defined what cultural landscapes are. Say landscapes of Varanasi is a cultural landscape. So there was no reference to it, or the Ghats, for example. So those have been now been defined. Natural landscapes undergoing change, ecosystems, biodiversity, xeriscapes. Xeriscapes are, say, the traditional water systems of Rajasthan, and how they can be used and be the references or benchmarks for us in the future. So in specific things as we go, from a basic mention, there are comprehensive guidelines that have been created. Green roofs, there was a mention, now there are guidelines, because now you have to plan structures. Sometimes you ask for fill of 1.5 meters over a podium of 20 acres. So where is that land, where is the fill, the concrete, and so on, the drainage aspects, the lighting, which is coming from that. There was a brief clause mentioning street furniture. Now it includes public art, which is a mandate of the government through the Delhi Urban Art Commission, and which initiated this report, plus other utilities and accessibility-oriented thoughts. Then planting was just a list of plants. Now it is function, ecology, and performance-based planting, rather than just, these are red plants, these are green plants, these are blue plants. Materials and finishes were optional. Now they are mandatory with specifications on color, following what the guidelines, the sustainability guidelines are, like Griha and other references, and with color, surface treatment. And say, for example, play areas. Internationally, there is a lot of thought on safety and of equipment, and we've all seen that these outdoor gyms are made everywhere, in every colony, in every city, but there are norms for these. For example, the paint has to be lead free. So we've started to add to that, so that we, it becomes to a certain level. Signages need to be regulated with reference to, especially with reference to compliance with differently abled, and their design and location. And I will talk more in the section 2 for the signages. Then new typologies have been added, like landfills and industrial sites, how to do soil regrading, remediation, and revegetation, urban riverfronts and plazas, experiential landscapes such as biodiversity parks and so on, microclimatic design, how trees and windbreaks and green belts can be used, and there is a whole document that BIS has already put forth on green belts. And we also look at noise mitigation through land, through vegetation, and other devices. Also, EV charging, smart lighting, underbody scanners for enhanced security, solar, because solar occupies a whole area on ground, and it becomes something that is of great importance, but it is also which has to be integrated, otherwise it gets to be very ugly. Fire safety and infrastructure, drainage and waste segregation. So the summary of additions in section 1 to do with landscape development are that 2 new chapters have been added: cultural and heritage landscapes and natural landscapes undergoing change. More information on gender sensitive design guidelines, child friendly parks and play design, net zero, security threats, mitigation through landscape finishes, materials, and their characteristics, larger ecosystem and biodiversity frameworks which can be applied. They're not very prescriptive. We understand that the National Building Code is the first step, and then from there on, the municipalities will take this in their master plans. From the master plans, it will go to their zonal development plans and their development control regulations and their building bylaws. So building bylaws are the far end and the on-ground application, which we will influence, but landscape development of the overall patterns is something that this NBC code will be speaking on. So part 2 or section 2 of this is signages and outdoor display structures. We've seen many changes, and all of you have seen on TV, these drone displays going on. You've looked at big signages on the national highways with colorful panels of LEDs, very bright. You've looked at balloons with signages, McDonald's and so on, which are all new ideas which were not there even in 2015, and we've looked at all of them and started giving guidelines on visual harmony, legibility, inclusive signages, durabilities, and their strategic placements, and also reference to universal access, which is a separate chapter, but this has been now coordinated, and we are referring back to the accessibility chapter in the landscape development. And safety and compliance, and most importantly is structural safety of signages. We hear recently of these big signboards falling, people dying, and so that also needs to be taken care of. And today the future is that there will be energy efficient signages. They may be very interactive and dynamic. So all those considerations which are new and for the next 10 years they have to be applied, those have been taken care of. So in conclusion, there are 3 steps that we are doing in the signages and outdoor display structures. And with that, this is all that I have to say for landscape development. Landscaping was the original idea in 2016 when we had started. And I have to talk about Professor Shahir, who had done this work many years ago for 1 or 2 iterations, and then I had taken it on. I recognize Mr. Yogesh Kapoor, who's here, who's been very instrumental in this, with Anveshak Saha, Sunitra Surabhi, and Vanshika Garg, who are here, and part of this whole team that has been looking at this development. And so from 2016, when it was basically planting based, now we are making it more holistic. It has to do with outdoor development and what the cities and the rural areas of India will look like, rather than just colors of plants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for explaining how we have modified the existing provisions of NBC and added 2 new chapters as well. Now I would like to request Scientist C, Mr. Dheeraj Damacha, Deputy Director Civil Engineering BIS, to kindly present the memento to Architect Sameer Mathur. Following this, let's begin the next session on Asset and Facility Management, Part 12 of NBC. For this session, please welcome Dr. C. Vellen. Dr. C. Vellen is the CEO of Cbros and a veteran leader in real estate and IT infrastructure development, with a career spanning over 2 decades across top organizations, and also convener of NBC panel for Asset and Facility Management.
A very good evening to everybody. I just want to start the conversation with a small note on softer side. I understand this is the last presentation as a chapter. After that we have Q&A only. Probably they would have thought. There are two stages of any asset development. One design phase, other one is development phase. Which is the last one? The operational phase. That's why they thought the asset and facility management is the last one we have to present, looks like. Yeah, thank you very much. So this is something to do with a lifelong management of any asset. You can develop the asset in 5 years, 3 years, but the life cycle of the asset is going to be 50 years, 60 years. How it is going to be managed, that matters. That's where the facility management comes in picture. When you look at this, the life cycle cost of any property, the capital cost, capex we call it as, is only 10%. And the entire life cycle of the building is going to be operated. The power consumption required for, people required for maintaining that, all those things are going to be 90%. It means where the significant importance is there, the asset and facility management. So that is why in 2015, they have thought of, and 2016, they brought in as a new chapter, asset and facility management. So what we have done, we have taken this exercise into various levels. I put it one by one. The objectives, we fixed objectives like this. We review the existing, the code. What and all are there which was prevailing, which was required for the period of 2015, 16, 17. And this is evolving phase. The operation is going on, improvements over year-on-year basis. And today where we are and what is going to be in next 10 years or 7 years, 8 years is what we have visualized. Accordingly, we have prepared the best practices which are prevailing not only in India but also in nearby Southeast Asia countries, and all those things we have also learnt from that. Per se, the members of this group of varied professionals, CPWD, SP Singh Saab is here, and we have representation from DLF, we have representation from Ascendus Capital and various companies. They have all brought in their expertise in framing the processes and systems, how we can able to upgrade, which is going to be relevant today and nearby future. So we have prepared that, and we have kept all those things as process and system improvements in our document. The second one, even though this is the slide, but I am talking little other areas also. The second one, what we have given more importance is that the cost of operation maintenance, which was not considered that well in the earlier document. So we have focused what's that, it's going to be the operational cost, maintenance cost. Maintenance cost, it includes preventive, corrective, all those maintenance costs. Then how each and every equipment basis, how we have to work out. And then how transparent you will be in terms of the charging that occupants in the larger buildings, commercial buildings, residential buildings. So those transparency also we have brought in. In that there was only one observation by few of members, which I want to put it to the officials over here. When we were thinking that there is a need for maintaining this property well, for that we need money, budget. There is a concern, a few of the department colleagues raised it, that adequate provision for maintenance of buildings, probably in public sector or private sector, was not given that kind of importance. How do we take care of it? We can only do the recommendation in our, in the guidelines, but we can't enforce. So we have also covered that particular point in our recommendation. The third one, what we have communicated over here is asset value. See, it is facility management means it is only soft services, technical services, operation, maintenance. There is a terminology here, asset management. What exactly it means? It's not only maintenance operations, but also asset value maximization, extending the life cycle of the asset to perform, extended life, or when it is sold out, or when it is going to be remodeled. There should be a value to that. That kind of focus also was taken into account. The next one we have focused was risk management. which was not that well covered earlier. We have taken little more detailed way here. That includes any kind of eventualities, how to protect. The insurance was brought in as a specific coverage in our chapter. In our specific, this one, insurance, what are the insurance you have to cover? Whether it is going to be machinery breakdown insurance, fire breakdown, terror, or whatever it is. We have listed out this list of insurances we have to take it up. The next one we have covered was very interesting, sustainability. Many of our colleagues spoke about it even in the recent session also. In facility management, okay, you build new buildings, you are going for sustainability, focused design, building and all. What happened to the existing buildings? So facility managers plays a major role there. There only we have brought in a 3-step approach. One, going for green building certification of the existing buildings. Look at net zero for energy, water and waste, which is in your own control. If you go for optimizing the design, you are going for renewable power, you can go for net zero for energy. But net zero carbon is the ultimate one, so that we kept it as a third approach, that step. So first 2 steps, necessarily the facility managers have to contribute. That's one thing we have taken into account. The next one is occupants, the customers. Environment, health and safety, processes, everything we have written in that, where we have also highlighted the codes and practices recommended by fire, electrical, HVAC chapters. We have covered those references in our face because we have not written it again. We have referred those codes and the chapters, so those have to be followed by the facility managers. This last one, which was very critical, we felt, waste management, which is again, look at it, food waste can be recycled. If you put organic waste compost, it will become black soil, you can consume. You will do organic waste, inorganic waste, everything is there. The one thing which we have focused in our chapter is that e-waste processing, which was given significant importance, how to collect, recycle and convert it into usable alternative material kind of thing we have taken into account. So this is what that major one I thought I will just talk about it as a summary, but I will go to slides, few slides quickly. We have also designed certain things into technology side. Sir, in the recent past, if you look at it, the pandemic gave us a lot of lessons, which has brought in touchless operations of lifts. We have also brought in that space requirement per person kind of thing, which we have brought in a kind of focus here. We have also brought in one technology which is very important for facility managers is that digital twin, asset twin, operation twin. We have specifically written it in the chapter. That means all the assets are coded, 3D modeled, and any kind of, for example, in this room itself, there is a system which has failed. You don't have to go run around and see what exactly it failed and all those things. You have the 3D, you have the system digital twin, you give the code number, it opens up what that spare was, when it was built, what is the model number, who was the manufacturer, what was the cost spent, when it was spent, everything will be there. So you can just like that order it and replace it. So that kind of digital twin we have brought in our chapter as a recommendation. We can't enforce it, but it was brought in as a recommendation. BMS I written here, it was there in the earlier chapter also, Building Management System, but we changed that into IBP, Intelligent Building Platform. What it means is like a real-time monitoring of the performances of the equipments, energy, and all those things we have brought in specifically in our this one, without going away from the existing practices like ISO 55000 asset management, which is already there. BIS 821085, the CPWD maintenance manual is there. We have to go in alignment with that. So we have also aligned our recommendations in line with all those things. Pandemic, I talked about it, which was also very critical, we thought. So we have also introduced some of the must kind of areas like HEPA filters, UV disinfection in AHUs, all those things, a must kind of thing we have brought in. Touchless entry, which is anyway very important, we have brought in. HVAC performance, real-time energy tracking, I mentioned already. Disaster resilience is one area which is very critical for facility managers to meet and plan, and accordingly on-site emergency plans, off-site emergency plans, those also have been brought in this particular this one. The last one is the facility manager existence is mainly for business continuity, operational excellence and readiness of every asset all the time. So we also took those kind of areas. So in addition to that, with due respect to Mr. Suresh, and he was explicitly highlighting one thing which drove us to prepare this checklist. We have gone for all the checklists, what and all may be required for the facility managers to look at it. When monsoon comes up, he has to be prepared for the monsoon. 3 months advance, 4 months advance, what are the things to be done? The checklist is there. Likewise, safety checklist is already there. Building insurance checklist, as I mentioned earlier, which is also there as part of the document. All those things we tried to put in, but I have to also sincerely thank here, I don't know he is here in this hall or not, Arun and Abhishek, helped me in terms of providing certain inputs. Because we are all from various industries. We have been working on it. We have been meeting very often. I can tell you, SP Singh, myself, and a few other colleagues, at least we met. SP, how many times we would have met? 10 times at least, even though we had about five meetings, 6 meetings. But we had a small group that interested professionals. We formed ourselves, which was not known also for many people. We used to interact at night and all, SP Singh knows. So we put our best efforts in, because it's the first revision, which has to be there for at least for next 10 years or 8 years, whatever it is going to be of use. So we tried our best, which has been put in place right now. What we have done was, initially the draft was made, circulated within the team, circulated to a small group, and wide circulation was also done. We received a lot of observations and comments, and nothing much to modify, but there were queries. We have responded to all those things. Now we are ready to go with that. The committee also approved it. We are done with our recommendations to the BIS authorities. So our job is done, sir. In case of anything required further, we are always available for taking it forward. Thank you very much. It's this end of my presentation.
Thank you, sir, for explaining the objectives of revision of the Asset and Facility Management chapter of NBC and how the national and international best practices considered for the same. Now, I would like to request Scientist C, Mr. Jitendra Chaudhary, Deputy Director, Civil Engineering, BIS, to kindly present the memento to Dr. C. Wellen. As you know, Professor Radhakrishnaji Pillai was not able to join us before. Now he will be joining us. Professor Radhakrishnaji Pillai is a professor at the Building Technology, Construction Materials and Management Division, IIT Madras, and also a member of NBC panel for prefabrication and system building. He will be speaking on Part 6, Section 7 on prefabrication and construction of NBC.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first of all, thank you for having me here. I'm sorry I could not be there in person. So I'm just going to give a very brief on what we are working on for the IS 15916, which is also going to be the chapter on prefabrication in NBC. So this is the committee members or working group members, and we have basically have 11 chapters. So I'm just going to give a very brief on, not in detail what is there in the specifics of the chapter, but global picture. We will have the the section on materials, then precast concrete system level, and then how to analyze, and then joints and connections. That's probably the most important chapter, I would say, because when we talk about precast, this is the main concern. And how to make them waterproof or watertight, and also tolerance is another big issue that also have been considered in this new code. And other thing is which was not there in the earlier version was this planning, and then how do we construction, and basically how to manufacture them. So this is not only a design section, but also design and construction, and how to ensure quality in construction. All those aspects are being covered in this chapter on prefabrication. Also, there are small guidelines available on these, given as annexures on 3D printed concrete, PPVC construction. That is basically you have the whole box or the rooms ready, and then you just put it into the framed structure, and just have inlet outlet for the power line, water line, etc. So there is very minimal activity on site. That's what we say, prefabricated, pre-finished volumetric construction. So like that, all the latest technologies which are out there but still starting to show up in Indian market or in the very big nascent stage, we have guidelines for those. But the chapter, up to chapter 11, they are written or going to be written in the codal formulation. So I want to give not chapter by chapter, but what we have done in general, for the entire document. So as you see here on this slide, for chapter 4 to chapter 11, which were essentially on these materials, design aspects, planning aspects, and quality control and testing, what we have done is looking at the current clauses, and we analyze what is the actual purpose of that clause, and then scope, and then who is the end user for that clause. And then we specified performance-based specification and not necessarily only prescriptive. This is the change which we are making now. It's not completed, but we are making right now those changes so that someone can actually do the test after the job is done or after the product is ready. So how the performance, for example, very simple example, if I say, in terms of prescriptive specification, if you are making concrete, you would say what should be the mix design. Here in the performance-based system, what we will say is what will be the compressive strength, or what will be the electrical resistivity of the concrete. Those kind of parameters which are measurable will be specified in the code. Okay, so something which, so you're basically transferring the responsibility to the manufacturer, and finally we will check whether those properties are met or not. We will not very specifically tell in every places that something should be used. It's not like so basically performance-based specification. Then another aspect we looked at is identifying the gaps. For example, we looked at other codal provisions and also other means worldwide, PCI, ACI manuals, etc. And we looked at, are those sections available in our code? If there are something which is missing, and or what is the clarity in the statements? Is there any ambiguous statements? Is there any weak verbs, etc.? Those kind of things were also assessed, and the new criteria or the words have been modified to reflect very all sections. For example, cover block, very simple thing. Okay, but that is something which is very, very important for the whatever performance you talk about, long-term performance. Cover is very, very important. So we are having a very detailed section on what type of cover block should be used, which was not there in the earlier document. And then enforceable, that's the type of language which we are using. It is mostly directive or instructive language. Those kind of changes are being made right now. What I'm trying to tell here is that vegetable is bought, it's cut nicely, now the cooking is happening, but we are now tasting, and then we found some difficulty, so we are making some small changes in the language in which it is written. So that is the stage at which we are. And so for this we actually use ChatGPT, Google Gemini, etc. AI tools have been used, and then looking at what is the drawbacks in our document, and then trying to fill up those gaps in a scientific manner. It's not like blindly following what ChatGPT or Google Gemini are saying. We got their input, and then every single word has been analyzed very meticulously, And at this stage, we have still some more work left. What I said is we have made some about 160 comments on the current version of the document, which will be reviewed or deliberated in the working group in the coming 1 or 2 months. Arun, we will deliver it on time, but I'm just saying we need few more weeks to complete this work. So for example, like we are looking at how enforcing the performance expectation. So we can see the top half of the page, some verbs like involves, ideally, under, allows for, all this will be reworded into shall. And these statements are taken from foreign documents which are in very good shape and being in practice. So you can see the reference at the bottom right. So like this, in all these comments we have put up. And another example is how to follow the best practice available worldwide. And definitely we will look at their feasibility in Indian scenario. It is not that blindly we are following everything. So we are looking at how valid those statements are also for the Indian construction site conditions. And again, same thing, enforcing, how to enforce things. So that, for example, if we are doing some work, we are writing now that it is necessary to actually report that particular item, and then only we can say that it is done. We are trying to minimize the interpretation by the people on site. Okay, so there are several documentary requirements also being put forth, so that at the end we get a very good product, and responsibilities are attached to various specific stakeholders. It's not like, most of the time, this is one thing which we have at site is that, okay, you have all these conditions, but when there is a problem, we are not able to, transfer the responsibility to somebody, so that, so that is something which we are also looking at. Who is responsible for what type of quality control? So similarly, like, this, whatever I just mentioned, for especially for materials chapter, we have completed the work. And then for the quality chapter also, there is a lot of more details need to be put in place, because right now it is very, very short. We are trying to expand that into to really cover quality assurance. And main thing is like the putting responsibility on stakeholders. That is something which you will see a major change in the upcoming document, and that is essential, and it is being practiced elsewhere. So definitely we should also do it. And like I said, a lot of annexures on various new technologies are put in. I think with this I will stop. That's what I have for today, Abhishek. Abhishek? Hello?
Regarding the revision of part 6 section 7, that is prefabricated construction, and you told us about what are the major changes. Of course, we'll be editing this draft, and we'll make this draft so that people can efficiently use this draft. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this. Now for the next session, please.
Hello.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we open the floor for open house. I would like to invite Shri Jose Kurian to join us as moderator on the stage for open house. Shri Jose Kurian is chairman of Civil Engineering Division Council and Cement and Concrete Sectional Committee. He is also a convener of NBC panel for plain, reinforced and pre-stressed concrete, and also working as team leader, CDM Smith India, consultant to Government of Kerala for creating infrastructure for their additional skill development program.
Thank you, Shreya. Now on the dais, I would like to request DG sir. Okay. Now for the dais, I would like to request Sri V. Suresh sir, Sri H.S. Dogra sir, Sri N. Nagarajan sir, Architecture Samir Mathur, Dr. C. Velen, and Sri Sanjay Pan sir, DDG Standardization. Okay. Arun sir, please join us for this open house session.
Sir, next to Mr. Suresh. Yeah.
No, sir. Sir, please. Dr. Kurian, sir, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a little late, but at the same time, we can't leave without some kind of a consultation each other. We have spent the entire day here, and I'm extremely happy that the sessions went very well. We had competent hands explaining the work that has been done in the last 2 years, the hard work, and I'm very sure you should be satisfied and thus definitely infill some kind of confidence on BIS. The revision that is happening will be a real revision, and a lot of new ideas, new technology, and new experiences are being brought into this particular document, which will be used by the entire country, whether it is in the urban, rural, semi-rural, or everywhere up to the, as Suresh has mentioned, up to the, from the national levels up to the villages and the gram panchayats. So everybody is using this document, and Suresh has been the driving spirit, born and brought up in the BIS, and left us for some time, and now he's come back and full charge of this one, driving everyone to create this particular document. And I must also thank the DG, I can't see his face, they are there, driving everyone and put time limits, which has not been there earlier. We could work very freely and bring in the documents when we felt it is ready. But now that we have been given time limits, and it has been extremely hard work for the entire BIS team, along with the professionals involved in this huge endeavor. And you must understand that the BIS, it is the Civil Engineering Division Council, which I represent, has got over almost 50 such sectional committees. And each committee has got 50 to 60 members, professionals, hardcore professionals, working in each one of them. Under them there are panels and working groups. So you can imagine the amount of professional input which has gone into all the documents, almost 2,000 to 3,000 documents is prepared. And the NBC is the sum and substance of the work done by the entire professionals from this country. So we should all be proud of it. And we are more proud because it is being used by everyone. And the entire built environment of this country is enriched and made safe and useful and ecologically and environmentally viable because of this one single document, which is spreading the message of safe structures, useful structures, environmentally friendly structures. So I thank all the professionals who have worked on this, especially the group that is the conveners of the 22 subcommittees which has worked on this one and produced this document. And I must confess that the only document which has not come is from our group, that is the structural group. That is because of the too much ambition that we have put into this one. We put two conditions, two of our desire. One was to create a unified document encompassing all that was in the area of concrete. So we were able to combine the 5, 6, with the priestless concrete, and we have also subsumed 3, 4 other concrete related codes into this one. And now in future we will unify, bring in much more documents and make it a proper document. The current document coming, the draft is about 500 pages. I hope that we'll reduce it to some manageable when it's get printed. At the same time, we also wanted to make an internationally recognized document. That was the second effort. That is why a lot of effort has gone into this one. As you know that the ISO recognized the national standards, and when we put our standards for that recognition, there's a committee of experts from 4 different developed countries study our document, and they can pass, yes, this is equivalent to an international standard. Deemed satisfy the international standards. So the advantage is they will put it in their website that the Indian standard is deemed to be an international standards. Right now only ACI and a couple of Japanese and 3-4 countries have only put that one. So one of our ambition was to make our code equivalent to an international, deemed to be an international standard. So we are working towards that, and the guidelines given by the ISO, we were trying to follow to the extent possible. So it has taken a little more time, but we hope that by early next month we will send it for wide circulation. So that is I want to confess and convey to you what has happened in this particular thing. All the Info 56, but all the others have come out successfully, and we have heard the huge changes and the welcome changes that are coming into this one. And once again, I congratulate the whole 22 conveners as well as the special efforts put in by the experts into this one. And I'm very sure there will be many questions in the minds of the people after hearing them. There can be opinions and comments on what you heard. That will be one part. Second can be questions on what they have, they have presented here. So I think we'll start with from the audience, unless our panel want to say anything. Any one of them? Listen to them, yeah. So this will be a session interaction. So what we'll do is, please raise your hand, identify yourself, and you also say to whom is the question addressed to. There are panelists, all of them. First you identify and you say where you are coming from and the area of you are asking questions and to whom. So that will make life easier.
Sir, Namaskar. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Sir, I am C.K. Verma. I am former Special DG CPWD. So I have been listening to various experts in this seminar right from the morning, and I'm influenced only by one line of the DG BIS that he wants 2 types of persons. One is those who are working on it and those who are criticizing it. Sir, my biggest worry is we have seen in 2020 the wave of Corona. And I just wanted to ask whether there is something in this NBC to some kind of prevention from the virus attack. So that is one question. Secondly, recently we are seeing that there was a drone attack. So are our buildings drone prone, or they are safe from the drone, or is there anything which can be done to save it from drone? Third is the digital twin technology. Sir, it has been mentioned only in the asset and facility management, but the role of the digital twin is right from the planning stage. So whether it has been included in some other chapters, because that is a very important technological advancement as of now. So, sir, then my criticism is this part 0. Sir, part 0, can it not be numbered? Because 0 signifies nothing. So I just, it's just my comment or suggestion or whatever way you take it, or you may ignore it also. But these are a few of my observations. And one more thing, sir. In Connaught Place, you will find that in street furniture, there is a solar tree. So people sitting on the bench, they will get the shadow as well as the energy can be harnessed, solar energy can be harnessed. So same way, whether in the landscape chapter, this aspect has been included or not. And then the most important is the AI, because AI, everything is AI driven. And in the foundation day of the BIS, our DG BIS, he has talked to the founder of the BIS by making use of the AI. So whether AI has been used in the IoT chapter or the chapter which has been discussed by that communication enabled, so that needs to be included if it has not been done, sir.
Can you conclude, because you are asking too many questions?
Oh, sir,
So
sir,
it's
because
okay. We'll give you one more opportunity.
No, sir, I don't want any opportunity. But only thing is, I am sitting right from morning to evening, and I have been very much impressed by whatever has been done, what hard work has been done.
Right.
But these are the points which I feel they are maybe they are included, but may not be included with the full this thing vigor.
Thank you.
So
others are also there equally interested in taking part in the discussions. I'm sorry I interrupted you, but you have raised certain very relevant thing. But much of the things have been answered if you have listened to the talks today. So I can. There are two plumbing presentation included the corona thing, and Ellen is there.
He
also will be able to explain to landscape also explained about this corona thing, which is your concern. Other things about the digitalization, I can confirm that we are. Dr. Raji will be able to explain to you that we are included in the construction practices. We are bringing in BM as a separate chapter. So that is already in the pipeline. So when that comes, the BIM up to the digital twin, we have discussed in that one, as well, and also will express it today. As far as the zero is concerned, I will ask Suresh. I think he can answer that. Zero is not, because you can number it, cannot number it, so it may be infinity.
No.
So I think let him answer that.
Let me explain. Zero was added because all other parts, it was added in 2005 version, and all other parts and sections were already established, which have been given cross-reference in various thousands of regulations throughout the country. So everybody simply says part 4 shall be done as per part 4, building materials shall be selected as per part 5. So if you change the entire numbering system, then there will be a lot of confusion in the country, and therefore it was introduced as part 0. Because I had given the number, so I remember.
I got nothing to do with number. Actually, this covers much beyond. It's a larger philosophy of working of all professionals together in an integrated, coordinated manner of multidisciplinary professionals working together. So it is not the codal provision is there from part 1 to part 12. For dealing with that, there are so many professionals which are identified working towards that particular, each one working towards that. So that's why, but as rightly told by Sanjay Pant, our own, one of our outstanding engineers, he's no more, Vijay Saab. He's the one, PB Vijay was the one who helped us in the initial formulation of part 0. He's no more now with us. But otherwise, we still remember, and many people are very happy that that has been brought out of a holistic approach to be done, where so many multidisciplinary professionals are coming from the planning stages, design stages, construction stages, installation stages, completion stages, commissioning stages, occupation stages, and post-occupancy stages. There are so many things. Therefore, we want to highlight that particular aspect as a distinct one away from each of the code. Nobody has to do anything else. It is the profession, the industry have to deal with that. Nothing to do with any of the one. That's also another reason.
I just want to answer this one. With respect to digital twin, you have highlighted. Whatever I was speaking, even though it is a facility related, it will be useful, but it starts from the design phase itself. You have to design MEP system, building, every element in 3D. That means it has to start from the design phase, then construction phase and the operational phase. In all the phases, it is in use. Number 2, even existing buildings, we are making that drawings in 3D and converting into digital twin. That is how we are making the digital twin in practice. The next one, what you asked, AI in use. AI is what I was also telling, the real-time analysis of performance of buildings, equipments and all those things. That is through AI as well as IoT. That is also being put in place in construction. Like for example, you asked about drone, even underground tunneling, all those things are monitored through drones now. So all those things are AI intervention is always there, already there, just for information.
What the next question? Anybody from, yeah, speaking, sir.
So mine is very
small question to plumbing. Certain data was shown at the slide regarding the use of water. Of course, I'm sure the panel must have done very hard work to collect this data. I just thought whether it is really realistic in the opinion of the panel. That's all here.
No, Sanjay has done it, he has collected it. In fact, he himself was telling lot of data is available with all the organization institutions, but they are reluctant to give the data to us. So that was his problem. Unless the institutions and the agencies gives the data, it is very difficult for us to put the correct numbers. But from the experience, from past experience, he has put the data.
It's okay.
Yeah, there is a uniform plumbing code. That is also,
The
it's an international plumbing code.
The VIII panel members certainly must have done the hard work to collect it. They may like to have it, look at it. Anyway, my another question is regarding sustainability. Professor Mani, I think he had told about it. And all through in his big lecture, he has mentioned regarding the microplastic. I just thought I would ask to know in what way it has been put into the suggestion in the code.
If I can come in here, sir. Apart from this Part 11 sustainability, the BIS has got another committee which was earlier CED 58 on sustainability, which is now Environment and Ecology Department 7. They have a standard on approach to, not only approach to sustainability, they are revising that particular standard where they are bringing in this aspect of not only cradle to grave, but also the aspect of recycling. And he also mentioned about the impact of all these harmful chemicals which has ended up to the human level. And that particular thing has to be acknowledged, and that should be brought to the wider audience through standards, so that somebody who is picking a material or using it has to make the right choice, not just depend on performance with respect to whether or durability or cost or fire safety, but what is the long-term impact. That is a work in progress, sir. It will happen in about 4 months after this NBC revision will happen. That is what I got a discrete information. I believe there is an officer of EED of BIS also. If he or she is there, maybe they can also add if they are there. Otherwise, we can move to the next question.
Next question. Anybody else? Yeah. Last. He raised the hands first. Behind you. Give the mic there. Standing there. Yeah. No, number 2. Next will be. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Little louder, please. Can you close?
Yeah, it's audible now.
Yeah.
Yes. Good evening. I'm Abhishek Shukla, and I'm technical director from a company, Technoform. And I would like to thank Arun sir and V. Suresh sir. Once we met a couple of months back, and we were invited to be part of this NBC revision. My only question, or I would say as a suggestion, that we always talk about sustainability quite a lot, and we consider glass and glazing and fenestration for green building and sustainability. I would like to ask the panelist, how are you looking forward for other materials other than glass and aluminum, or not other materials, including this aluminum and glass and glazing, because our company provide consultancy related to thermal resistance, and for which already we had a discussion with V. Suresh sir earlier also. So how are you looking forward, because our company is 100% aligned with PMO vision for carbon utilization.
I think in all fairness, Sailesh gave a very good clarification. While the list of large number of established standards and materials and products for which a standard is already available are already covered in the Part 5 on building materials over there, it does not preclude any new innovations, any alternate or new material which is coming on that, provided you're able to prove that that particular material is good for the purpose for as a walling material or a roofing material or a finishing material, whatever, provided you're able to go through a process of alternate materials through testing and performance standards there. He went through a little more in detail, including the BMTPC's product of the approval standard or the PAC standard on project approval standard on that is also indicated. So the answer to your particular thing is, if any new products which you keep on coming over there, a code is not to stop any new innovation. Code is always there for that. So that particular thing, if it is already established product, a standard, Indian standard would have already come into that. Or must be an international standard available, not an Indian standard. So there's a way by which we'll be able to do that, but recognizing that particular product, the code provides a framework for that. The answer is positive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
We also have an online audience. Yeah, maybe after one more physical, we'll come.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Prabhatnalini Samal, and I'm from Bureau of Energy Efficiency, looking after the building program. So, sir, my inputs to the panels, two panels. One is electrical and mechanical system, and second is the sustainability. So, what we observed that in some points, at some parameters, the values are differing from the Energy Conservation Sustainable Building Code and from the National Building Code. So some inputs Bureau has already sent to Arunji. I have already discussed with him that if the range, there is a range and the ECSBC parameter is coming in between the range, there is no problem, because the ECSBC is mandatory for the 100 kilowatt and above building. But sir, where there is no range and there is only one particular parameter, and that parameter is differing from ECSBC, then there will be a big confusion among the stakeholders that which value they will adopt. So these are the major inputs from Bureau that be to consideration of BIS. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the observation. Energy conservation sustainability, you have the 2007 version, 2017 version, which is ECBC. But now the 2024 version is ECSBC. Sustainability component has been added in terms of water, wastewater, as well as circular economy and waste management. So the ESBCC component is fully taken into account in part 11 of the National Building Code. Unfortunately, Montomuni's presentation, he really could not specifically talk on what exactly has happened in the document. He has talked philosophically, he studies on large number of area. Otherwise, it isn't totally in tandem with the provision on the particular one. Only thing is the provision of renewable energy, or how much we should put on that. If we have gone a slightly higher, here the provision would be to go a little more on the renewable energy and solar energy. Can you put a little higher limit than present one, go up to at least 20% level? Whereas your particular thing still must be 8 or 10% of solar energy to be brought in over there as against the other one. So that will be only one area, but it's nothing wrong. You only say that should be the minimum level you should go across. If you want to hinge it a little better on the particular is always good. Otherwise, energy conservation sustainability building code provision is also incorporated fully in Part 9 plumbing services. As a matter, you should be very happy to know that we are going to be historical. That was not presented over there. The requirement of water for conservation of water, we have brought it down from 135 liters per head per day to 90 liters per head per day. It's a very, very major change in the NBC. That also did not get projected in the presentation rightly or wrongly. So, lot of things concerns on water, wastewater, as well as the solid waste management. In the presentation which is done by Sandeep, under Part 9 is covered. So part of them is covered in Part 9 on the S component, sustainability component. Remaining coming in the energy related component is coming partly in the air conditioning chapter, as well as which is Ashish Rakeja told, and lighting and ventilation component, which was also Ravel presented, and most importantly in Part 11. Okay?
The online, somebody wanted to ask?
Yeah, online also and in front row also. Online is Dr. Anjali.
But somebody wanted to online?
Oh, yeah, Dr. Anjali is in online. If you can let her speak, please give her the presenter rights. Dr. Anjali in the online mode in webinar, WebEx.
She can raise
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah,
you are audible.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'm extremely glad to be part of the entire NBC revision. I really want to highlight one important decision which has been taken by Government of India, and I'm excited and delighted at the same time that NBC is being notified as a non-negotiable accessibility standard on built environment in the Rule 15 of the RPWD Act 2016. and the NBC remains the national accessibility standard for built environment as revised from time to time, instead of laying down a separate set of accessibility standards. So the rule 2015, what I'm talking about, is going to be the rule which will be notified and gazetted very soon, the moment NBC is published, and this will be also taken into force as non-compliance. If somebody does, then it will be penalized. There will be not issuing of any certification of completion, no granting permission to building any structure or building, and also not allowing occupation of a building. So there will be also penalties and imposing of fines, and I just want to highlight this fact that this is extremely important for all of us.
Okay.
For
Thank you, Anjali. Thank you,
So
Anjali,
this-
you already taken care, and thank you for appreciating the effort made by NPC. It's fully covering, fully covers. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Anjali. You, thank you. You also came physically in the morning. Thank you for your presence. No, one minute.
Front.
Just let us. I know. We will start from Madam here. She wanted to say something. Then we'll give it to you, and then Dr. Dhawan. Either.
Sir, I have a small parallel query. At the EEDC at BIS, there is a document that is being prepared, of which I am a stakeholder part, which is called Sustainable Habitats, which covers aspects of sustainable building, sustainable materials, sustainable transport, and so on. Right? And I asked the same question over there as well, which I am asking to the experts here. Are we eventually planning to append it to the NBC? Because that answers a lot of queries on sustainability which were left open. And today I can see that it is complementing the chapter. It is not duplicating it. We are actually adding the kind of qualitative aspects that people have been asking so far in the last 15 minutes. So are we looking at that being appended? But currently I think it is with the, I don't understand how BIS works very well, but I think it has not come to the civil engineering department yet. But they promised me that once it comes, I think it will be appended to the sustainability chapter. That is the plan.
Yeah, that subject was with civil engineering department earlier, because we have recently this environmental and ecology department created separate division council, so that technical committee has been transferred to them. Under that committee, they must be making a separate standard. Dr. Montomani is the chairperson of this.
We had a meeting in Manak
I
Bhavan,
think
in fact, last week. Yes,
it is a more focused work. Let them do it, and we will see how it can, because NBC has already utilized the various design codes, various construction practices code, various safety codes, and various number of other codes, fire codes, and all those things. So NBC will absorb that code also, and weave through the information for a cogent reading and application for the purpose of entire building planning, design, and construction.
I
so
think that will be a very positive step, sir, if we absorb it, because that will avoid multiplicity of documents
because
also.
largely we want first the standard should be formulated, then NBC should utilize it in its own scheme of things. Wherever these standards are not available, NBC writes for itself those gap areas. So there are areas where for which there are no separate standards. For example, for air conditioning and heating, HVAC, there is no separate standard by our mechanical engineering department. Now they would be also making similarly that standard. So that, because standards can be revised, serviced more frequently, and can be utilized and become basis for NBC.
Madam, if I may add to what Sanjay Pan said, I was in that particular meeting. What came
Yes,
to the
I remember, sir, you were online.
and I gave a lot of observation also
Yes.
on many things there. What was really brought was a discussion, not even a standard, a preliminary working paper to get, it's like a think tank idea. Kya la sakta is area pe. Sustainable habitat is a good word to hear, but in terms of actual implementation, what does it mean? Lot of things requires to work on, based on the work which all just, it will all get incorporated there, okay? Including the work on the 59 on the smart city one.
Yes.
Work is in progress.
Thank you, sir.
Somebody wanted here? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. This is Ashok Kumar from Bangalore. I am a project management professional and a trainer and helping for the skill development. My question is, See, NBC, everyone speaks, it's a very important document, everyone agrees this one. But unfortunately, in the colleges, many students don't know about NBC. How? When I tell I am in the board of syllabus of many colleges, around 20 to 25 engineering colleges, they are not ready to take this in the curriculum itself. So how we can penetrate this NBC in the education?
In fact, if I can add, sir, the AICTE has already created 4 years back the curriculum. In that, in 2 of the semesters, the National Building Code has been made as a reference document. And that is in a way sort of introducing to the various civil engineering students about NBC. That is only one step. But more importantly, BIS is also in touch with all the 95 plus MOU partner institutes to take further various of the standards, not only in civil engineering, but in every 17 other departments. The standard should get into the curriculum, so that when those when they graduate and come out as professionals, they will have a real life exposure of standards which are implemented in the real life buildings. And importantly, for example, today around 25 interns from premium colleges across the country are sitting here as students, third year students. They are very much here. They were also attending. Maybe in the coming 7 days time, you can also see, all of you can see a feedback of how these students are also learning to this. But I agree, I mean, we agree that it is slowly picking up, but it is a need of the.
I just to what Arun has mentioned, it is everybody's responsibility. Now all of you have attended this, now this is your responsibility also. I know that architects use NBC much more than civil engineers. They have a better idea of the content of NBC, because all these aspects of building are to be utilized, whether it is the kind of material, whether it is fire, whether it is building services, whether it is plumbing services, everything is to be built into planning. So they are supposed to know everything. They have to plan from all perspective, all services perspective, all materials perspective. So there is a better. One more point I say. When I entered the college in 1983, we used to use IS 456, 800, 1343 and all those things. But one of my friend, incidentally, is sitting, my senior, Mr. Atul Sharma is sitting. He was having a copy of NBC 1983. So when I entered the college, I saw first time that copy of NBC 1983. There are users. We should promote that we should have enough number of copies of NBC, physical copies in the library, and it should be issued to the students. So that's what is to be done.
Okay, Mr. Balbini, you wanted to say one? No, after him, because he wanted to respond to this particular. It was a quick response, so no, you can take it. Let Mr. Balbini. Fine, okay.
No, I just.
You wanted to say something, you know.
Maybe your own effort in architecture schools, but you.
Yeah. I thought this is an answer to. Yeah.
There has been. Just want to support what Arun was saying and what architects at the Indian Institute of Architects has been doing. What we have been doing at the Indian Institute of Architects, many a times whenever we have an exhibition, etc., we have been requesting BIS to display their publications and we have been having seminars on NBC. Not only NBC, but various other documents. Architects, some of them present here, will support that.
Yeah.
And I think what Sanjay was saying,
I think Balbir, you can also just briefly tell how you played your role of getting earthquake resistant design as part of the architectural syllabus. The role that you yourself done. You can tell a minute on that. Okay. How it goes to colleges.
I thought it was after the Gujarat earthquake and then tsunami, which came in 2004 or something, 2004. The Indian Institute of Architects had approached the government and we decided to have seminars all over the country where the schools and the professionals, academics and the professional and the students were present. In fact, it was also mentioned at the Home Ministry one of these days that if you want to promote something about the building codes or earthquake syllabus, take example of Indian Institute of Architects. We were very happy when this was noted by the Home Ministry at that
eminent
time.
architect working very closely with
Yes.
BIS.
Yeah.
With BIS.
And
Thank you. Thank you.
Since I am here, can I ask my little question also?
You have to ask yourself.
Yeah. Yes. So what he is trying to say that is all this what we did on seminars, etc., came out as a publication also. And I must mention that the IIT Kanpur has been helping us with the resource person, Mr. Professor Sudhir Jain and Professor Murthy, with whom we are still in touch as part of NICE. I am still there. So my little question or asking, I don't see Mr. Pradeep Garg here. This is about glass and glazing. You know, he had mentioned about various types of glass, the innovation in glass, the thermal glass, all that. My question, I may be wrong, that maybe it is already included. Most of these glazings in the buildings today in our country are being done by double tape, which according to various international standards is not allowed. I don't think I saw anything being mentioned about how to install that glazing. He did mention about the curtain glazing, but if these tapes are being allowed to be used, are there any standards for those tapes? I don't see any standards about those tapes.
That's an important question. In fact, when we made IS 16231 the very first time in 2016, right from then onwards, the foreword of the standard also spoke about this aspect, that do not trust a glass with all these special stickering, etc. for its performance. If at all you want to do, kindly evaluate number one. But as you rightly mentioned, today the technology of glass manufacturing and more importantly the processors are able to now provide a decent amount of performance into the glass itself. So that way the option is now with the designers to choose the right type of material, and as you all are aware that select the orientation of the building, see the sundial path, and then what is the amount of fenestry, glass which has to be there, which most of you must be aware by now.
No, I am not mentioning about the type of the glass or the orientation. I am talking about the installation of the glass. And I don't want to get, I don't want to get into discussion at this stage. I only want to say that please convey this to that panel if they can look into the
clause number
installation.
9. Okay.
The other thing was, which I feel very strongly, I was discussing with Shri Dogra ji in the morning while I was sitting here. When there is a multiple or vast or a huge violation of a code in the country or in a particular place, I know BIS will always say it is for the people to adopt it, accept it. I am not saying why BIS is not doing anything. I have been asking this question to myself and at CDJ also. All of you know, maybe some of you can guide us. Today in Delhi, whatever we talk about, there are residential buildings being sanctioned by the government authority with 17.5 meters. And it has nothing to do with fire. It's a 1 meter wide staircase. Lift is just attached to that 3 feet landing. They say the Supreme Court had allowed this. But if they have allowed it, whose job this is? I'm not saying one single person objecting to this. It's the whole city is doing this, and nothing is being objected.
I think let us not get into an argument. This cannot end.
I'm just mentioning this.
Wrong time and place to raise this issue. This is a question of enforcement. We are not discussing. Excuse me. Okay. Otherwise, that gentleman. Aap kar li?
Yes, sir.
Please. No. We are not allowing any discussion between the participants. That will happen, continue to happen. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. I think let him continue. We have to vacate this hall. I'm so sorry. I'll come to you after the gentleman.
I am from fire service fraternity, sir. So many are engineers and architects here. So I'm G.V. Narayan Rao, Director of Fire Services, Telangana from Hyderabad. Even sir was mentioning about my concerns. So what I want to know is, fire and life safety should have primacy from other aspects of the code. All aspects of the code are important, but all codes should meet the requirement of fire and life safety. It should have primacy. I need a mention on that particularly. And some of the non-high-rise premises, we are not prescribing any fire safety measures. The last one, 2016 also. So please prescribe. Maybe they need not take NOC from any organization, like single-story buildings, residential buildings and all. But that doesn't stop us from prescribing measures from them. And they are not costly also. They may have extinguishers, a smoke can come out. Most of the deaths are happening now in non-high-rise buildings also. High-rise buildings are being taken care of. The other priority is hospitals and schools, where all fire departments are focusing now and trying to regulate them. And the passive systems, no, we have been more concerned with active systems and all, and passive systems, they have to be taken care of by architects and engineers. They can't plead any ignorance about that. For the last 20 years, NBC, I believe every engineer, civil engineer, an architect who is in that construction activity is supposed to know.
Should know it.
You can't keep on educating them. I have been doing for 20 years. No, we have to put.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know that spirit. What you mean is only buildings beyond 15 meters or other buildings which are large ones, which is listed special buildings, can go for the. It is not that. Requirements have been provided for the all heights, even single story, 2-story, 3-story. But it requires the NOC from the fire only for buildings beyond that particular height, or even less than the height for larger areas and special requirement area. So, but otherwise, the code really provides the requirement of all heights.
Are given.
Okay.
If I can just add, in 2016 we were fighting ourselves, myself and Madhurima, to put in table 7 requirements for 1 or 2-story buildings. At that time it was not required. Now at least suggestion has come. In the coming months, it will be, in the coming editions of NBC, at least it will be mandated, your fire extinguishers and smoke detectors in the coming time.
Good afternoon, everybody.
If the audience can quickly write on a piece of paper and pass it on also others.
Okay, I'm an architect, and I've had a fantastic day today, so thank you very much for all the work you've done. I have 3 little questions. First of all, when is this coming out? Because my observation is that my cost of building is going to jump, okay? And we are an extremely cost-sensitive market. What that's going to do to the real estate market today is that it's going to shift timelines which are between 5 to 7 years for projects to beyond that. That's one observation. The second observation is there is still a lot of integration that is required between different departments which is not happening. So I would really request the IIA and the Council of Architecture to actually step in and look at that, because it's going to make my life very difficult if there are contradictions or things that are not aligned at BIS's level. This is my simple observation. So, sir, when are they coming out? That's the question.
October, September, October. Thank you. Yeah, and price won't increase because of NBC. Thank you. Price won't increase because of NBC. She's from the National Disaster Management Authority, ma'am.
So good evening to all. I'm Ranu Chauhan, Senior Consultant for Earthquake at NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority. I just wanted to raise 3-4 points. The first is the heritage building has been addressed in part 10, landscaping and signatures. So is it possible like that can be addressed in the asset and facility management, because that will be easily referred and seems to be contractual in that part?
Madam, it's also covered in the performance design for the fire protection aspect. There again, performance aspect of design, specific heritage building we brought. Even part 4 also we have brought in over there, requirement. Because it's very difficult in existing building which are of heritage nature to put some of those things which are in a modern context relevant. So our performance-based requirements. So even part 4, it has already come. It has also come in part 2, where arts commission related work has also come on heritage and commission for. So part 2 it has come, part 4 it has come, and also as you rightly identified, the last parts. So, well, we can take that.
Yeah, and second one is like we talked about in part 6, the structural part, but are we also taking care about the non-structural part? Because mainly the shaking, earthquake shaking and
Yes.
all lead to the falling
Yeah.
of
Yeah,
buildings.
It's coming.
the 1893 part 1 has got non-structural element related provisions. It is under publication,
So is
and
that
as soon as
addressed
it
in
is,
NBC? Is that addressed
that's what
in
I'm coming.
NBC?
If you, in the part 6 section 1 document, Abhishek Pal has ensured that 1893 part 1 and part 2, the general as well as buildings, both will be printed in NBC 2025. So we are doing that. Non-structural
Both
provisions are also
structural and
coming in.
non-structural, both will come.
The third one is like we are talking about the students. Are we also concerned about the municipal engineers, their training as well, and what is the plan of BIS?
Of course.
The second is, as the document is of 500 pages, are we coming up with any guidance document which can be easily
We'll be
referred
issuing a
also?
commentary also. Commentary to all those.
Madam, how to reach to all the local bodies, how to reach to all the municipal corporation, municipalities, at the level of engineering team, etc. Lot of larger efforts are there for disseminating the information.
I think NDMA can help you in that reaching out.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have got other people waiting. One is Dr. Vineet Bajaj.
No, here, the gentleman.
See, I've got two basic questions on the presentations and then a couple of more. I will quickly take it. I was told that this basement car parking, water curtain is being deleted because the water demand is very, very high. I just wanted to bring to the notice of the panel, the maximum area limitation is 3,000 square meter. The water requirement is only 171 cubic meters. So it is not very high. I would like to know on what basis the comment was made that it is very, very high. We are practicing, I'm a practicing engineer, so I know what I'm talking about. All over the country, except for the state of Haryana, we have got this problem. There was a code IS 15105, which Mr. Pant may not aware, Arun is very much aware, which has got this wrong clause of water cutting to be done at 35 LPM per linear meter, which has made the life very, very difficult. We have been fighting with Haryana Fire Service for the last 4 years. I have requested BIS also to either withdraw that code or get it corrected. But that code has created all the problem. Compartmentation in basement has been done since I started my career in 1989. I don't agree with the decision.
Sir, area has already mentioned that is being withdrawn.
It has to be there. It has to be, no sir, it can't be withdrawn.
Mentioned that he is withdrawing that.
Sir, we will like to know why it is being withdrawn because it will make life very, very difficult.
No,
Please understand.
Separately, but it is being withdrawn now.
Sir, the code says, please permit me, for any area more than 750 square meter, the basic condition is to do compartmentation. Water curtain is only one medium. As per IS 1642, you will ask us to put walls or fire barriers. So you see, the water curtain has been performing very well. You can ask any design engineer or any practitioner. Architect should also comment on it.
You should write to BIS because Mr. Dairy is the...
we have received.
One minute, Mr. Dairy is the convener. Whatever observations comes from everybody is discussed in that committee and they take a decision.
I just wanted to bring to the notice of the seniors also.
We will notice.
Second is, in plumbing, I was told if you are using hydronomic system, now there's a prescriptive requirement. You see, we kept on talking on prescriptive versus performance. 2-day storage has been made mandatory. The word is shall. What is the logic behind it? Why it should be 2 days? If you see the note...
For hydropneumatic system,
yes.
Put 2 days.
Sir, how is the hydropneumatic system?
Storage facility.
Yes, sir, I know that. If you see the notes, before that is talking about underground and overhead combined for 1 day only.
Yeah.
Suddenly, if I only do underground, I have to do for 2 days.
Sir, underground and overhead is for 2 days. 1.5 days below and half a day of above. The same principle has been extended
Sir,
for
I'm
hydropneumatic
saying,
system.
I've read Mr. Arun. Please
You
read
can
it
send
again.
your comments, sir. We will take it up.
Again. Couple of more, sir. Couple of more.
या उनका नाम 15105 में है सर.
Sir, कुछ और points थे.
आप लिख दे दीजिए.
Type of construction. In type of construction, fire separation more than 9 meter also we are saying in the code that external wall has to be fire rated. I will like it to be reviewed because you see, no international code is asking for a non-load bearing wall to be fire rated when the fire separation is more than 6 meter. In India, we are talking about more than 9 meter. Then also we are asking for that external wall to be fire rated. Please review it. Okay. And single stack system, like lastly, sir, in plumbing, our code since 2016 says you can't do a single stack system in a building height exceeding 49 meters. There is no technical rationale behind it. All over the country, municipalities are allowing us to do single stack system based upon what is the system engineering design. So why code has given 49-meter restriction? I've been requesting this correction. It has not happened even in the current draft. Please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who is next? Somebody, Mr. Dr. Vineet Bajaj.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Small question, sir. We are talking about advanced construction materials and the construction industry have evolved in the past 25 years, and in addition to that, last year, BIS published code for high-rise structures. But I feel actually it's high time that we look into publication of 456, although there was a presentation, but it's been more than 25 years. And being in industry, I'm seeing that there is abuse of material and concrete which is happening, which are leading to small structural life and non-durability of the structures. So I just request, though there was a presentation, but it's high time, sir, that it's been more than 25 years, we are getting revision, but the way the industry is evolving, I think we are lagging behind in terms of bringing out the code soon. So that's one request, that it should be done early to ensure that the concrete is not be abused throughout the country. Thank you.
I explained what is the reason. Because of the 2 parameters, we wanted to improve the situation. Now it is ready. We will be early July. We will be sending it for wide circulation. You will get a copy.
Thank
and
you.
You can comment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Dhawan wanted to say that. You wanted to say something?
No, he has given in writing.
Yeah, that's okay. Last. Speak. You speak. You want the paper?
Sir, let me.
There is one question from here.
One question from YouTube we can take. I request other members, other participants to send your question in cd46@bis.gov.in. We can give. So Dr. Dhawan's question was, we are talking about HRS steel, advanced construction material. How code for HR, I mean hot roll steel you are talking about, sir? Yes, steel was out last year. Industry has evolved. When can we expect 456 new version published? It's been 25 years.
We have already answered. We'll be, so it's ready for wide circulation. Early July we will send it out for wide circulation.
Okay, sir.
Somebody else wanted to? Yeah, please.
Manish?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Good evening, sir. My question is to Sanjay, sir.
Please identify your...
My name is Vaibhav. I am from DLF. My question is to Sanjay Pant, sir. This time we have prescribed the qualification of the fire protection engineer as a utility engineer for the first time. This can be done for the qualification of fire officer? Because fire officer itself is a clause given in the life safety provision, and the entire responsibility lies on the shoulder of a fire officer, and a fire officer need to understand active and passive fire protection through the entire life cycle. So to meet these objectives, a qualified fire officer recognized by the government or state or center, it should be meant.
And we have to understand this, there are maybe 50, 60, in the morning somebody said there are 60 professionals, 70 professionals who are involved in the buildings. It is not the intention to bring the qualification and competence of all the professionals. There are 3 basic jobs to be done: planning, structural design and execution. And during planning, during structural design and during execution, so you need the professionals who are involved in planning, the professionals who are involved in structural design, and professionals who are required or for supervision of the execution. 3. These professionals can get further support from fire protection engineer, for example, for planning or for design or for execution, and similarly other. So it is fundamentally like this also. But we have given encouragement that the time has come, buildings are becoming complex, and that is a suggestive clause that you may involve other professionals also, like fire protection engineer, like sustainability expert, like accessibility experts. They are now getting into the building, supporting the building, but they will not do building planning. This will be done by the people who are qualified to do building planning work. But planning also required planning from fire safety point of view, planning from sustainability point of view, planning from accessibility point of view. So we have said, please involve other experts also.
Sir,
may involve.
Sir, this is in the part
I
2.
am debate nahi karte hain.
No, sir, just follow up one
You have
question.
to understand.
Okay, sir. I'll leave this question. Second question, like we have already removed the requirement of the water curtain from the 2025 onwards, but there are many buildings for which, based on 2016 provision, fire plans will be under submission to the local fire service authorities.
वो पुराने से चलेगा, पुराना वाला.
Sir,
till published.
Just sorry for interruption. I mean, we will take one question from
development का clause है NBC में.
We'll take one question from YouTube that what are the provision regarding data centers in NBC? So
yeah, in NBC, in this revision of Part 4, a new sub-occupancy E7 has been introduced for data centers, and a detailed annexure has been given with respect to what are the fire safety requirements. Alongside, it also gives the requirements of parking and the width of staircase. There were some misconceptions that based on the area of floor plate, you should give staircase, but we have clarified, find out what is the administrative occupants in that building. For them, you provide a sufficient number of staircase as per rest of Part 4. And for the remainder of the electronic equipment related area, give at least 1.5 meter wide staircase.
Yeah. To supplement that, in Part 8, Section 3 on air conditioning, data centers are specifically given additional coverage because this is the biggest guzzler of air conditioning energy is the data center. So specifically they have highlighted what should be done for the data centers. So that is a
Okay, I think we have come to the last.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Please identify. This is the last question because we have to vacate this hall, unfortunately.
Yes, okay.
We could have
Sir,
continued. Yeah.
Sir, I have only two questions. In that first question, BIM implications will be circulated to the submission of the drawings in Panchayat and everywhere will be coming, because till now we are submitting only 2D drawings or sections and elevations to the Gram Panchayat or other community municipalities for the permissions. So when these BIM implications will be coming to our
as I said, the provision for online submission, electronic submission has been there in the NBC version even much earlier, but it has taken quite some time, especially under the Amrut program and various other programs. I said 2,700 local bodies have now agreed for doing the online receipt of the application process out of the 4,800. It will take, you are talking of a village, that means the panchayat level. I am talking the urban local bodies where the online submissions already happen. It's a matter of time.
Okay. And second question, sir.
I think we have to enable all these people. I mean,
one more last question, sir. Sir, basically I'm coming from a real estate firm. So company called Isprava. We do buildings in Himachal Pradesh and all that. So now NBC or our IS codes have been differentiated different zones, like 4 became 5 and 6 due to the earthquake, tectonic plates and all that. So this will be implementing when? So according to that, architects said that our entire infrastructure rate and everything will be going to be affected. So how can we matriculate that into infrastructure development?
Only answer is hill area development is specifically covered in Part 3. What are the specific additional requirement for hill area as a Maidani area or Pahadi Ilaka separately is covered there. But as and when the building code gets...
His question is,
when will
the earthquake zoning will apply irrespective whether it's hill area or another. That is the region wise. It's in the map. So you have to look at the map and the town.
No, that I understood, sir.
So that's all. No, if you know everything, you know cost, we can't help.
The moment the code, moment 1893 is printed and comes out, and NBC gets printed and comes out.
It will affect positively. Buildings will be safer, better, sustainable, resilient.
That new code of IS 1893 will be releasing officially.
1893, you can give the answer.
No, the release date of 1893, that's what you are asking?
Yes.
In 2 months.
2 months.
It will come in 2 months.
In 1 and 2 months, of course, it will be.
I think we have to conclude now because then another function is to be held here. So thank you, every one of you who has actively participated. I know there are more questions in the minds of the people. Please write to VIS.
Yes.
And we will send you reply individually. Thank you very much. And I once again thank the panelists who are available here and who was taken the questions and answered the thing. Thank you very much. Thank you all, both present here as well as online.
Please wait for a group picture, everybody. Yes. I would like to request Shri D. Bhadra sir,